Do you want that? I guess it's for the best, since Mike's is so much better, right? Eric just narrowed his eyes and braced his hands on the counter.
Jane.
Shit. I knew that tone. I stared at the floor. We're not doing this.
Jane.
I still didn't look up.
Pretty girl.
Fuck. Like it was on a string, my head tipped up. And just like that, Eric's eyes, bright and steely, flashed.
You're going to pay for that, he said.
There was no sign of that lazy smile from earlier. Now his expression was made of steel. And I knew exactly what that meant.
Into the bedroom, he ordered. Pants off, on your knees, forehead to the bed. Don't fucking move.
I remained where I was for a moment more, my chin tipped up defiantly. I wanted to rip his head off for shunning my gift and tell him where he could stick his fucking orders. But just as badly, I wanted to run into the bedroom and do exactly as he said. Well, maybe not exactly. The bedroom won.
I didn't know how to react,
Eric said as he broke off a piece of his pretzel and handed it to me. When I took it, that lazy smile reappeared. So did the butterflies in my stomach.
No one had ever bought me coffee and donuts before.
I can't believe that, I said. You screwed half of Boston while we were in law school, Casanova. You're telling me none of them ever bought you a little snack?
I think my reputation precedes me a little there, Eric said. Contrary to what people think, my sex life was not that active.
I gave him a look. You're so full of shit. I don't ever remember seeing you at a bar without leaving with someone. And from what Skylar said, you spend about half the nights of the week out of the apartment.
Eric shrugged. Okay, sometimes it was too easy. But it wasn't always someone different. You make it sound like I had a new partner every night.
Please, Petri dish, you didn't? He sent me a sharp gray look, but chose not to respond to my goading.
Relationships aren't worth the stress, you know? The exciting part ends so quickly. Passion doesn't last forever.
I nodded. Yeah, I hear that.
Except with some, Jane Brain.
Ah, Dad. The voice of reason. I was wondering when he'd show up.
You do know one couple, at least, he reminded me.
I considered Skylar and Brandon. The way he pulled her into his suite, so unapologetically in lust and in love with his wife. But they were the exception, not the rule. Most people didn't have that. Most people never would. We paused at the edge of a gigantic lawn, watching contentedly as a young family chased their kids around the field. The four of them were so sweet. A man, a woman, and 2 kids, probably about 5 and 9. The couple was married. They both wore wedding rings that gleamed in the sun. When they sat down to rest, the man wrapped his burly arm around his wife's shoulder. She nuzzled into him, looking as though she belonged there. I sighed. How long do you think they've been married? Eric shrugged.
1 year, tops.
Come on, I said. They have kids.
Eric shook his head. I bet they're extended family. That couple hasn't been together for more than a few years. Newlyweds, for sure. No one with kids acts like that.
I started to agree, but suddenly I couldn't stand the thought of not knowing for sure. What if Skylar and Brandon weren't the miracle I supposed? What if they were much, much more? Wait here, I said. I handed Eric my pretzel and strode through the grass toward the woman. Her husband got back up and chased the kids again. Excuse me, I called as I approached. The woman looked up. She had bright blue eyes and a warm smile against her almost black hair. And it was then that I noticed she was also in the middle stages of pregnancy. Her bump was freaking adorable. Can I help you? She asked. I'm so sorry to intrude, I said, but I was just wondering, how long have you and your husband been together? Oh, a while. She turned to the man running around with the 2 kids in the field and smiled at him. He waved at her and grinned right back. She giggled, then turned to me. Nico and I first met, gosh, I want to say almost 13 years ago now. I choked. 13 years? She looked like she was maybe 25. I looked out at the field. It was hard to say how old he was, but if it had been 13 years... So, those are your kids? She nodded. Yep, that's my oldest, Mateo. He's almost 10. And that's my daughter, Coco. She's 6. Wow, I said. You do not look old enough to have a 10-year-old son. The woman blushed. Thank you. When are you due? I wondered as she cupped her protruding belly pensively. Oh, in about 4 months, she sighed. I'm a little nervous. I've had a couple of miscarriages, and Coco's birth wasn't easy. Sweetie, you okay? The woman's husband bounded in, leaving their kids to continue playing. His touch floated over his wife, checking her everywhere, as if making sure she was whole. She shooed him off a few times, but the continued flush in her cheeks made it clear she liked his attention. I couldn't blame her. There was a preciousness about it that was endearing. Most of all, I noticed the way his eyes didn't leave hers for a second. They were like magnets, drawn together, and when he gave her a kiss, quick and light, nothing untoward for a day in the park with family, it was evident from the way they both clutched at each other that there was much more where that came from. After 13 freaking years.
So it is possible, Eric murmured behind me, having approached as well. I didn't have to wonder what he meant.
I know, I replied. The couple looked at us, as if they had just remembered we were there. Thanks, I said. You have a lovely family.
Have a nice day,
said Eric, and the couple nodded before settling back on their blanket, absorbed in their children and each other. I followed Eric off the lawn. Both of us absorbed in thought for the moment. It wasn't until we had crossed the park completely and were standing on Central Park West that I thought to wonder where we were actually headed. So I asked. Eric turned with yet another lazy, stomach-fluttering smile.
It's just a couple more blocks. I wanted to show you our new apartment.
Chapter 17. I followed Eric onto a relatively quiet block on what the sign said was West 76th Street. In contrast with the bustle of Central Park and some of the larger streets we crossed, this was downright idyllic. What neighborhood is this? I asked, as we passed several tall brick buildings and a bunch of Edith Wharton-style brownstones.
The Upper West Side, he said. I figured having the park between us and the family would be a reasonable buffer. I chuckled.
You would be right. I gazed up and down the street, which was lined with bright green maples waving in the summer breeze. Where are your offices again? Will your commute be bad? He laughed.
All the way downtown. But it will be fine. I don't want to live by Wall Street anyway.
He stopped in front of a giant brownstone with L-shaped stairs leading up to a second-floor entrance.
Well, here we are.
I stared up in awe. Please don't tell me this entire thing is ours.
Jane, you know we can afford it, right? We could buy this whole block if we really wanted.
Eric peered up at the building, but with a lot less dismay than I had. It was almost as if he were considering the possibility. I swallowed. It was a funny thing, the money. We'd been tossing around the numbers like they meant nothing. 20 million, 40 million, 17 billion. They were all purely theoretical. I still had less than $1,000 currently in my savings account. I was still staying with friends, and until a few days ago, my mother's couch. I still had no real place to live. Until now. What if I don't want to live in a giant house like this? I asked, half jokingly. Didn't you ever think of asking me, huh?
Jane, I'm about to inherit a $17 billion fortune. People are going to expect me to maintain a certain lifestyle.
I turned. Do you actually care what people expect? Until now, I genuinely thought he didn't. Even in law school, Eric sort of moved to the beat of his own drum. It wasn't a particularly ostentatious drum. It was a drum that wore khaki pants and enjoyed a good vodka. And most of the time, the beat worked well with others. But it always kept its own cadence. Whenever I or anyone else dished out some ribbing, that drum kept beating, totally undisturbed. I thought that was the entire point of this ruse, of asking me to be his partner in such an absurd crime. We both respected each other's rights to unique rhythms. Eric examined me for a moment.
Some people,
he said finally, then walked up the steps.
And don't worry,
he said as he took a set of keys from his pocket.
It's just the top floor, he grinned. If it still doesn't meet your requirements, we could probably buy the floor below us too.
Just the top floor ended up being 4 bedrooms, including a giant walk-in closet in the master, 2 baths, a full dining room, living room, and massive kitchen, plus exclusive access to the rooftop garden. In New York freaking City! Oh my God! I spun around in a circle. My arms spread wide as I danced around the living room. This place is huge! Eric leaned against the old fireplace mantel and crossed his arms, satisfied. A smile curved over his features as he watched me spin.
I'm glad you like it.
Like it? I asked. I love it. You have no idea what kind of shoebox I've been living in for the last 5 years. My studio in Chicago wasn't even the size of the walk-in closet.
I thought we'd need space, Eric said, for those days when you can't take me anymore.
We meandered down the halls together, in and out of the other rooms.
I figured you could use one of these as a design space or office or whatever, he said, gesturing toward one of the smaller bedrooms.
I ducked in. Oh, you remembered.
Do you still have that old sewing machine?
I turned from the giant window that looked over the top of the neighboring brownstones. Old Betty? Of course, I'd never get rid of her. She's a classic.
I just remember her weighing about 70 pounds, Eric joked. It was not fun helping you and Skylar move into housing 3rd year.
I chuckled. That's right. I forgot that you and that kid from the stats department helped us move. I snapped my fingers. I can see his face. Lanky, a little on the shorter side. Nice ass, but kind of calculating in bed. No pun intended. God, what was his name?
His name was Jordan,
Eric said, just a little shortly. But when I looked up, his face was as placid as ever.
I usually remember the people I bring home with me.
That's because you never bring anyone home, I retorted. You let them do the hosting so you could skip out in the morning. If you remember all of your conquest petri dish, then I'm the Queen of England. His shoulders relaxed.
Point taken. But just for the record, you were the best I ever had, Jane,
he said, his voice suddenly low, almost taunting.
And I'd bet a lot of money the same goes for me.
I gulped, with a lot of difficulty. Just like that, every ounce of sexual tension from the gym was back, practically making waves through the air. Was he the best I ever had? Of course he was, you fool. Head and shoulders above every man on that godforsaken list. Okay, so that was an open and shut case. Eric cleared his throat.
If we're really going to do this whole platonic roommates thing, it would be helpful if you'd make an effort not to be so...
So what?
His gray eyes flashed. Tempting.
What? What do you mean? He tipped his head.
You were biting your lip again.
I swallowed again. Please, I'm not the one walking around with a stepladder for a stomach these days.
A slow, lazy grin spread across Eric's face. What? This?
He pulled up his t-shirt and gazed down at his six-pack as if he just realized it was there. God, yes! Put those things away, DeVries. You're going to put my eye out with those edges.
I mimed like I was blocking the sun. Eric laughed and let his shirt drop, somewhat to my disappointment. I could get used to looking at that kind of man candy on a regular basis.
I don't know when you found the time to get so stacked in the last 5 years, I said. I've been working like a maniac since we graduated. It's been insane.
The thought sobered me, but I didn't feel as sad as I probably should.
I worked my keister off like any new lawyer, building connections and slowly working my way up the ladder of assignments. There were plenty of bad guys to prosecute in New York, but I didn't seem to care about getting any of them. Not here, Boston, Chicago, not anywhere. And I still hadn't really asked myself why. We walked around the rest of the apartment, and I oohed and awed appropriately whenever Eric showed me a feature, like the newly stripped hardwoods, the refurbished crown molding, or balcony that opened off the living room over the street.
I figured you could take the master, since you're the clothes horse, he said.
Please, Petrie, I replied. Like you don't have at least 100 different tailored suits in that icebox of yours in Boston.
I'll have another closet put in.
I ignored the way my stomach flipped at the fact that we'd be sleeping in separate bedrooms.
Well, of course you will, Jane Brain, said my father's voice, amused. You wanted it that way, didn't you, kiddo?
I walked around the room and stopped at the window. There were a few pedestrians making their way busily to Broadway or Columbus Street. Women pushing strollers, a mailman, more than one professional on their way to lunch. Everyone had somewhere to go. Eric, I said as I looked out. I don't know what I'm going to do. His footsteps sounded on the hardwood floors behind me, and when he came to a stop and looked out the window with me, he was just a little closer than socially acceptable for a platonic fiancé. Close enough that I could smell the fresh, rainy scent of his shampoo and the very light, dusky overlay of the cologne he preferred. I closed my eyes.
You don't have to do anything, Jane, he said. That's the beauty of all of this. You can relax. I'll take care of everything, and you can figure out your next step. And whatever it is, I'll support you.
I turned. I don't want to do nothing, I pronounced. I'm not looking to be your kept woman or whatever. Eric's smile emerged again, crooked this time, like he was trying to fight it.
That's not what I meant.
I certainly hope not. He tipped his head.
Do you want to practice law still? From what I recall, you mostly came to Harvard because of your dad, right?
I softened. I didn't think you'd remember that. He propped a hand against the window, encasing me against its corner.
I remember everything about you, Jane.
For a moment, I couldn't breathe properly. That's what happens when you have a 6 feet, 2 inches of beautiful blonde man cornering you against a window on a summer day, gazing at you with the reminder that he once knew your entire soul. Oh, damn. Don't do this now, Eric. Don't make me fall in love with you again.
I never wanted to hurt you, you know, he said quietly.
Suddenly, I was bare. Open. But you did. I ducked under his arm and stepped away. And I hurt you too. When he looked up, his mask had dropped even more, His eyes flashed still, but with sparks of pain, not lust.
Yes, he said honestly. You did.
God, they're even fucking red! I shouted as I ran around the apartment, trying to locate my things.
Well, at least it's not a fucking person lurking around. I mean, at least you don't have to see the asshole who just fucked the woman you love like a used sex toy.
I wasn't a violent person. I had a temper, sure, but generally it came out with words, not actions. Before I could stop myself, though, my hand flew out like a pinwheel, taking my body with it as I spun around and landed a hard slap across Eric's face. That, I seethed, is the last time you will talk about me in that way ever. Eric stood there, a statue, while he pressed his hand to the now reddened splotch on his left cheek.
Fine by me, he bit out.
I'm going to the airport.
I'll call you a cab.
Don't fucking call me anything. I turned back to finish stuffing the few bits of clothing and makeup I'd scattered around his room. Or any more. Ever again. The echoes of that fight seemed to invade this clean, new space. I hated the voices. I wanted them gone.
You know, in spite of all of that, I've missed you.
Eric's voice chased the voices away, a soothing balm to their harsh blows. He walked toward me, and when I didn't immediately move away, his fingers intertwined with mine again, playing with them like laces on a shoe. His skin was warm, and this close, I could smell that familiar mix of cologne, his soap, and something fresh that always lingered around him. Linen. Light.
Eric, I murmured. No, not like that, he said,
though his face looked the slightest bit pained as he released my hand.
I mean as friends, Jane. We were already friends, even before things went south, weren't we?
I thought about it. We hadn't been particularly close, connected more through Skylar than anything. Sure, there had been that one hot month during our first year of law school, but we'd parted ways amicably that time. Well, as amicably as a bottle of wine and some tears required. That irritatingly smug voice inside my head countered. Shut up, you. Still, he wasn't wrong. We'd spent countless nights in bars, study groups, classes, etc., together over those 3 years. Always teasing, always laughing. Never hating like this. Whenever I thought about law school, there was always Eric. He had just always been there. Yeah, I agreed. We were friends. Slowly, like he was trying to touch a wild animal, his hand rose up and floated over my face. Almost like he was going to cut my chin again. But he didn't. It was a completely different gesture than his grab at the gym. This was tentative, almost in awe.
I almost kissed you today, he said, his gaze dropping to my mouth. I really wanted to.
My lips fell open, as I found I needed to remind myself to breathe, as my lungs still weren't working properly again. I know you did.
I want to now, he admitted,
his thumb just grazing the plump edges of my mouth. His tongue slipped out, and he licked his own lower lip.
But I won't. Not until you ask me. Not unless you want to.
I did want to. Every bone in my body was screaming for it. I had those moments too. The ones of him lifting me up, fucking me against everything and anything. The memories where I would rip his shirts off, take him in my mouth, take him everywhere, again and again, until we were both exhausted of this constant, aching need we could never seem to be rid of. It would feel so good to do it now. To give in. But that was just bodies. The hard part was what came after, and I had decided not to complicate things. What good would that do? Especially when we were finally starting to get along again. I'm not asking for that now. The last word fell out before I could help it. Like I couldn't quite eliminate the possibility. Eric's eyes sparked, but he dropped my hand and stepped back. He pulled the schedule out of his pocket and examined it again. These weren't just frivolous events, as he'd explained on our walk through the park. These were places for him to network, understand the other ways the family business was run outside of the office. These events were where we would both make our debuts into this strange, archaic society of elites. Eric as its prodigal son, and me as his outsider bride. It was important to everyone that we make a clean entry, in spite of my inherent shock value, or at least participate.
Jane, I didn't ask you to marry me so we could be lovers. Really. But I did ask hoping that maybe we could be friends again, Eric said. I'm returning to this Shark Fest alone, and I'd really like not to be.
We stared at each other for what seemed like hours. We were both at a disadvantage. I understood what he meant. To survive the next 5 years, we'd need to be a team. We'd need to be partners, somehow. For the first time, I really thought we might be able to do it. Am I going to have to hostess here? I asked, gesturing around the apartment, if only to break the awkwardness. You know, like Lady Crawley? I'd read enough period novels to know how it worked with aristocratic wives. And this might be 21st century New York, not Downton Abbey, but Celeste's dinner showed me that gendered labor wasn't exactly a thing of the past. I had a feeling that a lot of the informal duties would still fall on me. But Eric, thankfully, shook his head.
Not here. If we do have to do anything like that, it'll be at my cousin's, my aunt's or my grandmother's, her health allowing. Nina and Aunt Violet will need to get used to it anyway, considering I'll abdicate this shit to her after the 5 years is up. I snorted.
He talked about being the head of a multinational corporation like it was the throne of England. But I suppose, in a way, it was.
I want this place to be our sanctuary, Jane. Just yours and mine.
Well, if that's the case, I replied, looking around. No decorators, all right? And no icebox furniture. Just hand me a budget and I'll deal with it. You'll like it, I promise.
Jane, a budget, really?
Eric gave me a look one might give a small child who asked if ice cream was actually cold or something equally banal. He reached into his wallet and pulled out a credit card, which he handed to me with a smirk. I gawked. Is this a black Amex? Eric nodded.
There's a number on the back for the concierge. Call them for literally anything you want. They'll pick up day or night. Oh, and here.
He pulled out a business card, which I also accepted. Bridget McAvoy, I read.
Our personal assistant.
I looked up. We have an assistant?
Eric chuckled. We have a lot of things now, Jane.
Tentatively, he reached out and ran his knuckles down my arm.
You're giving up a lot to do this for me. I'd like it if you'd enjoy the perks.
Well, I said as I fingered the heavy metal card, I suppose I will. Any requests before I go berserk? Eric grinned, and I almost fell over backwards. But before he could answer, his phone rang. A soft, quiet tune that sounded like Mozart. He pulled it out and frowned.
Shit,
he muttered. Then he looked up, almost worried.
Be right back.
Without waiting for my answer, he left the room. Left the apartment, actually. However, in his haste to talk to whoever was on the line, he'd left the front door slightly ajar, making his voice audible when I tiptoed out into the living room.
I told you, I'm done with all of that shit, Jude.
I approached the door quietly, unapologetically eavesdropping, Hey, if the man didn't want me to hear, he should have shut the door.
I've been out for 10 years, Eric continued. You can tell Carson and the rest of them too. I'm done.
There was a long pause while Eric's pacing increased.
Don't tell me that, he hissed. Don't you fucking tell me that. There's got to be a way out.
Another pause. His footsteps turned to stomps.
Fine,
he spat.
I'll tell them myself at the next meeting.
He paused again.
Because I am not at his beck and fucking call, that's why. If I have to go into this bullshit, they can wait too.
His footsteps drew closer, and I scurried back to the window seat that looked down on 76th Street. Eric re-entered the apartment, all traces of goodwill erased. The mask was firmly back in its place. He was back to being the DeVries heir. My Eric, my friend, was gone. What was that all about? I asked. He just blinked and tipped his head toward the door.
Time to go, he said. I have to get back to the office. Can you get this place sleepable by tonight? At least buy a couple of mattresses? I need to get the fuck out of the Upper East Side.
I flipped the black Amex card around with glee. Oh, yeah. You leave it to me.
Interlude 2. The long, sleek nose of the BMW turned down a dark street deep in the heart of New Haven. The car was black, and from his seat in the back, Eric marveled at the velvety silence of its drive. He had just exchanged the old Rolls-Royce for the Beamer, which was still black, but Eric liked to think it was more modern. He hoped. What, you need another Batmobile, Mr. Burns? The old one wasn't creepy enough? Jane's voice rang through his thoughts, and he smiled to himself, remembering the night before. It had been nearly 2 months since they moved into the apartment on West 76th Street, living together as roommates with surprising harmony. The apartment in Boston had been emptied of his clothes and other personal things, but otherwise it would keep. After all, they had reason to visit, considering Eric still owned stake in his firm and Jane's best friends lived there too. Boston would still be home, although the new place was quickly turning into a close second. And Eric had never expected that. Jane had adopted decorating and wedding planning as her new full-time jobs on top of attending the few meet and greets arranged by Celeste. It had taken Jane less than 24 hours to furnish the 2 bedrooms with essentials to sleep, and within 2 weeks, with the help of Bridget, Jane had the entire apartment outfitted with an eclectic mix of their 2 tastes. Eric had never realized it, but Jane had an incredible eye for design. After taking a week to tour the port holding of DeVries shipping up and down the Atlantic, he had come home to find the entire space fully furnished with an even mix of modern and mid-century pieces. Danish-style armchairs paired with a gray velvet Chesterfield sofa, a teak credenza topped with lucite lamps, an iron-wrought dining table topped with white marble, and 8 red-upholstered Parsons chairs that matched the broad-stroked modern art behind them. It was eclectic. It was modern. Colorful but not gauche. Comfortable. Perfect. Jane had looked up from where she lay sprawled on the rug, leafing through bridal magazines. She had tipped down her glasses. Those ones were gold-rimmed. Watched him take in the mid-century furnishings, the drink cart stocked with his favorite top-shelf vodka and gin, the bookshelves bearing his favorite literary masterpieces along with her substantial Vogue collection. I figured if you were really going to play Don Draper, you needed an apartment to match, she'd said. He wasn't sure if it was relief or the strange feeling of homecoming that made him want to fuck her right there on the plush white alpaca. But that was a separate problem. In the next several weeks, Jane had jumped into her duties with the grace of an experienced swimmer, going to nearly daily meetings with Nina, his mother, his aunt, and his grandmother. To Eric's surprise, when it came to Celeste, Jane apparently had the patience of a saint. I'm the daughter of Una Lee Lefferts, she told him.
She is the queen of crotchety matriarchs.
And even more strangely, Celeste seemed to be taking to Jane, too. Was she going to call her granddaughter anytime soon? Probably not. But sparring with Jane over her hair color, her clothes, or the minutiae of the wedding seemed to make Celeste sit up a little straighter, flash her eyes a little brighter. Her appetite improved, and she was even going on her weekly trips to the Met again, often with Jane alongside. Her doctors were shocked. Even Garrett the butler had taken to making sure Jane's favorite green tea was always stocked whenever she came to visit. And last week, when they had gone to the penthouse for dinner, Celeste had requested that Jane sit by her, Eric on her other side. Not Nina and her husband. Not Mother or Aunt Violet. Jane. It had caught everyone by surprise. Eric most of all. And so they had found a surprising rhythm there on the Upper West Side. Eric made them both coffee just after 6 and left to learn his family's business, when Jane was just starting to rouse herself for a day learning the social side of the DeVries empire. When he got home, there would usually be another piece of furniture to admire or a new piece of art adorning the walls. They would chat over dinner about some other piece of the wedding that had come together that day. Both of them actually enjoyed cooking, so the hour between 6 and 7 was generally spent trying out some new recipe or making something of their own, blending Eric's knowledge of fine French cooking with Jane's Korean recipes she had from her mother. Eric smiled, thinking fondly of the night before, when Jane had insisted he add kimchi on top of the squid ink pasta he'd prepared.
Just trust me, you Philistine. It's going to be delicious.
You can't put Asian pickled vegetables on a French butter sauce, he replied, being stubborn partially just to piss her off. Jane flushed, her fair skin turning the color of a rose petal. It was fucking beautiful.
Oh my God, Petrie, do you know anything about history? Go to literally any Vietnamese restaurant and enjoy the culinary fruits of colonialism. People have been mixing Asian recipes with French cooking since the day the frogs yelled "Viva la France" in the middle of the rice paddies.
Eric just grinned. Lefferts, your French is terrible.
Guarantee it's better than your Korean, she countered.
As if it would prove her point, she shoved a bit of pasta with the spicy pickled cabbage into her mouth and moaned with delight. When she finished, a drop of butter still clung to her top lip.
What, cat got your tongue, Petri dish?
This girl and her fucking attitude. Eric wasn't usually one to give people a taste of their own medicine, but Jane always could get under his skin better than anyone. Like she wanted what was coming to her. Like she wanted him to teach her a lesson. She licked the butter off her lip. It was a slow, small movement, but watching that slip of pink trace over the decadent red pillow, Eric had only been able to stare, completely transfixed while she tipped her glasses down. It reminded him of just how beautiful her eyes were without them, a gorgeous hazel that was a bit obscured behind the thick lenses. Eyes that opened very, very wide when she was flat on her back, legs around his shoulders, just as he was about to slide his... Eric shook his head. She was right. This was going to work better if they could keep it strictly friends. As soon as the dishes were done, he had left for the gym, scaled up and down every fucking wall in the place until his fingers were raw and his muscles too tired to even consider the leggy, carnation-haired bombshell on the other side of his bedroom wall. It hadn't worked. He still jerked off in the shower. Twice. Eric sighed heavily as the car rumbled through New Haven. It was getting more and more impossible to ignore. The strange thing was, the more comfortable they seemed to get with each other, the harder it became to fall asleep knowing there was only a few scant inches of plaster between them. especially since neither of them had seemed the slightest bit interested in finding other company, despite having the mutually assured freedom to do just that. Eric had taken a walk several times over to Amsterdam Avenue, only to find Jane sitting by herself in the same bar while she stared at a pint of cheap beer. Or she would prance into a lounge downtown to find him enjoying a finger or two of his favorite vodka. Alone. Eventually, they just started keeping their own fridge stocked and staying in, or choosing the bars together since they'd run into each other anyway. It was just easier that way. Wasn't it? So Eric had found himself faced with close to 60 straight nights of sleeping alone, sometimes stroking himself until he absolutely had to take his release in the bathroom or on his own stomach. And Jane was struggling too. He had even heard her through the wall a few times. He wondered if she still had the same collection of toys. A stupidly big vibrator for when she was alone, a smaller bullet-sized one for when they were together, plus the one shaped like a clamp that would help them both out. A set of Benoit balls and a plug for when she was feeling particularly adventurous. He'd added others to the set when they'd been together. A flogger, small and suede with tiny beads of glass on the ends of the suede tassels. A feather duster, which was surprisingly fun to play and torture with. Several pairs of cuffs, 2 sets of nipple clamps, and a crop. Eric adjusted himself. It had been a really long time. Even longer since he'd touched anything like those accessories. It was only ever her who brought that side out of him. He'd never really stopped to ask why. The car rumbled to a stop. "Sir?" His driver and security manager, Tony, was another replacement, since he wasn't interested in harboring any of grandmother's spies, like Louis. Nice guy from Jackson Heights, and completely beholden to Eric after he had paid his daughter's school tuition on top of providing Tony with a generous salary. Private school in Manhattan wasn't cheap. Jane still called him Smithers, though. "Sir, we've arrived," Tony said with the tip of his hat. Eric nodded. "Thanks. This shouldn't take long." He exited the car onto Grove Street, which was normally quite busy, but at this time of night, between the deserted streets and the Gothic buildings of Yale across them, more closely resembled the setting of an Edgar Allan Poe story. He could practically hear a raven flapping above, quoting in its ominous rhythm, "Nevermore." He had tried to say that to Janice once. Apparently it hadn't worked. Eric walked under the tall stone gate, stopping a moment to glare at the inscription engraved into the lintel. "The dead shall be raised." He rolled his eyes. Janice always had a flair for the melodramatic, dating back to the Society's inception. Lay people assumed the slogan was just a quote from Corinthians, related to the fact that this was a burial ground. But in fact, it was just another motto, a private joke at the expense of people in mourning. It had been over 10 years since he'd stepped foot into the Grove Street Cemetery, but Eric hadn't forgotten the way to the large tomb at the far corner, marked only with the word Portus, under a nasty, time-worn etching of a bearded man with 2 faces, similar to what was once on ancient Roman currency. Sort of hilariously heathen for a hill that was established by the finest Protestants New England had to offer. New Haven wasn't exactly a city on a hill, but it had a good legacy of theocracy, too. Or maybe that was just to hide its dark underbelly. Eric looked around furtively. The cemetery was usually deserted at 1 o'clock in the morning, but that didn't mean the kids in New Haven didn't enjoy the thrill of hanging out in one of the oldest graveyards in America. When he was sure he was alone, he pressed the round stone at the corner of the tomb and watched the doors slide open. He took one more look, then walked down the stairs spiraling into the heart of the hill. The large windowless complex at the bottom looked exactly the same. The brick wall of the main room was draped with crushed red velvet, while deep leather Chesterfield couches and armchairs were set up around a crackling fireplace. A pool table stood empty, though Eric could remember plenty of times he'd lost thousands there. The stereo in the corner currently blasted the best of Glenn Miller, like it was taking a trip back to the speakeasy age, a clubhouse where serious games were played, and even more serious decisions were made. About 10 men populated the room, a few enjoying the company of scantily clad women by the fire, others involved in a card game in the opposite corner. A few closed doors led to several bedrooms where some of the men would likely depart, if others hadn't already, and one that was affectionately called the War Room. What wars were waged there exactly, Eric hadn't stayed long enough to find out. At Eric's entrance, all of the present members of the Janus Society looked up, some with recognition, others with confusion, all with open yet suspicious curiosity. "Hail the conquering hero," a deep voice boomed from the circle by the fireplace. "Triton returns at last." The dark-haired man with a goatee, not unlike a pirate's, sat in one of the deep leather chairs, his hand wrapped around the waist of a young woman who couldn't have been older than 20. "Still dabbling in sex trafficking, Jude?" Eric strode in, nodding to a few of the other men he recognized. There were several younger faces he didn't know. Those he did had changed a lot. They had all grown up since 22. "That's a federal offense, you know." There was a smattering of laughter around the room as the men returned to their games and women. Jude Latour pushed the girl off his lap and stood. He took Eric's hand, pulling him in for a hug and a hearty slap on the back. Remnants of cigar smoke and booze clouded the man. Eric resisted the urge to cough. "We all do what we need for the society, brother," Jude said as he released him. "The girls have always been my contribution. If anything, this administration has made it easier to get away with shit just by virtue of their understaffing." The other men around the room chuckled again. Eric did not. Nor did he take a seat. Jude frowned. "Come, have a drink. You used to know how to enjoy yourself, Triton." Eric didn't move. "Why am I here, Jude? I left the society 10 years ago." Jude's frown lines deepened. Then he snapped his fingers, and like that, the girls got up and left. Immediately, the other games and conversations ceased, and the other men in the room gathered closer to the fire. It was almost as if Eric was facing a firing squad. "Carson wanted you to be welcomed back to the fold properly," Jude said. "That includes a gift in that suite over there, of course." He nodded toward one of the closed doors, behind which Eric knew there was a naked, beautiful, and most likely underage girl waiting to do any number of unmentionable things to him. He still didn't move. "It's also to reaffirm your loyalty," Jude said, sitting on the arm of one of the other chairs. "Carson wanted to make sure you didn't forget." "Forgetting was a condition of my exit, wasn't it?" "And yet you were able to find your way here, weren't you?" Jude replied. "It just proves the point. No one ever truly forgets Janus, which is also why no one can ever truly leave." There was a rumbling of approval around the room. The hairs on the back of Eric's neck stood up. "I was allowed to leave before," he said slowly. "Why this? Why now?" Jude shrugged and chuckled, as if he were speaking to a child. "You didn't just leave Janus, Eric. You left your entire world. Janus simply stopped summoning you because you were of no use to us anymore. However, your circumstances have changed, and so we are happy to welcome our brother back to the fold, along with your own contributions. It's up to you if you choose to disregard our welcome." The underlying threat fell on Eric's shoulder like a heavy mantle. Social ostracization, financial ruin, death. The costs of bucking Janice were severe. He had watched it happen before. "Kelvin hasn't been keeping up?" he asked. He would have been shocked if his cousin-in-law wasn't also a member. Nina's husband was as power-hungry as they came. "Triton, come now," Jude said as he pretended to adjust his tie. "You know contributions to Janice aren't always strictly business. We require personal attention. We are a needy bunch." Another smattering of laughter. Eric stared, confused. "We congratulate you on your pending nuptials," Jude prompted. "Tell us about the bride-to-be, why don't you?" Eric scowled and folded his arms. "I'm sure I wasn't summoned for information that was in the Post last week, Jude." The damn papers had been all over Jane. She and her hair were sending New York society into a tizzy. Triton. You're still just as contrary as ever, aren't you?" Eric couldn't help it. He rolled his eyes again. Jude was an idiot, enjoying the archaic code names all new recruits to the society were given once they were tapped during their final year at an Ivy. It was the main difference between them and the school-centric societies, like Skull and Bones. Janice cast its net wider, and as a result, it was much more powerful. Since the days of his great-great-great-grandfather, a Janus founder with the name Poseidon, for the fact that his shipping business was seaborne, and all of the DeVries men recycled names of offspring of the Greek sea god. Eric's was Triton, the trident-bearing sun. Beyond attendance of an Ivy League school, the rules of Janus membership were simple. You had to be male, you had to be rich, you had to be powerful. Someone. An invitation to the Janus Society meant you had been identified as a potential gatekeeper of the world. No less than 14 U.S. presidents had been members, more than half of the founding fathers. Governors, senators, heads of multinational companies, or massive landowners. The members of Janus made the world turn. Once, Eric had been identified as someone, as had his father before him, and nearly every man in the DeVries family since Janus had been formed in this exact tomb in the wake of the American Revolution, just after the yellow fever plague of 1795. It had been formed, like many secret societies, with the goal of puppeteering lines of power in this country, absorbed as it was with the new rhetoric of egalitarianism. But while most of the other societies had become opportunities for young co-eds to drink too much and prank their classmates, Janus had remained true to its mission. Freedom was a farce in America. It always had been. Janus had made use of it, even within its ranks. Eric ignored Jude's question. "Where is Carson?" Jude just scoffed. "You know Carson doesn't bother himself with pleasantries like this." "Carting me out here in the middle of the damn night is a pleasantry? Seems more like an inquisition." "Not yet." Jude tapped his finger to the side of his nose and smiled. "This is just a friendly chat. A catch-up, if you will. So, let's catch up. The girl. Jane, is it?" Eric narrowed his eyes. "Yes. What about her?" "She's half Korean." "You can't be serious. Is Janice really going to object on grounds of ethnicity in this day and age? What kind of archaic racist bullshit is that?" Jude tipped his head back and laughed, almost too loudly for the room. "Eric, please. Give us some credit. After all, Carson once married a Puerto Rican actress, didn't he? Race hasn't been an issue for Janice for at least 30 years. He looked straight at Eric.
and any amusement in his face evaporated with the laughter.
It's not that she's half Korean. It's that she's this half Korean. Eric's face screwed up with confusion. What are you talking about? Jude nodded to the other men, who remained serious, then turned to Eric with a wry smile. To be honest, Triton, I'm just the messenger. You keep calling me Jude, but don't forget who I really am. Eric sighed. Jude's society name was Hermes, after the Greek god of trade, a messenger and a herald. Such was his role in the society as well. All it meant was that Jude didn't know why Carson disapproved of Jane, just that he did, and Jude had been instructed to inform Eric. It was up to Eric to figure out why. Or take the simpler way out and walk away from her, which was obviously what Carson wanted. Unfortunately, things weren't that easy. Come, Jude said. Now that business is over, let's enjoy each other's company, shall we? Like the brothers we are. Bacchus blessed our cellars just last week. Eric glanced at Faber, otherwise christened Bacchus, after the Roman god of wine. His family owned half of Napa and vineyards all over the world. When Eric had known him last, Faber was only 19, still almost a boy. There was no sign of that naivete now. No, thank you, Eric said. I should get back. I have a lot to ponder, don't I? There was no argument in the room, but as Eric began to leave, Jude's voice beckoned again. Triton? He didn't want to, but at the door Eric turned. One of Jude's sleek black brows raised. My wife mentioned that we receive the save the date for the wedding in the mail today. He examined his nails languidly, then looked up again. If the proceedings continue, I look forward to meeting your bride. Eric swallowed but didn't move, as much a statue as the other Greek and Roman gods placed around the room. Jude tipped his head, the final indicator of his consent for Eric to leave, and also his power. Until then, he said. Eric left.
Part 3.
The turn. Give me your lips now, that the danger is past, so I'll find you at last. Kiss, from the Journal of Eric DeVries.
Chapter 18. I stood waiting outside Sachet, an appointment-only bridal shop on East 68th Street, checking my watch every so often while I waited for Skylar to arrive. It was the week before the season in the Hamptons kicked off, and Skylar and Brandon were coming with their kids for the weekend to attend the white party that was also doubling as an engagement party for me and Eric at the DeVries compound. I was under strict orders from Gemma, the wedding planner, to choose my dress today before we left, which, of course, meant that I had to have the approval of Celeste DeVries, Heather, Violet, and Nina. Skylar just wanted to come along for the ride. The Crosby Sterling's big black Mercedes turned the corner and pulled up alongside the curb. The back door opened, and Skylar popped out with a smile. Hey, she greeted me.
Red.
Brandon's deep voice growled as he recaptured his wife's hand, pulling her back toward the car. Skylar flushed under the bright blue stare of her husband, who barely glanced at me.
Oh, hey, Jane. Red, come back here and say goodbye properly.
I tapped my bright red sandal on the sidewalk while Brandon demonstrated what a proper goodbye meant, only then releasing his wife, who was suddenly quite flushed. Need a fan? I asked as the car zoomed away. Skylar did, in fact, fan herself, but she shook her head with a sheepish grin. No, I'm fine now. Where are the kiddos? Skylar snorted. At the hotel with Bobby, probably watching too much TV. So seventh heaven, then. We approached the door to Sachet, and Skylar looked me up and down. Look at you, she said with overt perusal. Someone's been taking advantage of the local boutiques. I suppose. I looked down at my clothes. The black, draping silk sundress I had actually made myself, but the fabric was the best I'd ever worked with. The shoes, though. Those were legitimate splurges. Okay, so I had taken Eric up on his offer to continue sprucing up my wardrobe, along with decorating our apartment and planning the wedding. He didn't seem to mind. In fact, he seemed happy every time I brought home another shopping bag, especially when it included a little something for him. You two seem to be getting along very well, Skylar remarked as we walked inside. She popped her eyebrows a few times. You look like a cartoon fox when you do that, I said. And it's nothing, really. We're just friends. It's nice. Yeah, friends who cook dinner together every day of the week, who lounge around on the weekends, mooning at each other over cheap beer and cocktails. Friends who listen to each other get off through the walls after they say goodnight. Eric tried to be discreet. I'm sure he thought I had no idea what he was doing with those 30-minute showers of his. But the man hits things when he comes. You try not feeling uncomfortable when you hear a rhinoceros groan right when the wall pounds next to your ear. Uncomfortable? Try turned on, you junkie. All right, so maybe it made me want to do the same thing. While my libido seemed to have come back full throttle, I still hadn't gotten laid in over a month, and there was no reprieve in sight. Eric was right about page 6. We had both been featured multiple times in the gossip column. There would be no side pieces in my immediate future, that was for sure. And the weird thing is, although I wanted to get some action, there was only one person whose action I wanted. The one person I had decided I couldn't have. I wondered sometimes if this was all part of some nefarious plan of Eric's to get me back in bed. Masturbatory torture, like some really fucked up version of ASMR. Well, it was working. I'd never been so hard up. Sure, Skylar said as we entered the showroom, where Celeste and Nina were enjoying champagne while they spoke with Gemma. Heather and Violet were nowhere in sight. Heather only came to the wedding planning occasionally, but it was pretty clear on those occasions that Celeste viewed her somewhat as an outsider since she had married again. She was no longer a DeVries and subsequently not of much importance. Nina and Violet, on the other hand, were blood. Jane! Celeste beckoned from her plush chair when she saw me, her bright diamond wedding rings glinting under the chandelier. If she didn't have the oxygen tank carted around with her everywhere she went, you would have never convinced me that Celeste DeVries was ill anymore. Today she had on one of her gorgeous gray wigs, and I had yet to see her with anything less than an original Chanel suit, her brittle nails painted impeccable mother-of-pearl pink. Afternoon, Mrs. DeVries. I greeted her with a polite nod. Hi, Nina. Even after a month of attending teas and dinners together, Nina Gardner was probably the stiffest person I had ever met. She shared her cousin's coolness, but lacked his humor. Eric said she was 2 years younger, but she acted at least 10 years older because of her overall ice princess demeanor. I'd had at least 3 lunches with the woman, but it was clear from the beginning that she resented me for enabling her cousin to take away what she clearly thought belonged to her and her husband. Well, maybe she was right. Even if, as Eric said, she had no idea that his inheritance was inextricably linked to the existence of hers. You remember Skylar, don't you, Mrs. DeVries? I asked. Celeste looked Skylar over like she was a stray dog. Yes. The lawyer, aren't you? Skylar nodded, doing her best to affect a genuine smile. It was kind of funny, because she was terrible at it. Yes, and best friend. And maid of honor, I chimed in with an unnecessarily peppy tone. Will your husband be coming to the party this weekend? Nina asked. Yes, Skylar said. We'll both be there. Celeste gave a nod of approval. I wanted to roll my eyes. Skylar's friendship was one of the few things I brought to the table in this world, simply by virtue of her husband. The ladies who lunched weren't very discreet about the fact that they would love to jump Brandon's bones. And Celeste just liked the idea of associating with good family, even if they were new money. "And when were you planning to change your hair color, Jane?" asked Celeste absently, as she turned back to the pictures of wedding dresses Gemma had laid out on the table in front of her. I touched the mostly pink locks I'd styled in haphazard waves over my shoulders. Change it? Okay. Granted, after 2 months, I was in need of a touch-up. My roots were starting to show. But the only reason I hadn't gotten anything done was because I couldn't make up my mind if I wanted to stay pink or go purple. Maybe even blue. Nina made a noise that sounded a little like a snort. Celeste just looked bored. "Well, of course, Jane. You can't stand next to a maid of honor with hair like that and clash so dreadfully." Skylar and I considered each other as if for the first time. "You know," I said, "I literally had not thought about that. But she's right." Skylar's hair was easily as bright as mine, only a mass of red and orange. We would look like Skittles next to each other in the church. "Well, of course she's right," Nina put in. "Grandmother has impeccable taste." Celeste looked at her granddaughter as if she were an insect she'd like to squash, not someone who'd just complimented her. "Yes, well, the fact remains that you cannot stand in the church next to each other looking like this. Orange and pink. Who ever heard of such a thing?" She looked at Skylar. "Do you force your hair that shade as well?" No," Skylar replied. "This is my natural color." "Is it? How charming," Celeste said stiffly before turning to me. "Jane, you cannot walk down the aisle with hair like this. Come now, you must see reason." It was hardly the first dig I'd gotten from Eric's family about my hair in the last 2 months. Actually, picking on it was one of Celeste's favorite pastimes. Jane," she'd say whenever I entered a room, "I see you are as colorful as ever." "Indeed, Celeste," I'd counter. "I thought your beige apartment needed something to brighten it up." Nina and Violet would always appear shocked. But I swore sometimes Celeste would hide a smile in her shriveled, painted lips. And then she'd turn to whatever it was we were planning that day and tell Garrett to bring me my tea. The jasmine they served was excellent. Before I could reply that blue would be perfectly complementary to Skylar's bright orangey red, Gemma bustled around the corner with the store owner, Marissa. "Jane," Gemma said, "Marissa and I have set up the final gowns in the back, if you'd like to come." I followed Marissa into the giant dressing room in the back, where a rack of couture wedding gowns had been set up. This wasn't my first time at Sachet, but nothing had really worked so far. Today was the last day. It was fish or cut bait. Or, whatever metaphor worked in this strange, fake wedding scenario I was living in. Marissa helped me into the first dress on the rack, a sleeveless Badgley Mishka ball gown with about an acre of tulle expanding in either direction. "Dear Lord," I said as I looked at myself in the mirror. "I am a shower puff." "Your waist is so small," Marissa said. "It looks romantic and will photograph like a dream." "Yes, I do think romance is largely determined by the number of hours it takes for a man to find his way under your skirt," I said, ignoring the fact that no one would be looking under mine on my wedding day. "I'm sorry?" I shook my head. "Nothing. Let's go put on the fashion show." We went back out to the front room, and I dutifully stepped onto the pedestal in front of the mirrors for everyone to admire the dress. "Oh, Jane," Skylar said as she stood up. Her mouth twitched, and I knew she was thinking of her experiences wedding dress shopping when I made her try on every ugly gown in the place. That's a dress, Jane." "It's stunning," Nina added. A bit gauche, though, Celeste added. Very gauche, Nina parroted. Absolutely. Let's see the next one. I nodded, waddled back to the dressing room to try on the next one, a mermaid-cut Vera Wang. I hate it, I announced as we walked back out. This was Nina's favorite on the list, and her face fell. It's absolutely in vogue, she protested. Half the brides I knew last year wore dresses just like it. Well, then that wouldn't make it in vogue, would it? I countered. Skylar snorted. I turned to Celeste. Mrs. DeVries, I know you see it. This dress was made for someone with curves, which I am not. I look like a deflated balloon in this thing, and even if Marisa does her magic and takes it in, I still can't walk in it. Do you really want me to hop down the aisle at St. John's because I can't move my feet more than 4 inches at a time? Celeste looked horrified at the prospect of anyone hopping down the aisle at St. John's. Absolutely not, she said. Jane, you seem to know what works best on you. Show us the one you like. Nina's mouth dropped, and I was smug. I had spent enough time now with Celeste DeVries to know that she hardly ever defaulted to anyone else's judgment but her own. Point, Jane. It's too bad your mom isn't here, Skylar remarked as I started to shimmy back to the dressing room. Is she coming this weekend? When I didn't answer, she kept walking behind me. Jane! Jane! I scurried as fast as I could while wearing 20 pounds of leg-binding satin, but Skylar just followed me into the dressing room, where Marisa was waiting with the other dresses. No? She asked. I shook my head. Let's try the Monique Lillier. Celeste liked that one the best. Marisa nodded and started helping me out of the mermaid dress, forcing me to turn around to face my imperious best friend. Skylar, what is it? I asked impatiently. Her green eyes went big. Don't give me that attitude, Missy. Missy? Someone has been on mom duty for too long. Marisa snickered. Don't change the subject, Skylar said. Is she coming or not? For what? Oh, I don't know. Your engagement party? I frowned at my hands as I stepped out of the dress. That's a no. And why is that? I accepted the last gown from Marisa, then stepped into it as she held out the fabric for me. Well, it would be a little weird to invite her to an engagement party when she doesn't know I'm getting married. There was a gasp from behind me. I looked over, where Marisa was shaking her head. What? Skylar demanded. How is it you haven't told your mother you're getting married in less than 4 months? I opened my mouth with a sharp retort, but found my bravado evaporated with my best friend. Well, of course. That's what friends were for, right? I turned back to the mirror and examined myself in the dress. It was a monstrosity, actually. A giant sugar plum fairy, skirt the size of China, marshmallow of a dress. I giggled. So did Marisa. Jane! Oh my God, Pollyanna, calm down. I was laughing at this ridiculous dress, not you. I turned back around. Marisa, not this one. Not at all. Can I put on the Jenny Packham? That's my favorite. Skylar smiled. Okay, it is ridiculous, but Jane, seriously, what gives? I sighed, then turned back so Marisa could help me unbutton the approximately 1,500 buttons running down my back. I don't know. We've talked a few times. I told her I was just staying with friends, that I was thinking about taking a job here. Jane, Skylar was smart. She let her tone speak for her. I pushed the dress off and stepped out of it, then stood awkwardly in my underwear while Marisa hung it up. There was a knock on the door. Jane? Asked Gemma. Celeste wants to know if everything is all right. We have it, Skylar called. Marisa handed me the sleek white Jenny Packham, which I stepped into with about 1,000 times more ease than any of the other dresses. The silk was like butter. I just smiled, Skylar and I have the rest of this, Marisa. Thank you, though. Marisa nodded and left me with my friend. I don't want to lie to her, Sky, I said quietly. It's weird, you know? It feels like a play or something. Just make-believe. But I can't do that with her. Skylar didn't say anything, just stood patiently, waiting for me to continue. I pulled the dress up and slipped my arms into the full-length sleeves. My whole life, she was always straight with me, you know? She never hid anything about her life. Not the shitty little village she came from, not the work she did to get out, not how she met my dad, none of it. I sighed. Did you know she was a bastard child? My grandmother had some kind of illicit affair, apparently, and had my mother out of wedlock. It was one of the reasons they were so poor. It was a big deal back then. I sighed. Apparently my grandma told my mother when she was practically on her deathbed. It was her shame that she carried her whole life. Before that, my mom thought her dad was just dead. I was maybe 6, but my mom flew back to see her, and she told me right away. She said mothers and daughters shouldn't have secrets, and that we never would. I shrugged. And we never did. Not until now. Skylar moved behind me to help zip up the back of the dress. Do you really think she would be that disappointed? That I'm marrying a billionaire heir? Yuno would probably fall over from excitement. I couldn't quite make the joke work. But she would know in a second that it was fake. Sky, what if she thinks I'm shaming her, huh? Skylar frowned as I turned around. This was the question I'd been carrying around for the last 2 months. So, I'm saying this as someone who thought this was a terrible idea from the start, she began, tapping her lip. But it's not the same thing. Not at all. For one, you're not being forced. You're giving your full consent. I nodded. That's true. And secondly, people get married for all sorts of reasons. You and Eric, well, I'm not going to pretend I like it, mostly because of how antagonistic the two of you are. But there's no rule that says you can't get married to someone to help them out. And really, that's what you're doing. I gave a weak smile. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure I could accept all the altruism implied there, but it did make me feel better. We both looked into the mirror where I stood in my dress. It was the one I'd fallen in love with from the start, kept on the rack every time, despite all of the DeVries ladies' demands. It was simple and elegant, a white column dress with a high neck and long sleeves, conservative enough for the church, with only a V-shaped back that nearly reached the small of mine. Its only hint of sex that was still very church-appropriate. It came with a train that was puddled around my feet, but I could imagine it spilling behind me, a cascade of white on the church stairs. Oh, Janie, Skylar murmured, then reached up to dab at her eyes. You look... wow. I know, I said, staring at myself in the mirror. If I were thinking right, I'd choose something else. Something that didn't feel like the only dress I'd want to wear if I were getting married for real. Something that helped remind me this was just a charade. But as I looked at myself in the mirror, saw for once not a quirky, funky person, but a real beauty. Pink hair and all. And I knew there was no way I'd be leaving this dress on the hanger. Just, Jane, I think you need to call your mom, Skylar said. How are you going to feel if your own mother misses your wedding? I looked in the mirror and saw guilt written all over my face. Skylar was right. Maybe I didn't need to tell Una everything about this arrangement, but I did need to tell her something. When I turned back around, Skylar had already pulled my phone out of my purse. I dialed the number and held it gingerly to my ear. Oma? I said, my voice so much quieter than I ever thought it could be. I felt like a little girl again. Oma? I have news. I'm getting married. Chapter 19. So your mom gets here when? Tomorrow night, I said. Her flight arrives at JFK at 9, and Eric's sending a driver to bring her out here immediately. Skylar and I were driving up to the Hamptons. The engagement party was scheduled the following day, but Celeste insisted I arrive early with the rest of the family to help everyone prepare for the events. It was part of hostessing, she said, after making several more comments about my hair that even had Gemma looking embarrassed on my behalf. And since I was about to be the new female head of the DeVries family, this was stated with no little disdain. It was imperative that I learn to do it right, which apparently meant learning to drink a lot of gin by the pool, wear a bunch of ice cream cone outfits, and look bored. The family included Eric's mother, Heather, and her current husband, his Aunt Violet and Uncle Fisher, Nina and her family, plus a giant array of great uncles and aunts, their kids and their kids' kids, all of whom would apparently fit easily onto this estate along with several sets of guests, including the Crosby Sterlings. Brandon had driven the kids himself earlier so they could have fun at the pool instead of being stuck in the city. No doubt the ladies who lunched were more than happy to hostess him. My mother was arriving the night of the party, hopefully in time to meet some of my to-be in-laws and get used to the idea that her daughter would be living like this for a while. I wasn't sure how she would respond. She wanted me to be well off, of course. I knew that. But the kind of wealth the DeVries commanded was pretty much unfathomable to most. It would be overwhelming to anyone. Eric had to stay at the office a bit longer. The plan was for him to arrive for dinner that night after I spent the afternoon welcoming the DeVries family's guests to their sprawling estate. And sprawling it was. Holy shit, I murmured as David, Skylar's driver, took us down the last of several winding roads off the main drive toward the ocean. A massive house, if you could even call the shingled behemoth that, arose in front of us at the center of what had to be at least 50 acres of open property. We passed a full orchard, several ponds, 2 separate tennis courts, 3 pools, and multiple guest houses before we came to a stop in the massive roundabout driveway full of very expensive cars. I spotted 2 Bentleys and 1 Maserati. Who needs that much horsepower? Skylar wondered. I'm fine with my Prius. The house itself, though, was even more impressive. It was a huge white monolith, complete with massive Doric columns and windowed walls that extended endlessly in either direction. The gardens included rows of blooming roses, and I recognized one corner of the side of the family portrait in Celeste's sitting room. This wasn't a house, I realized. It was a palace. David rounded the circular driveway and came to a stop in front of a cascade of steps from a grand main entrance. Garrett the butler emerged and walked briskly down the steps to greet us. Even in the warm July sun, he was still dressed in full tails and a stiff white collar. "Ms. Lefferts," he droned as he opened our door. "Do you ever get a day off, Garrett?" I asked as I got out, followed by Skylar. The stolid old butler gave me a droll look. "Certainly not, miss. And I wouldn't want one either." "Garrett, you remember my friend and lawyer, Skylar Crosby? Her husband and kids should have arrived this morning." "Indeed they have. Shall I have your baggage brought up to your suites in the West Wing?" I nodded. Suites? Wings? I suppose that made sense. "Sure," I said. "The suites work, I guess. Where is everyone right now?" "The pool, miss." "Wow," Skylar murmured as we followed Garrett up the steps into the house. Our feet rapped on the marble floors as we walked through a yawning entry hall lined with gleaming silver sconces. "This place is insane." I gave her a funny look. "Sky, you do remember that you and Brandon are worth almost as much, right?" She shook her head. "It's just a bank account, Janie. Our house is nice, sure, but it's not this place. It's not a castle." And this house certainly was. After I prodded him for a tour, Garrett smugly informed us that the estate boasted 7 suites across 3 wings, plus 10 extra bedrooms, for a total of 37 bedrooms in the entire place, on top of a separate servants' quarters in the basement, 4 living rooms, 2 game rooms, 3 kitchens, and a whole other bunch of rooms that I couldn't even begin to remember. He led us down a huge tiled hall that reminded me again of Versailles, before taking us outside through the biggest French doors I had ever seen. We entered a massive pool area, complete with an outdoor kitchen on one side, another tails-wearing bartender on the other making cocktails, and several sets of outdoor furniture surrounding a huge kidney-shaped pool. Behind that, grassy grounds spilled toward the dunes and the Atlantic Ocean, the roar of which could be heard above the hum of people. Garrett darted in front of us. "Are you going to announce us like royalty, Jeeves?" I joked as he stopped by the pool. "Ms. Lefferts and Mrs. Sterling," Garrett droned, and immediately turned on his stuck-up heel and re-entered the house. "Well, I guess that answers that question," I muttered, as the other 10 occupants around the pool turned to see who had arrived. "It's Crosby," Skylar called, though Garrett paid her absolutely no mind. She shook her head. "Freaking patriarchy." It was a bit much for a patio full of family. I spotted Nina and her husband at the far end with their daughter, standing with some of the other cousins and friends I had met at that first dinner. Everyone appraised us quickly and turned back to their gin and tonics, utterly unimpressed. On the other side of the pool, the older crowd was stretched out on loungers or drinking under wide umbrellas. A few people looked over their giant sunglasses at me with bored expressions before falling back onto their sun loungers. Under a giant umbrella sat Celeste DeVries herself, fast asleep beside a tall gilded cage of birds, mostly parakeets from the look of it. They were all different colors, their chirps providing a little music to the otherwise humdrum scene. One chirped more loudly than the others, and Celeste gave a snort before sinking back into her nap. Skylar immediately located Brandon in the pool, entertaining a bunch of kids. Once he spotted her too, he pulled himself out of the water. Several of the sunglasses, mostly females, but not all, I noticed, dropped again at the sight of his big body glistening in the summer sun. "Thank God," Brandon said as he bounded over to us. "The party finally arrived." I pushed my glasses down too. Skylar rolled her eyes. She didn't care if I inspected the man Candy she called a husband, especially when said Candy was 6 feet 4 inches of stacked muscle. Brandon might have been 42, but he was a fox. A little too big for my taste, but nice to admire nonetheless. "Jane, stop looking at me like a piece of meat," Brandon said as he toweled off. "Then stop walking around looking like one," I retorted as I accepted his kiss on my cheek. "Get a beer belly like most men your age, why don't you?" "I would if I thought my wife would like it." It was sweet, but sort of nauseating. Okay, and maybe a little jealousy-inducing too. Would I turn a guy away if he looked at me the way Brandon looked at Skylar? Hard to say, since no one ever had. Except Eric. That voice inside was talking again. The one that kept telling me it was a bad idea to marry my ex. One of the only real relationships I've ever had. A voice I'd been steadfastly ignoring. Shut up, you. Great. This wedding was turning me into a schizophrenic. Freaking perfect. Jane! We turned to find Caitlin Calvert striding across the patio, looking effortlessly beautiful. Her long honey brown hair fell in waves down her back. Looked like someone got herself a new ombre color job. Her open white kimono revealed a perfectly sun-kissed, Pilates-toned body clad in a blue and white striped bandeau bikini. She was preppy, cool, classic. Everything I was not. "What a fantastic dress," she said as she delivered a few air kisses to me. I looked down at the yellow wrap dress I had sewn last summer. It was one of my favorite things I'd ever made. Square neck with pockets in the sides, plus embroidered red and black flowers over the A-line skirt. Cute, but not overdone.
Next to Caitlin, I felt like a peasant bumblebee.
"Hello," I said. I wasn't expecting you here this weekend."
Caitlin laughed, bright and airy in the sunlight. 2 diamond tennis bracelets sparkled on her wrist, a lot different than the collection of leather and brass bands on mine.
"Oh, you're funny," she said. "I'd never miss the DeVries white party, Jane. I'm practically one of the family, remember? You'll soon discover that I'm pretty hard to get rid of." "Like a yeast infection,"
Skylar whispered into my ear. I snorted. Brandon looked red in the face.
"What's that?" Caitlin asked.
Nothing," I said. "It's great that you feel so close to all of them. Maybe you can teach me how." She smiled brilliantly.
"Love to."
She turned to Skylar, who was looking her over critically.
"And it's Skylar, right? Bea has been talking nonstop about you. I'm so glad we get to meet again."
Skylar glanced at Brandon.
"Have you, Bea?"
The man at least had the decency to blush as he pulled his wife closer, apparently not caring at all if he got her sundress wet in the process. "Well, you're worth bragging about, Red." Skylar softened.
"It's nice to meet you,"
she said, shaking Caitlin's hand when Brandon wouldn't release her. Caitlin turned to me.
"No E?"
Skylar arched a brow at yet another letter-based abbreviation, and I bit back the urge to laugh. Was Caitlin trying to advertise her knowledge of the alphabet?
"He's coming tonight," I replied. "Well, good," Caitlin said with a friendly smile. "We'll all have a little more time to get to know each other, won't we?"
She winked at all of us, then sashayed back to Nina and the other cousins watching us.
"Where are the kids?"
Skylar asked Brandon. "Lewis is napping in our room. Red, don't worry, there's a nanny up there, and Jenny's still in the pool with the other kids." He nodded toward their daughter, whose bright red hair glowed in a sea of blonde.
"Brandon," they shouted, "come play King of the Mountain."
"Be right there," he called back. He turned to Skylar. "You coming, babe?"
"Come on, Mommy," Jenny's little voice rang out. "Let me go change," Skylar said. "We'll go grab our suits and be right back."
Brandon jumped back into the pool with a howl that started Celeste out of her sleep, though she fell right back in. But when Skylar turned to go inside, I was stuck in place.
"Janie?" she asked. "What's wrong?"
"Shit," I gritted out as I looked around the pool, struck by sudden realization. 2 things were immediately clear. 1, I stuck out. That was nothing new, as Celeste had informed me at the bridal shop. But my pink hair was even more vibrantly odd-looking here than it was in the city. That was uncomfortable, but I could deal with it. The other, unfortunately, I could not. I turned to Skylar, my face already flushed. I forgot something." Her face screwed up.
"What did you forget? Oh my God, Janie, you didn't forget your dress for the party, did you?"
I shook my head.
No, not that. Okay. So I didn't realize there would be a pool here, and that people would be around it."
Skylar looked around.
"You didn't bring a suit?" "No, I brought a suit, but I'm not prepared to wear it, if you know what I mean."
Skylar looked at me blankly before realization dawned over her freckled face.
"You are kidding me. You came to a Hamptons beach party without getting a... Can you not yell it for everyone to hear?"
Skylar rolled her eyes.
"You are ridiculous. Okay, fine. We'll get David and see if we can't find you a place in Southampton that will do a walk-in." "I don't have time for that, Sky. Plus, everyone is going to wonder where I went. It's fine. I'll just, I don't know, not wear a suit and manage." "Jane, you're going to be on a beach for several days. Are you going to be the one weirdo who doesn't go in the ocean? It will be you, Celeste DeVries, and Eric's great-uncles, landlubber." My horror must have been evident, because Skylar started to laugh. It wasn't funny, though. Eric's Uncle Rufus had been known to cop a feel after he had too many gin and tonics. "I'll just go into town and get some Sally Hansen at the supermarket or something," I said. "I can take care of this myself." "Dude, you don't know if they're going to have that." "Well, I don't have time to track down a stupid spa right now, Skylar." She shook her head, chuckling to herself. Fine. I have some you can use, okay? I was going to do my brows tonight, but I'll tweeze instead." I looked at her hopefully. "For real?" She grinned. "Yeah. What are best friends for, if not to share their extra waxing kits?" Chapter 20. 30 minutes later, I was standing in the bathroom of my suite. I was pretty sure that right now the entire kitchen staff of the estate was convinced I was a drug runner, considering the way I'd snuck Skylar's jar of wax down to the microwave and back. Nervous, I was. A ninja, not so much. My underwear and shorts were in a corner by the enormous tub, and I was awkwardly balanced on one leg, with my other foot propped up on the counter, spread eagle so I could examine the goods while I worked. "All right," I said as I dipped an applicator into the honey-colored goo. I stared at the directions. "Spread in a thin, even layer." I shrugged. "How hard can it be?" Just as I was about to slap on a bit of the wax, a loud knock sounded at the door, startling me to the point where I tumbled to the ground. "Shit!" I cried, checking that the wax hadn't spilled too. It had not, thank God. The applicator, however, was now stuck to the side of the toilet bowl. "Shit!" I muttered again. The wax left a giant wax blob on the side of the porcelain. Well, that was going to be fun to get off. "Jane, everything all right?" I scrambled up. "Eric, is that you?" "Yeah, I decided to leave early. Can I come in? I want to talk to you." I frowned at the mirror. "You want to come in the bathroom?" "Oh, right. I guess not." There was an audible chuckle as I went about getting back into position. I tossed the old applicator into the trash and grabbed a new one, then dipped it in the warm wax again and set to work. "Hey, Jane?" Yeah?" I asked as I slathered a thick glop of wax on my inner thigh, right at my panty line. It felt pretty good, actually. "Are you? There isn't anything I need to know about you before this weekend, is there? Something you should have told me?" I froze, staring at myself in the mirror. How could he have known I hadn't waxed? Did Skylar tell him, that little snitch? Because you can tell me," Eric continued. "I wouldn't judge." "Oh, no?" As carefully as I could, I continued applying the wax under my leg, balancing precariously with my heel on the counter. Not bad looking, Lefferts, I told myself, admiring my reflection. Hey, it's a body part that should be admired. No shame in this game. "It's nothing," I called back to Eric. "It's really nothing." "Jane," Eric pressed. "Whatever it is, you can tell me." I frowned at the mirror, trying to figure out how exactly I was going to do this as I pressed on one of the white woven papers. Clearly, it wasn't getting the wax on that was the hard part. It was the getting it off. And I didn't have a snarky esthetician hovering next to my butt, ready to rip the thing away. All I had were my hands, coming from the opposite direction. "Eric, I don't think you really want to know about this," I said, grimacing. I reached under my leg and took hold of a strip. Here goes nothing. With as much bravado as I could muster, I yanked on the strip as hard as I could. Rip! I stared at the mirror, my mouth gaping in an open, silent scream. I was basically the human incarnation of an Edvard Munch painting, right here in the Swarovski-encrusted bathroom. Holy shit, that hurt! "Jane," Eric was calling. "You okay in there?" Jesus fucking Christ, I whimpered to myself as I hopped around the bathroom floor. willing away the pain searing one half of my crotch. It wasn't like I had never waxed my eyebrows or anything like that before. But I was the daughter of an esthetician. I threaded naturally. And since my adolescent acts of rebellion had consisted of shaving, not waxing, much to my mother's irritation, it had been well over 15 years since I'd come anywhere near this shit. Fucking idiot teenager. Why? I whined. Why would anyone do this to themselves?
Jane. Eric's voice was growing frantic as he knocked on the door. Jane, are you all right?
Fine, I shouted back. I just need a second.
Jane, what's going on?
Ignoring Eric's calls, I slapped more wax on the other side, being more generous this time. I didn't want this to take any more time than it had to.
Just like pulling off a Band-Aid, she says, I muttered.
God, I'm going to kill Skylar. I could do this. I could be done, and then I could go downstairs and enjoy the stupid party like a grown-up, Crayola hair and all. I just had to do it. Press and tear. Get this shit off, then sneak out of this mausoleum to find someone who could do the job right. Like I should have done in the first place. I squealed, unable to do it. Fuck, I really couldn't. It hurt so bad.
Jane?
Fuck. Yeah?
Everything all right in there?
No, it wasn't. I couldn't. But then I stared into the mirror at pitiful me. Lord, if the matriarch could see me now.
Put on your big girl pants, soldier. I saluted myself in the mirror, pressed the paper over the spot, and pulled.
And couldn't get it off. Ow! I screeched as I toppled to the ground. Fucking shit! Ow! The harder I yanked, the harder the strip pulled on everything else it was attached to. But nothing came off, and the more it all hurt.
Jane? Jane, what is it?
Before I could tell him not to, Eric slammed against the door. Once, twice, and on the third try, he toppled into the room, sending me, the box of papers and applicators, and my waxy mess of a cooch to the floor. In his light blue suit pants and white shirt, jacket and tie removed, he looked like he had come directly from the office. A light sheen of sweat gleamed on his forehead, and he had the hint of a golden 5 o'clock shadow around his razor-sharp jaw. If I hadn't been so fucking mortified, I might have jumped him. As it was, that was not the case. Oh my God, Eric, get out! I screeched, shoving him away and then scrambling up by the shower.
What the hell are you doing in here?
He shouted, taking in the mess on the counter and floors, and my Donald ducking naked ass with it.
What is that shit on the toilet? And why don't you have any pants on? And what the fuck is on your pussy?
Get out! When he didn't move, I grabbed the shower curtain behind me and whipped it around my front. Eric, I said. His mouth twitched as he looked me over.
Yes?
Stop looking at me. He did not. I threw a hand towel at him, which he batted away. Eric, can you please get the hell out of this bathroom and get Skylar? But he didn't move. Instead, his gaze focused on the spot covered by the shower curtain, which was clear, of course.
She was in the pool with the kids. Should I get my cousin? Or Caitlin? They were both down there.
No! I yelped. The last thing I needed was for the resident ice queen or Blair Waldorf to witness this atrocity. I had never wanted my mother so badly in my life. If anyone could fix this mess, it was her. No, I said a little more calmly. I just need some help. Eric tipped his head, and his mouth twitched again. No, I couldn't ask him. Could I?
Well, it's not like he hasn't seen it before.
I sighed. It was either that or send him with news of my shame to the cast of The Great Gatsby lounging around the DeVries estate. No, thank you. Fine, I said. Fine, you want to know my secret? Eric leaned against the sink and crossed one ankle over the other, like he was settling in for a good story. Please. I rolled my eyes. You could be a little less smug about it. He didn't answer, just tipped his head and waited. I've never waxed before, and I decided I needed to do this because I didn't know this was a pool party, and now everything is stuck and I can't get it off. Stop laughing! But it was too late. By the time I was done spitting out my predicament, Eric was bent fully over, clutching his belly while he laughed so violently tears were streaming down his face and not a single sound could make it out. You're an asshole. I clutched the curtain to my midsection. Not that it did any fucking good. Oh, shit. Eric stood back up, wiping his eyes. Oh, Jesus, I really needed that today. Asshole. That's you. Oh, come on, Jane. It's hilarious. You have to admit. I did not. And I would not. Eric picked up the paper and applicators scattered around the floor, then set them back on the counter next to the hot wax that had thankfully not fallen. I can't imagine what the staff was thinking when you snuck this in and out of the kitchens. No one saw me, I lied defensively. I was like a cat. A cat with pink hair, Eric said. I'm sure you were really stealthy. All right, Pink Panther, let's see what we have here. He picked up the box and read through the direction, his brow furrowing. Christ, Petrie, it's not tort reform. You just reach down and yank, I said. Is that why you were able to do it? I don't have a good angle from here, I retorted, pressing the shower curtain over my waist more when he glanced down again. Eric set the box back on the counter, then beckoned me over. Come on, Lefferts, let's have a look. The smug look on his face almost had me screaming at him to get out again. But the desire not to be sticky and uncomfortable won out, so I edged over to the counter, holding the edge of the shower curtain as far as it would extend. Eric walked the other 3 steps next to me and tipped his head. Drop trowel, Lefferts. I can't help you if you're covering it up like the Amish. I scowled at him. He just started laughing all over again. You are never allowed to breathe a word of this to anyone, I told him. Promise. He bit his lip, though merriment danced in his eyes. Scout's honor. Were you even a Boy Scout? The grin widened. No. I wanted to, but I wasn't allowed. I cast my eyes to the crown-molded ceiling. God fucking help me. I dropped the curtain, then sat my naked ass on the counter, spreading my leg on the one side that needed the help, while I awkwardly covered the rest of me with the spread hand. I'm sure you can imagine how well that worked. See that strip? I asked. I want it off. Then I can bury my head in the sand where it belongs. Yeah, Eric said in a tone that right now wasn't quite so merry. I see it. He bent down to examine the situation, and it was then that I made the mistake of looking too. There was Eric's face, next to the unmentionables that I generally had no problem mentioning, staring at them like they were a buffet, and he a starving man. A flush traveled up my body, starting at my toes and reaching my head in just a few seconds. I swallowed heavily. Are you going to do anything? Eric looked up with a smirk. I'm just enjoying the view. Moving slowly, his hand, strong and capable, pressed over the waxed paper, into the skin I'd just been torturing moments before. I sagged backward against the mirror and took a deep breath, staring up at the ceiling and trying to pretend like I wasn't in this position. When he still didn't do anything, I scowled. You're being a pervert. Just pull off the damn strip, Petri dish. All in good time, He clicked his tongue, which, of course, only reminded me exactly what he could do with it. Bastard. All right, I'm going to count to 3 and rip it off, he said as he secured a solid hold on the strip. Ready? 1. Yow! I glared at Eric as he tossed the strip into the garbage and then grinned at me from his crouch. You fucker! You said 3! He shrugged and stood. You would have flinched. Now, come here. I wiggled around like a drunk 2-year-old, dancing away the pain. Fuck! Why don't they tell you how bad it's going to hurt? Jesus, Eric, make it stop! The words flew out of my mouth, and before I could stop them, Eric grabbed my naked thighs, pushed me back onto the counter, and suddenly he was kissing me. His mouth was soft, pliant, and tasted mildly of the champagne that was already flowing like water by the pool. Before I could stop, my tongue slipped out to twist with his, and my arms were tangled around his neck, urging him closer. It was a solid minute before one of us, pulled away, leaving his lips slightly reddened with the remnants of my lipstick. But something else hadn't pulled away. I looked down to where his fingers had slipped between my thighs, coated with oil, and massaging the slightly reddened spot where the wax used to be. I shuddered. The arm around my waist didn't move. You sneak. What are you doing? The directions said to apply this right after. Eric nodded at the small bottle of blue azoline oil lying innocuously on the counter. But he sounded as breathless as I felt. He was close. Too close. Close enough that his mouth still hovered over mine. That I could still practically taste the sweet residue of champagne on his breath. I willed my arms to leave his shoulders, but they didn't. Instead, they just kept him close. I said, what were you doing when you kissed me? And why don't you do it again? A muscle in the side of his neck fluttered as he swallowed, staring at my mouth. You asked me to make it stop. I did what I thought would work. His eyes flickered up, cocky and searching at the same time. You used to say my kisses were mind-melting, right? The scents in the small room grew suddenly more pungent. The pine scent of the wax, of course, plus the lavender-scented oil. Him, of course. That always tantalizing mix of linen and cologne. And now, underlying those scents was me. The desire that had been growing for the last months. How many times had I imagined him touching me exactly like this while I lay in bed at night? How many times had I rehashed that last crazy night together in Boston before we decided to get married? I would have expected the growing camaraderie between us to have numbed this strange, odd desire I always seemed to feel around him. But instead, the comfort of living with Eric had only seemed to make it worse. I wasn't sure I had ever wanted someone this way. I wasn't sure I ever would again. And that idea scared the crap out of me. I think that's probably good, I whispered, though he continued to rub the same spot. His fingers slipped down into the crease where my leg connected to my torso, tickling the boundary of where I still had hair, the place where things started to get very sensitive. Jane. His voice was a shudder, a deep quake that rumbled within us both. I blinked. My glasses were literally fogging up. Carefully, I removed them and set them on the counter. This close, I could see everything about him with crystal clarity anyway. The question was whether that was even a good thing. Please don't tell me to stop, Eric whispered. His lips hovered maybe an inch from mine, close enough that his breath was warm on my skin.
Will you? Will you let me? God, I can't stop thinking about it. Can you?
His fingers tickled closer, drifting over the sensitive layers of skin, hovering over my clit. I arched slightly. All the pain was gone, and now I just wanted to feel... Well, I wanted to feel what I had only given myself for the past several months. Good Lord, I was dying for it.
You need to say it, Eric growled.
He stared at his hand, completely absorbed with its progress.
I can't do this unless you say it. I promised.
Eric, my voice was hardly audible. I could barely think. We shouldn't, right?
Right.
But he didn't stop. Instead, his fingers made contact, exploring the terrain, in just that spot, like he had never seen or touched it before. His touch was gentle, but every so often his fingers would dip a little farther, coating themselves with my desire. And every time I would shake a little more.
I just want to see you fall apart, pretty girl, Eric whispered.
His lips blew soft, hypnotic circles over my neck.
Please tell me I can at least do that. I know you need it, Jane. I've heard you, just like I know you've heard me too.
The tension that had been building for the last several weeks was suddenly unbearable. I stared down to where he obviously strained against the zipper of his pants. Like a woman in a trance, I reached down and unbuttoned his pants, then tugged down the waistband of his boxers to release him. My stomach clenched as he fell into my hand, heavy and solid. He was beautiful. So fucking perfect.
Oof.
Eric's voice was muffled against my bare shoulder.
Jane.
Through the window, I could hear the sounds of the growing crowds outside the window, the family assembling for dinner that night on the patio. But in here, I was consumed with the man in front of me, absorbed with the sight of his cock as I stroked him, watched it tremble in my hand. Eric's fingers found my clit and pressed slightly as his cheek scratched mine.
Jane, please.
It was funny. Usually I was the one begging him. Okay, I whispered. Let's fall apart together. No sooner had the words left my lips than two of those dexterous fingers slipped into my waiting pussy. I arched into him, wanting to take him deeper, wishing on some primordial level that they were the throbbing cock currently in my hand and not just the fingers breaking down my barriers. Fuck, I hissed as he curved them upward while his thumb clamped over my clit. They began to move in tandem, over that bundle of nerves that was desperate for this exact touch.
You have no idea, Eric growled. No fucking clue how bad I want you right now, gorgeous.
My hand moved faster, and with a growl, Eric bent down and bit my nipple, right through the thin white cotton of my t-shirt. Ow, I squealed. But with my free hand, I kept his head right where it was, allowed him to suck and torture just the right way, while his hand continued its other sweet torture. Oh, Christ, I mumbled as the tension grew and grew. Eric, shit. Oh, my God.
I want to see it, Jane, he murmured,
though his own voice had long since lost its clarity. He buried his face into my neck, allowed his hips to move in time with his fingers, effectively fucking my hand the same way his fingers were fucking my pussy. He might have begged me in the beginning, but the man was completely in control. "Eric!" I cried as my orgasm overtook me. Top to bottom, I shook, the high of his touch flying through my entire body with the force of a tidal wave. It wasn't just the effect of the moment. It was the effect of 2 full months of wanting this, needing it. Eric swore profusely as he thrust into my limp hand a few more times, and then spilled himself all over my thigh, the crease of my hip, my lower stomach, and my pussy. I stared at the mess as my breath slowly returned to normal. I was in no hurry to clean it up. For some reason, I liked it. I liked seeing the evidence of Eric's loss of control. All over me. His lips found mine again with another kiss. This one sweeter, almost sad. "Jane." He pressed a towel to my naked lower half, covering up the remnants of his release. The sound of my name pulled me closer to reality. We weren't supposed to be doing this. It was only going to make things messier. I broke the kiss, then took the cloth away and finished the job myself, hopping down from the counter and grabbing another of the towels hanging from the racks to wrap around my waist. "Jane," Eric said again, beckoning me back to the moment. But it had passed. I didn't know what it was exactly, or why, but I knew I didn't want to ruin whatever we had built these last several weeks. "It's fine," I said, turning to the shower. God, I was a complete fucking mess. My white shirt was damp over my braless nipple. My neck looked like someone had scraped a straight razor over it. And my legs were a goddamn disaster. There was no way I'd be walking in a bathing suit around the pool. I needed to find a muumuu. Stat. "Is there anything else I can help with?" I didn't think he meant to sound so playful, but it did. I glanced over my shoulder, but found I couldn't quite look at him. "No," I said quietly. "I just need to clean up, and I'll be down for dinner." I forced myself to turn around and look at him, so he would see he hadn't totally broken down every barrier I had. He definitely had. Eric had already put himself back together. Everything tucked and zipped away. Every hair smoothed back into place. His bright white shirt didn't even have a single wrinkle. Meanwhile, I probably had makeup smudged across my face like a battered clown, and I still wasn't wearing any pants. "Okay?" I said, tipping my head toward the door. He gave me a long look, sweeping his dark gray eyes over the messy contents of the bathroom, but landing back on me, staying on me. "Okay," he said finally, and then left me to ponder exactly what line we had just crossed. What we had just done. Chapter 21. They weren't big things. They were little, seemingly inconsequential. Not the kind of prank someone over the age of, 12 would actually do. It started with sand instead of salt. The night Eric arrived, after the waxing debacle, we were eating dinner on the grand patio next to the west wing of the house. Maybe it happened after Eric had poured me my third glass of Sancerre and winked at me. Maybe it happened when he draped his hand over the back of my chair and traced circles on my shoulder for a solid 5 minutes, while Caitlin and Nina stared at us, stony-faced, from my other side. Or maybe it happened when he caught me watching his full lips as he smiled, then snuck another kiss just because he could. Just because there was an audience, I supposed. At the far end of the table, Celeste DeVries hid a smile behind her napkin and made another comment about my hair. Eric tugged a strand and said he hoped I dyed it purple next time. Everyone laughed, but his eyes shone, and my heart gave a big chest-shaking thump. I didn't know what was happening between us anymore. So maybe that was why. When I took a bite of my perfectly seared scallops, I almost didn't realize that someone had sprinkled sand over the top of them instead of salt.
Everything all right?
Eric asked. He still hadn't moved his arm from around my shoulder. I wanted to ask him why he was touching me like that. We had agreed to be somewhat affectionate around his grandmother, so she wouldn't think this was a complete farce. But he hadn't stopped touching me all night. Gripping my thigh, caressing my fingers. Some weird door had opened, and Eric was charging through it. But I had no idea where it started. Was there a lock? Had I inadvertently tossed away the key? His eyes, so gray and deep, seemed sincere in their concern. The mask had dropped again. I blinked, staring at my food. Took another forkful and examined it. Yeah, that was definitely sand, not salt. Luckily, pushing one's $39.99 per pound food around seemed to be the normal habit at this table, so I wasn't alone in not finishing my plate. I was just probably the only one who had actually wanted to consume all of its contents. "Don't give her a hard time, Eric," Caitlin called out. "She's got a wedding to prepare for." "I'm fine," I said, as I took a bite of potatoes, which were definitely sandless. Eric pressed another kiss to my shoulder and went back to his food. I shivered and stared at mine, unsure of what to do. "Gordon's food is so heavy, isn't it?" Caitlin said conspiratorially, as some of the other serving staff whisked away our still full plates. "Gordon?" She smiled. "The cook, silly. He's been with the family for years. I swear, the scallops were swimming in so much butter, I'll have to double my trainer's hours next week." "There was a lot of butter," I said, more wistful than not. I wouldn't have minded the butter. All of it. Was it the kitchen staff? Or the other girls, Nina and Carly, one of Eric's second cousins, winking at Caitlin across the table?
Everything all right? Eric asked for the fourth time.
I started to tell him what I'd eaten, but ended up remaining quiet. I honestly didn't know, and I wasn't about to make a fuss. They wouldn't do this. Not now. Not after I had spent months at this point trying to endear myself to a family that really didn't seem as given to drama as Eric had described. Whatever happened with his fiancée seemed like a long time ago now.
"Well, good," he said as the salad course arrived. "I just hope you're getting enough to eat. You barely touched the fish, and the beurre blanc is one of Gordon's specialties."
"Oh, be reasonable," Caitlin cackled, reaching around my shoulder to touch Eric on the neck. He grinned. My stomach turned to ice. "Jane has a wedding to prepare for," she said. "For my last one, I didn't eat for a month so I could fit into my dresses." She winked conspiratorially at me. On the far end of the dining table, Skylar glared at Caitlin. "How many times have you been married, Caitlin?" she asked casually. "Just twice," Caitlin said through a thin smile. "Sometimes it takes a moment before you find the right one. Isn't that right, E?"
Eric shifted uncomfortably. "I suppose." He took a long drink of his wine.
"It's too bad your wedding won't be a quieter affair," Caitlin continued as she toyed with her beets. "Since Jane doesn't seem to be one of those appearance-driven types. Lucky her. Wouldn't it be nice if we all lived like that?"
I put my fork down on my plate.
"What in the hell?"
"Actually, Jane's got a pretty amazing eye," Eric said. "You should see what she's done to our apartment, Kate."
"Is that right?" Eric nodded wholeheartedly and smiled at me in a way that made my chest bloom.
"It's amazing. She does the same thing with clothes. You know she designs, right?"
Caitlin looked me over with renewed appraisal. Really? I nodded, somewhat shy. I do. I made this dress, actually.
She made her dress for the party, Eric continued to brag.
From down the table, I caught Skylar watching him over the rim of her glass as she elbowed Brandon in the side. Eric just looked at me.
She's really talented.
I didn't even know what Caitlin said next. All I could see was the way Eric continued to hold my gaze like I was the only person in the room. And the only thing I could think about was the way I couldn't stop looking back. A plate of fresh, impossibly green spinach salad was placed in front of me, and the scallops and dresses were forgotten as Eric slipped a hand under the table to clutch my thigh again, his fingers drifting just above the spot he had touched much more intimately only an hour or so before. Unable to help myself, I lay my head on his shoulder, and I thought I could feel his smile against my hair. "Thanks," I said, quiet enough that only he could hear. A brief but tender kiss was pressed to my forehead.
"Any time, Lefferts,"
he said just as quietly.
"I got your back. Don't forget it."
I sat up and turned back to my food, relieved to find that there was no sand on my salad. But when I took a drink of my wine, it suddenly tasted like vinegar. The next day, after spending the morning playing croquet with the Crosby Sterlings, I returned to my room to find that all of my shoes had gone missing. Every single one. The only thing that remained was a crudely drawn map. A treasure map of the sort small children make when they pretend they're pirates. It took a while, but eventually I found them in a pile on the beach, close to a half-mile away. Buried in the sand with a sign over them in clumsy letters that read, "X marks the spot." "Buried treasure," I said to Brandon, who had walked with me out to the crime scene. I hadn't bothered to tell Eric, not wanting him to worry. You know, like a pirate digging for gold. It's actually kind of witty. Brandon squatted down and helped me dig shoe after shoe out of the dune. Nothing was too severely damaged, though they had been there for hours. I was mostly pissed off that the Jimmy Choos I'd purchased for the engagement party were left by the salt water for so long. Leather shrinks, you know. "I'm more concerned that whoever did this thought it was a good prank," I said as we trudged the shoes back to the house. "It took too long, you know? And the gold digger reference is kind of obvious, isn't it?" Brandon didn't look amused.
"Jane, who doesn't want you here? This isn't just a prank."
I looked down at my armful of shoes. Well, how about everyone?" I tried not to sound bitter.
"Celeste seems to like you," he said, "and I have it on good authority that she pretty much hates everyone."
"She hates my hair," I said, as we maneuvered around a big driftwood log.
"Yeah, but that's pretty obviously in a loves-to-hate sort of way."
I pondered that as we continued past kids flying kites and other people sunbathing on the wide, white beach. Finally, we reached the trail that led back to the house, and Brandon followed me between the grassy dunes. "It's just a prank," I said. "No harm, no foul, right?" Brandon glanced at me over an armful of shoes.
"I think the real concern is why you felt you needed 10 pairs of shoes for a weekend getaway."
I shrugged, clutching my favorite gold strappy sandals to my chest. "A girl has to have options, you know." I had hoped that would be it, but when I returned to my room, there was another surprise. Brandon and I dropped my shoes in the closet, only to find a giant pile of dirt on the bed, along with a shovel, and a note that read, "Happy digging." Brandon shook his head. All humor had deserted us.
"I'm going to get Eric."
He left, and I didn't argue as I surveyed the mess. There was at least 5 pounds of sandy soil in the middle of this pristine bedroom. I glanced around. It wasn't anywhere else. Not in my closet. All my clothes seemed untouched. and there was no trace of who might have done this. No silly map or drawing. Nothing. But as I approached the pile, I noticed something peculiar. It gleamed.
What the hell is that?
I looked up. That was quick. Did Brandon find you?
Eric shook his head as he strode into the room somewhat sweaty, dressed in a white polo and shorts, carrying a tennis racket.
Whatever he said, he seemed to be getting back into the groove of family routine more smoothly than he'd initially let on.
Tennis whites looked damn good on him.
Plus, I saw him at night, fingering the pictures scattered around the house and in our room. There was a part of him that missed being a part of this massive clan after all these years. But he was still wary, especially in moments like these. I stood up, revealing the mess, too preoccupied to notice the way his polo shirt stuck to his body. Sleeping one room away from the man had been nearly impossible last night after our strange interlude.
"What is that?"
he asked again, oblivious to my gawking. "It's dirt," I said, and I bent down. "Well, if it's not gold, it's supposed to be. Mixed in. It's almost creative, actually. This is better than the shoes, or the sand. Although now I'm wondering if that sand was supposed to be gold as well. I didn't look very closely. It might have been camouflaged by the butter."
"Jane, what are you talking about?"
I sat on the edge of the vanity across from the bed and recounted the pranks of the last 24 hours.
"Who did this?"
His voice was sharp, demanding, almost like he blamed it on me. I shrugged him away. How would I know? There are about 25 people staying in this house right now, along with a whole menagerie of children. Honestly, it's just as possible one of the kids overheard someone else using the term and decided to play a little joke. Haze the newcomer or whatever. I looked away, not wanting to show how much that idea hurt. I'd been getting along with the kids here more than anyone else aside from Celeste, thanks to Jenny, my goddaughter. That they would be this cruel felt pretty shitty.
"That still means that someone's been saying those things, Jane," Eric pointed out. "It's not okay."
Hey, I reached out and touched a hand to his sleeve. His arm was tense, very tense. Eric looked down at my hand, then back up at me. And then, before I could stop him, he slipped his hand behind my neck and kissed me, hard and fast. So quickly that by the time he finished, I had only just registered what was happening as I stumbled back and my legs hit the bed.
"Sorry,"
he said as he released me.
"I just had to." "You're a brick, Jane," he uttered.
"Fucking amazing." He stared at my mouth, like he wanted to do it again. Hell, I wanted him to do it again. That little interlude in the bathroom hadn't done a damn thing to stifle this utter craving I was dealing with. But we still hadn't talked about what happened last night. Instead, we'd both fallen into our separate bedrooms with wine-addled goodnights. I couldn't speak for him, but I wasn't sure I was ready for where that conversation might go. "Eric."
I know,
he said, stepping back with a rueful shake of his head.
"You gotta give me these moments, Jane. I can't always be as in control as you."
I frowned. I was the one in control? Most of the time when he was around, I felt 2 seconds from spinning out.
"Well, if we're not going to confront anyone, what do you think about getting out of here for the afternoon?" he said, interrupting my thoughts. "I could use a break from these assholes. You look like you could too. Want to go into town while we have someone clean up this crap?"
Relieved, I nodded. "Oh, hell yes. I'll meet you in the car in 30 minutes. Eric took a shower while I pulled on a pair of cut-off shorts, a boat-neck striped shirt, and tied my hair up with a red scarf, Brigitte Bardot style. With my oversized glasses and a pair of espadrilles, I thought I was making the vintage look work for me in the Hamptons. Apparently not. As I circled a hedge on my way to wait for Eric near the garage, the voices of several women floated over the roses. "Mother can't be serious," remarked someone I recognized as his Aunt Violet. "She's really going through with a full engagement party? Wedding? The whole 9 yards for that?"
"He seems to like her." That was Nina. Considering how icy she had been to me for the last month, it was somewhat of a relief to hear that she saw the merit in Eric's and my charade. Or at least wasn't overtly hating on it. Perhaps she wasn't the prank culprit.
"And that atrocious hair," said Violet. "She looks like a character from that game the grandchildren play. What is it called? Candyland?"
"Violet, we've all seen that hair," put in another woman whose voice I didn't know. "All of Manhattan has seen that hair for the last 2 months.
"Dreadful, isn't it?"
There was a brief eruption of laughter. My stomach knotted up even more. "It must be killing Celeste to have had her little game backfire like this," said the unfamiliar voice. "What do you mean?" "Nina, please. She never had any intention of Eric actually marrying that harlot. The entire point was to bring the boy to his knees, make him beg for a way out. If I know Celeste, she was planning the whole time to trade the 5-year contract for a 10 without a marriage requirement." "I see." Nina's voice sounded less than enthusiastic about that idea.
"The sad thing is,"
started another voice I knew. Caitlin Calvert's cloying, dulcet tones would be recognizable anywhere.
"Eric doesn't realize what marrying someone like that will do to the company. What will the shareholders think of a chairman married on a lark to someone like that? The company is going to lose half its value if he's even voted in at all. Isn't that what you and Calvin have been saying, Nina?"
Though I didn't hear Nina's response, there was a chorus of agreement.
"Oh, I know," said someone. "We've already asked our broker to sell our shares in DVS."
"Mark my words, if the two of them are in the style section looking like that, DVS will be bankrupt before next year." And so they continued.
And with every comment about all the ways I would be the death knell of the shipping dynasty Eric was pledging his life to save, I shrank more into the pink and green roses. The more I looked around the idyllic paradise, the more I felt trapped, like one of Celeste's pet birds. I turned toward the parking lot and crept away as quietly as I could. I didn't want to hear anymore, since their words were already sinking like rocks into the pit of my stomach. Was I really that bad for Eric? Part of my appeal had been my shock value. I knew that. But if I was going to cost him so much, was it really worth sticking it to his family? I approached the car where Eric stood waiting and greeted him with few words. Suddenly, I was no longer sure I wanted to be a tool for such vengeance. Or its backlash. Chapter 22. After spending 30 minutes in the car together, Eric and I parted ways almost immediately upon parking in the business district of Southampton. We each needed time to ourselves, apparently, to think about what was happening. Both the rising sexual tension we couldn't quite get rid of, but also the strange events of the last 24 hours. I, for one, couldn't knock those last bitchy words of his female relatives out of my head. "You knew they wouldn't like me," I kept trying to tell Eric as he steered his uncle's Bentley way too fast around some of the streets toward the main drive. "We knew this was going to happen." I hadn't told him about the lady's comments, but he was still upset about the rest of the pranks. I know," he would respond each time, but nothing more than that as he would grip the steering wheel harder and whip around another turn. So, I spent the afternoon alone, poking in and out of stores, eating a few too many pieces of saltwater taffy, and picking up some odds and ends. A bracelet for my mother, a gray and red tie, plus a hat that I knew would look gangbusters on Eric, And when I spied a drugstore on the corner, some hair dye. 2 types, so I could make a choice. I could retouch my roots myself with a bit of bleach and some pink, or with the other box, I could just dye everything black again and start from scratch. By the time I popped into a bookstore at the end of town, I still hadn't made a decision. Not as I poked through the fashion section looking for inspiration. Not as I paged through my favorite Mario Testino photography books. And not as I rounded a corner to find Eric standing in poetry. From his place near the window, the sunlight cast a warm halo around his concentrated form, shimmering through the edges of his t-shirt, but making his body, arched over a book, look more like a candlelit statue than a man. I considered cracking a joke about reading old white men, but found I didn't want to. I had actually always loved it when Eric recited poetry to me, and he looked very beautiful and peaceful, standing there reading it. Actually, the fact that we both enjoyed certain things just because they were beautiful was one of the few things we had in common. As I approached, I found he was actually arrested with Edith Hamilton's Mythology, with another book tucked under his arm. So much for old men. Sudden craving for classical Greek mythology? I asked. Eric started, the book falling open to the section on Poseidon. Yeah. Reviewing, I guess. I snorted. For what? Work? Why would you need to review Greco-Roman folklore? He clapped the book shut and set it on the shelf. Call it curiosity. What have you been doing? I shrugged. A little of this, a little of that. He looked down at my bags. More shopping? I didn't mention the dye. Well, yes, but it's for you, actually. For me? I smiled. Yeah, I saw this, and I don't know, I just thought you might like it. I pulled out a straw fedora with a black band around the middle. For the sun. I noticed you didn't have a hat this morning when we played croquet. Thanks. Eric accepted the hat curiously, examined it for a moment, then put it on. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen Eric actually wear a hat, even during the most frigid winter months in Boston. He was one of those people who wore his thick, close-cut hair as it was, because it likely provided more than enough insulation. But the second he put it on, it was like his smile. It transported him back to another time, where no man walked around without something on his head. Eric suddenly looked mouth-wateringly like a character out of a Hitchcock film. Like Cary Grant, Errol Flynn, Paul Newman. Classic, tall, and full of charisma that practically made the entire store sparkle around him. How do I look? He tipped the hat jauntily to the side, and I had to look away. It looks pretty good, I said as I studied the spine of the book under his arm, then immediately regretted it as I read the name out loud. Poetica Erotica? Going for the old-school porn, I see. When I looked up, Eric wore a self-satisfied smirk. Vintage hat, vintage porn, he said. I almost fell over. Are we feeling a little hard up there, Petrie? I asked as I ran my finger down the shelf. It's been a while since you refilled your dish, hasn't it? Is that why you can't stop kissing me? When he didn't answer, I finally looked up. He was not amused. What do you think, Jane? He asked with a voice that was suddenly steely. His silvery gaze pinned me into place. I don't know. All my attitude flew right out the window. Eric tipped the hat up so I could see his entire expression. But really, I was entranced with those fingers. Those long fingers that less than 24 hours ago had been between my legs, making me moan, making me collapse. And then those lips, which had stamped 2 solid kisses on mine within the last day as well. My mouth tingled.
Fuck. Really? He asked. You don't know?
I swallowed. Well, no, I guess not. You walked away pretty easily last night, didn't you? And it's not like you said anything else afterward. And then in the room earlier... Lord, I really could not help myself.
I walked away.
Eric studied me for a minute, then closed his eyes, like he was praying.
Sometimes you really...
He drifted off, like he refused to complete the thought in his mind, much less out loud. I really what? I wanted to scream. Tell me now. Tell me if those kisses rocked you like they did me.
Want to hear a poem?
I blinked. Talk about an about face, Petrie.
I used to read you poetry all the time.
Yeah, but that's because you were trying to get some.
Who says I'm not now?
What? I rolled my eyes, forcing myself not to fold. God, just when I think you have style, you lay a corny line like that on me? Eric grimaced, but instead of coming back with another sharp retort, just opened his mouth and intoned,
A sudden blow. The great wings beating still above the staggering girl. Her thighs caressed by the dark webs, her nape caught in his bill. He holds her helpless breast upon his breast. How can those terrified, vague fingers push the feathered glory from her loosening thighs? And how can body, laid in that white rush, but feel the strange heart beating where it lies? A shudder in the loins engenders there, the broken wall, the burning roof and tower, an Agamemnon dead. Being so caught up, so mastered by the brute blood of the air, did she put on his knowledge with his power, before the indifferent beak could let her drop?
when he finished, he looked at me, cocky and full of pride. Big deal, I said. So the English major memorized Leda and the Swan. Everyone knows that one.
Everyone does not. Least of all you, Ms. Fashion Design.
Hey, I majored in economics, asshole, and I took a few lit classes like everyone else at Northwestern. I may not be able to recite it all by heart like you big dork, but that poem is seminal. I tapped my knuckles on the bookshelf. You know, if you're looking for advice on how to woo the ladies, I probably wouldn't start with a poem about rape. Eric grimaced.
No, I wouldn't. Although it depends on the lady.
That it does? What would it be for me? I should have regretted the question, but I didn't. I wanted to know. Or maybe a small voice said, you want to know if he still knows how to do it. Oh, who are you kidding? Of course he does. He examined me for a second, then opened Poetica Erotica to a page he'd apparently marked. He stepped closer, and with a smirk, caged me against the bookshelf. What are you doing? I asked suspiciously, trying and failing to ignore the drift of cologne that suddenly floated around me.
Jane, just shut up and listen.
Then he leaned close and intoned the poem next to my ear.
Teach me to sin, in love's forbidden ways, for you can make all passion pure. The magic lure of your sweet eyes, each shape of sin makes virtue praise. Teach me to sin, enslave me to your wanton charms, crush me in your velvet arms, and make me love you. Make me fire your blood with new desire, and make me kiss you, lip and limb, till senses reel and pulses swim. Aye, even if you hate me, teach me to sin. Here, Eric said, and here. His big hands covered mine as he placed each on top of the wide wooden headboard above his bed. I watched, transfixed, as he threaded the 2 pieces of silk through the eyelet hooks that were drilled into each side. They were delicate, almost unnoticeable before today. I wondered what those were for, I said, as he began wrapping 1 piece of silk around my wrist, tying me to that side. I thought you liked to hang Christmas lights or something, like college students in their dorms. I snorted to myself. The idea of Eric doing something so pedestrian was truly laughable. Eric laid a kiss on my shoulder. I put them there for you, pretty girl, he murmured. It was so unlike him. Most of the time, our interactions were playful, contrary, or somewhere in between. Tenderness wasn't in Eric's lexicon. I didn't know what to say to that. To the kiss. To the other silk scarf that he was now tying around my other wrist, pinning me to the headboard. After that, a 3rd piece of silk wrapped around my eyes, blindfolding me to the room. Eric tugged my ass toward him so that I was leaning toward the wall comfortably, but also displayed for his pleasure. Immediately, my skin tingled with anticipation. Hush, he said, as he slipped 1 hand between my legs to tease the slickness there. That feels good, doesn't it? I nodded as I pressed my face to the wall, sinking into the pleasure. This wasn't new. He knew how to touch me there like he was playing an instrument. Knew how to read my body's cues like he was reading one of his books. Who would have ever thought it? Pretentious, calculating, unflappable Eric DeVries. The best I'd ever had. How about that? He asked, as he slipped his thumb into my pussy, effectively holding both points of pleasure in his grip while his other hand massaged my skin. Words were starting to fail me now. It was happening faster than ever these days. I was hot before I got to the place to see him, and by the time we tumbled into the apartment, I was already halfway to orgasm. It was Pavlovian, really. Just the thought of the man made me want to come. Eric chuckled, low and wise. I'll take that as a yes. He continued his massage, internal and external, driving my pleasure in a slow, simmering frenzy. I couldn't take much more of this, until he forced me to. His other hand squeezed my ass, then slid to the middle, where slowly, surely, his thumb teased that other entrance, the one most people never dared to cross. I froze, lip clenched between my teeth, as the digit worked its way in until he had me effectively clasped between his 2 hands. His cock brushed the inside of my thigh as he leaned over me. And this? He asked, his deep voice suddenly hoarse. I said. Yes. He continued to work both entrances, manipulating the energy coursing through me like I was a puppet and he was my master. Take it, he instructed me. Feel it. Feel the way I control every fucking inch of this body. Are you trying to teach me how to behave, Mr. DeVries? I asked, though my voice had lost its bite. I could hardly think of anything other than the feel of him behind me, pressing between my legs. A threat, a taunt, a stroke of desire. I was certain it would just take once to undo me completely. But instead, he removed his thumb from my ass, and his cock replaced it, finding its seat in my darkest place. one slow inch at a time. "No, pretty girl," he said with a guttural sigh as he slid in completely. "I'm teaching you to sin." "Jane? Jane!" The snap of a book in front of my face yanked me out of the past, and I blinked to find Eric watching me with a wry, amused expression. "Everything all right there, Lefferts?" I readjusted my glasses. Yeah. Sorry. Just got lost there for a second." I stared at the ground, examining the uneven wood slats beneath my feet. Lord, even our feet were so different. My toes were painted in ruby red polish and wrapped in my black espadrille wedges, pointed toward his light gray boat shoes. The idea that we might ever fit together permanently seemed even more ridiculous than those women had inferred. But really, the bigger surprise was how disappointed it made me feel. 2 fingers slipped under my chin and tipped it up. Eric studied my face for a long time, his deep gray gaze penetrating me to the bone. "Hey," he said, "it's going to be okay." Like a book. That's how well he could once read me. How could I have forgotten? "How do you know?" I asked, trying and failing not to sound pitiful. "How do you know it will be all right?" His thumb brushed gently over my bottom lip as his expression softened. "Because they're just kids," he said. "They don't know you like I do. Not yet." Oh, he thought I was upset about a few stupid pranks. He had no idea how deep it really went. His hand dropped from my chin. "Your mom arrives tonight?" I nodded. "On the 7 o'clock. She should be here by 9 or maybe 10, when the party is going. I told her to dress for it." "Good." Eric took a breath, then expelled it, long and low. "Jane, we need to talk," he said quietly. Things have changed." I swallowed heavily. Yes, they certainly had. "Okay," I whispered. "But not now?" Eric studied me a minute more. "Tonight? After the party?" I nodded again. "Yes. Okay." Chapter 23. At approximately 7 o'clock, there was a sharp knock on the bathroom door in Eric's and my suite. "Jane, are you all right in there?" The bookstore had cast another awkward glaze over the remainder of the afternoon. And so after Eric had purchased the mythology book and Poetica Erotica, we drove back to the house in relative silence without commenting on so much as the fine weather. The poem continued to echo. Teach me to sin? This man had taught me to do so much more than that, many times over. And I couldn't shake the look in his eyes when he'd asked me to talk. He was scared, almost mournful, like he didn't know what I was going to say. The thing was, I felt the same. What if this conversation didn't lead to the beginning of something, but the end? Upon our return, Eric was swept off by some of his family to talk more business. It appeared to be impossible to leave the office in Manhattan. The caterers, band, and valet had been setting up all day, and most of the women, Skylar included, had already disappeared to prepare for the party that was about to happen. And Celeste had adjourned for a nap. And so, just as I was watching from the bathroom window as car after car bearing white-clad guests arrived in the front drive, I was also running very late. I had retreated to my room for an hour after arriving, staring at the boxes of dye, trying to make a decision. I didn't want to embarrass Eric. And I had some things to say, too.
And when I said them, I wanted to put my best foot forward. I just didn't know what that was. Finally, I closed my eyes, stuck out my finger, and jabbed. Well, sort of. "I'm fine," I called out as I clutched my newly rinsed hair in its towel. "But I'm going to be a while. You might want to use another bathroom." "What?" Eric called. "Jane, you've been in there for over an hour. This thing with my uncle took for fucking ever, and I need to shower too." "Well, you're going to have to wait, DeVries," I called back as I unwrapped my head and shook out my newly dyed locks. "Perfection takes a minute." I still need a haircut, I thought with satisfaction, but this should shut some mouths. "Jane!" There were several more knocks. I tried to ignore them, but when he didn't stop, finally I stomped over to the door. "What?" I snarled. "You can't use one of the other 45 bathrooms in this palace?" I flung open the door to find Eric standing with his forearm balanced against the top of the doorframe, like he owned the place. Which I guess he did. Motherfucker. What was it about men that made them look so hot when they stood that way? Was it a genetic thing? Did they have a secret orientation in 9th grade where they were taught how to light women's panties on fire with posture? Mine were already done for, thanks to this bastard. He didn't need to keep driving me to the point of frothing. The thought made me irrationally angry. Eric's cocky smile dropped immediately to a frown. "What the hell did you do to your hair?" I touched the still sopping wet locks that dripped all over my shoulders and tried to ignore the horror on the man's face. "Well, thank you for noticing. And yes, it does look good, thank you. God, you're such a fucking gentleman, Eric." I turned back into the bathroom and faced myself in the mirror. Yes, I did look different. Or I guessed, more like myself? At least the self of the last 5 years. "It's black. Observant, too." "Let me rephrase," he said as he strode into the bathroom with me. "Why did you do that?" He pinned me against the counter with his interrogation, and of course reminded me acutely just what he had done to me last night. What was it about us and bathrooms? I toed one foot into the tile. I just thought I needed a touch-up anyway. And listen, I just don't want to ruin your business with my Candyland hair, all right? Between my big mouth and my weird clothes, I'm embarrassing enough as it is." It was hard to admit. I'd been plowing through my life for the last 20 years, doing my damnedest to embarrass anyone stuck up enough to care about things like hair or dress codes. But the women were right. As much as I liked streaking my hair with 5 different colors, or the idea of wearing combat boots with vintage Mugler, it wasn't going to do me any favors in this world. Not as a lawyer, and not as Eric's wife either. If everyone acted like the women in Eric's family, it was only going to push people away. And for some reason, I didn't want to do that with Eric. Not this time. "We need to talk," he'd said. Yeah, I had some things to say too. So long, tie-dye hair. It was nice while it lasted. "Jane." Eric's hands clasped my shoulders, fingers slipping a little on my damp skin. He pulled me close enough that I could see the flecks of gold embedded in his brown-gray eyes. Huh. I'd never noticed that before. So that's why they always shined like coins. He raised a blonde brow. I bit my lip. "For the record," he said, "I liked the hair." Okay. "I never asked you to change it." "I know you didn't." "But you did anyway." I took a deep breath. "Yes, I did." No, for the love of God and your own fucking dignity, keep the next question to yourself, Jane. But I couldn't help it. "Do you like this too?" For a long time, he just looked at me, his gaze searing my skin with that unreadable mask of his. But then, just as I was about to turn away, he reached out and took a lock of wet hair, trapping it lightly between his fingers and pulling. Just a little. Then, instead of answering, he blinked. "Jesus, Jane, you're not even dressed." He dropped his hands and checked his watch. A shiny, unobtrusive Rolex that was quietly expensive. "We have to be downstairs in about 30 minutes. People are arriving, and you're not even close." I opened my mouth to tell him not to nag, but I knew better. Eric knew exactly how long it took me, on average, to do my makeup. He was well within his rights to worry. I still needed to blow out my hair, do my makeup, and put on my dress. Not to mention I probably needed to double-check that my mother's room was ready before she arrived in a few hours. We stared at each other for a long time. And it was only then that I got a really good look at him. Eric wasn't the only one who had gotten cleaned up for tonight. He was still wearing the shorts and casual t-shirt from earlier, but while we were out, his blonde hair had been trimmed and shaped to his scalp, and the extra sun he'd gotten this morning had mellowed into a sun-kissed glow. Behind him, a pristine white suit hung from his bedroom door. I shook my head at the mere idea of him in it. "Jane." Eric looked me up and down. "You, going to put some clothes on?" I glanced down and realized I was still in nothing but my towel, which was dangerously close to slipping off, and sopping wet hair. Oh, crap. Yeah, of course. But instead of leaving or stepping aside so I could get to my room, he took a step forward, backing me up against the counter. "Eric, what are you doing?" "Sometimes," he said in a low, foreboding voice. "Sometimes I think you do this on purpose." "Do what?" I asked, unable to keep the quaver out of my voice. "It's like you know," he says. "You know when I've had the kind of day or week where everything goes wrong. Where everyone at work or the penthouse or somewhere has something to say about how I'm supposed to live my fucking life. And then just when I think I have you figured out, you completely change directions." He picked up a piece of hair again and fingered the wet strands. "Like this." What's so bad about dyeing my hair?" My voice had faded to a whisper. "Nothing." My back was touching the counter as he crowded me against the marble. "Except that it drives me crazy." His gaze dropped to my lips. "Eric," I said, "you said we need to talk." "We do," he said, "but I need to do this more." And then he kissed me. But it wasn't a kiss like the other night, some desperate attempt to distract. Nor was it like this afternoon, when he was overcome with gratitude and had to get it out. This was a kiss that was filled with only one thing: desire. He kissed me, and I kissed him back, opening my mouth, my tongue, my neck, my face, everything to him. And then his hands were also everywhere, pushing my flimsy towel to the floor and clasping me against his body so he could run his calloused palms up and down my slick, bare back, slide over my ass, run up my waist and over my breasts and stomach until I moaned, loud and animal, into his mouth. "Jane." His mouth dipped, teeth grazing my neck, and he dropped lower and pulled one nipple between his teeth. This time there was no cotton barrier. He pulled. "Ah!" I cried at the sudden pain, but arched into it nonetheless. A shock of desire ran from my chest directly between my legs, and when Eric pressed his large body between them, I bucked into him, eager to welcome him, however I could. "Fucking hell, Jane," he grumbled against my skin, as his hands memorized every inch of me they could. He grabbed my ass and lifted me back to the counter, back to the spot where we had been only 24 hours before. His mouth found mine once more, sucking, biting, tormenting until we were both out of breath, gasping into each other's mouths like we were drowning in the same small ocean.
"You have no idea," he said hoarsely. "No fucking clue the kinds of things I want to do to you right now."
"Oh, don't I?" I said, eyeing him. One touch and I'd probably melt. But I felt like some kind of wild animal, like I was just as likely to bolt as to break. He seemed to know it too. Slowly, one of his hands left my waist and traveled up my torso, hovering over my naked skin, but never completely touching. It floated over my stomach, my breasts, sternum, and finally up to my neck. But skin only met skin again when his fingers encircled my neck, holding me in place with an offer that was also a threat. "I own you," his touch seemed to say. "Yes, you do." I reared further, but only in expression, because he did own me. I couldn't move.
"No,"
he said with a calmness that was nowhere to be found in the stiff, tensed posture of the rest of his body.
"You don't."
Still holding me perfectly still, he bent down, and his mouth brushed over mine. His lip wedged between my teeth, and I bit it. Hard. "Ah!" he cried, but didn't pull away. Instead, the hand around my neck squeezed. "Sss," I hissed, but I practically came right there. My legs splayed open. I had never wanted him, or anyone else for that matter, more. The kiss continued as we bruised, punished each other, but his hand didn't move from my neck, keeping me firmly in place, squeezing more tightly whenever I wriggled, or if I even touched him. It was a hint of what was to come, if nothing more. A threat, a rejoinder, a promise. And then, just as suddenly, he released me, leaving me panting there on the counter as he dragged his gaze up and down my naked body.
"Sulky,"
he whispered, almost resentfully. What? I was almost too out of breath to say anything more. Eric shook his head, but didn't stop staring.
"Mythological creatures. Keats writes about them. Others too. Seals in the water, but women on the ground."
He gestured vaguely at my wet form. The water still dripped from my sopping hair, the damp stain on his shirt.
"They bewitch their lovers."
We stared at each other while the drips hit the floor. Drip, drip, drip. I bit my lip. Eric exhaled heavily. He opened the bathroom door.
"I'll get ready in another room," he said. "But tonight, Jane, tonight we will talk."
And then the door closed, leaving me to touch my lips, close my eyes, and imagine once more what that conversation would entail. Chapter 24. Okay. I finished putting in my contacts, then touched up my eye makeup, which was just a ring of thin eyeliner and mascara. Then I stood back from the full-length mirror to look myself over. My now black hair lay in tousled barrel curls around my shoulders, pinned back from one temple. My dress, the white drop-waisted affair, draped lazily over my hips with a perfect don't-give-a-fuck attitude. No jewelry except my engagement ring and a leather and sterling silver cuff. Clean. Cool. I nodded with approval. Perfect. There was another knock at my door. "Eric, I'll be out in a second," I said irritably. Lord, was he back already? "It's not Eric." I walked over to let in Skylar, who stood there looking a damn vision in a simple white slip dress and shawl, her red hair braided heavily over one shoulder. A pair of diamond studs gleamed from her ears, along with her engagement and wedding rings. Aside from those small touches, the only real signs of my friend's wealth was the impeccable fit of her dress and her personal grooming. Even after marrying into billions, Skylar had kept to herself. Simple, elegant, down to earth. I loved her for it. She gawked as she got a look at my hair. "Well, that's a change." She strode into the room. "Thought I'd come to check on you," she said. "Eric's downstairs asking about you. Again." I smiled as I walked back to the mirror. "Thanks. What do you think?" Skylar looked me over, whistling as she did. "You know, you kind of fit into this life." I looked at her through the mirror, disbelieving. "You're kidding." She sat down on the bed. "No, I'm not. I mean, I just remember how uncomfortable I used to be, even visiting Brandon's house. You've just, I don't know, you've acclimated well." I snorted. "Tell that to Eric's family, please." Skylar frowned. "Why? What's going on?" I cringed. "Brandon didn't tell you?" She shook her head. "We were at the beach with the kids most of the day. What happened?" So I did. Starting with the weird pranks that morning and the comments I'd overheard before Eric and I left for town. "We could sue them," Skylar said when I was finished. "For what?" She shrugged. "Emotional larceny?" I snorted. "Okay, Andy from Singles." "I just think it's bullshit. And you guys aren't even going to talk to anyone? These people are supposedly here to celebrate your engagement, and instead they're dumping dirt in your bed." Skylar glared at the now pristine mattress. I looked with her. The staff had done its work, but I still wasn't sure I wanted to sleep on it. "The thing is," I said, "I thought things were going well, relatively speaking. Celeste has actually been looking me in the eye when she talks to me. Is that why you dyed your hair back to black?" I shrugged. "My roots were showing anyway." To avoid the pity in Skylar's eyes, I started the process of putting on my lipstick. The last step. The only bit of color in my outfit. "No glasses?" Skylar asked. I turned, blinking heavily. "No, not tonight." "But you hate contacts." I shrugged. "Well, I wanted to make a good impression tonight. I'm tired of sticking out like a sore thumb. I think it will help Eric if I don't look too Debbie Harry when I meet his family's entire social group, you know?" "That's generous of you." Skylar watched as I drew on a deep, almost purple-red shade, slightly softer than my usual fire engine red, but no less vibrant. "There," I said. "All done." I turned around. "What do you think?" It had taken me almost 2 months to make this dress. Initially, I'd found a vintage halston that I considered wearing, but needed to take it in. The fabric ended up being damaged in the back, so instead, I dismantled it and created something of my own. The sheer, minimalist midi skirt fell to my calves, with a boat-neck bodice patchworked with white silk and charmeuse that draped around my torso to the drop waist. Not exactly Stepford wife, but it was still couture, technically. ×2. And still me. A labor of love. More work than I'd even considered with my wedding dress. And I was glad. Because if things were about to change with Eric the way I thought they might, there was potential that tonight might even mean more. "Janie, you look stunning," Skylar said honestly. "I love what you did with your hair, black or not." I examined my nails, which I'd repainted this morning with shiny black polish to match the black leather cuff. I couldn't let go of that edge. just a bit of hardness. I'd never done it in court, and I wasn't going to start now. You and Eric, it's not just an arrangement anymore, is it? I looked up. How did you know? Skylar rolled her eyes. Jane, I do know both of you pretty well. Something was different this morning at breakfast. Last night, even. Both of you were different. More relaxed, somehow. Am I right? I twisted my mouth around. Honestly, I don't know. But maybe. I looked up. Maybe. I hope so. Skylar smiled. Good. Just don't mess it up this time by being so damn stubborn, all right? I scowled, even though I knew she was right. Come on, Skylar said, linking her arm with mine. Let's go make your society debut. The party was already in full swing when we rounded the staircase into the main hall and exited the French doors onto the patio and lawn. Really, party was a misnomer. This thing was a fucking ball. The entire pool area had been completely cordoned off, and on the wide green field next to it, a giant outdoor extravaganza had been set up. This included a dance floor, a full band, several drink and catering services, about 36 tables, and several other more casual seating areas, all lit by suspended twinkling lights, tasteful candlelight, and eons of fragrant lilies. It looked like a wedding. Except all of the extremely wealthy guests milling around the party were also wearing white, not just a bride. I still don't know what the point of this is, Skylar said. An annual party where everyone wears something virtually guaranteed to stain by the end of the night? Why? But I was too entranced by the scene to make snarky comments with her. Because it's beautiful, Sky, that's why, I said. And because they can. Jane? I turned to find Celeste DeVries being wheeled slowly toward us by Garrett, dressed in his customary black tails. Like everyone else, she was completely decked out in white, a frothy confection of breezy silk that matched her curled white wig and satin slippers. Tasteful diamonds swung from her ears, matching a delicate pendant at her neck. Her gray eyes, so like her grandson's, sparkled sharply under the night sky. Good evening, Mrs. DeVries, I said, fighting the urge to bow to the clan matriarch. You look a vision tonight, if you don't mind my saying. I held out my hand. For a moment, she examined it, and then accepted it with a light squeeze before letting it go. Your hair, she remarked. It needed an update, I said, patting it again. I thought with the wedding coming up, perhaps something more classic was in order. She looked at me with something approximating approval. Indeed. Have you seen Eric? I asked. Is he down yet? Celeste nodded, though she still seemed to be absorbed with my new appearance. Yes, she murmured. Just by the dance floor. I believe he was looking for you. Thank you, I said. And Celeste, thank you for sharing your party with us this evening. I couldn't imagine a better way to celebrate my engagement to your grandson. Skylar looked at me curiously. Celeste nodded again. Indeed, she said. I couldn't agree more. She ordered Garrett to wheel her to another set of guests, and I watched them until Skylar elbowed me in the side. Ow, what? I rubbed my ribs. Do you have knives on those things or what, Sky? Look, she said. I followed her hand to where Eric and Brandon stood next to one of the drink bars. Both of them tall, blonde, and filling out their clothes better than just about any other men at the party. Both held drink glasses, Brandon a brown liquor, Eric with his standard vodka martini. But while Brandon was busy chattering away, Eric didn't seem to be listening. Instead, he was staring at me. In a sea of white, he still managed to stand out. Tall and lean, with his blonde hair combed back from his face, Eric was the picture of summer in an Italian-cut white linen suit and matching shirt, cognac-colored wingtips, and blue-gray tie around his neck. Everyone around him seemed to disappear into shadows as I approached. The man gleamed, an angel in white with a deliciously dark interior, but really even that part of him glowed to me.
"Jane," he said with a small shake of his head.
Tentatively, he reached out for my hand. I let him take it, absorbing the warmth of his fingers, the familiarity of his touch. It was innocent, but carried so much. Brandon and Skylar glanced between us.
"Should we go check on Jen and Lewis?"
Brandon started to ask, but Skylar was already tugging him away. I turned to Eric.
"You, look really nice."
Eric pulled on his tie, the tie I had bought him just last week.
"I had some help."
I smiled. He smiled back. Both of us were so unaccountably shy. Just say it, I wanted to yell. Whatever you want to talk about, just say it. Was it because I was afraid he would ask to go back to what we once were? Utter those 3 little words he had said before? The ones I had fled with such terror? I won't run this time. Wouldn't I? Slowly, he lifted my hand to his lips and pressed a sweet, slow kiss to my knuckles before pulling me close.
"You're a fucking vision," he said, his voice humming.
Then his finger tipped my chin to look at him straight.
"And don't let anyone make you forget it."
I pressed my lips together, afraid that if I opened them, I'd kiss him right there and wouldn't be able to stop. "Thank you," I whispered. Eric just smiled, and I felt my whole body glow like one of those twinkling lights above us.
"You know, we actually are supposed to dance at these things,"
Eric said, somewhat jocularly as he set his martini glass back on the bar. He tipped his head toward the dance floor, which was currently populated mostly by people over the age of 55. I bit back a smile. "Senior special?" His own smile grew in response.
"I thought you liked going against the grain, Jane."
I full-on grinned. "Okay, but fair warning, Twinkle Toes, I have absolutely no moves." At that, Eric yanked on my arm, sweeping me in a sudden arc against his chest. His other arm wrapped immediately around my waist.
"Don't worry,"
he said as he started to move.
"I'll lead. All you have to do is follow."
It was only supposed to be 1 dance, but it turned into 2. Then 3. As the big band behind us continued to play jazz standards, and I increasingly suspected I was living inside an F. Scott Fitzgerald novel, Eric moved me around the dance floor with sure, graceful steps, not even making a sound when I stepped on his feet. Twice.
"I didn't expect it,"
he said as he turned me under one arm and caged me against his chest. "Expect what?" I drawled as he flung me out with a smirk before pulling me right back. I felt like a rag doll, and I kind of loved it.
"How well you fit here," he said. "In this life."
I glanced around. "You're kidding." He shook his head, and the overhanging lights twinkled in his eyes.
"I'm not. You do, Jane. Pink hair. Well, used to be pink hair, and all."
I scoffed. Skylar said the same thing. Weird.
"Well, she should know. She still struggles with this world. You? I don't know. I'm impressed."
I considered the events of this morning. Over the last few months, his grandmother and his family had been stiff, but never totally mean. They weren't the horror he had led me to believe caused Penny's death. Maybe the sand, the shoes, the little bit of hazing were just his family's way of welcoming me into the fold. Maybe tonight could really be the start of something special.
I don't know about that, I argued, more for the sake of arguing than anything else. Look around. I see maybe 4 other Asians, and everyone else who isn't white is the help, right? And no one here has pink hair, glasses, or anything else. Well, neither do you now. He sounded almost sad as he said it. I looked around. I looked at literally anything but him. But as his steps slowed to a gentle sway, I could feel that penetrating gaze of his aching for me to meet it. Jane, he said, May I cut in on your friend? Oh, Jane, my goodness, your hair. Eric and I both turned to Caitlin, who looked stunning as usual in a flowing white gown covered with intricate beading. It brushed the tops of her French-tipped toes as she walked. It was very bridal. I thought it was time for a change, I said, touching my hair. Jane likes variety, Eric said, pulling me back to his side when I tried to step away. I like it too. I looked up at him gratefully. His mouth curved into that smile I knew and loved once upon a time. Who are you kidding? Once. Try now. Well, Caitlin interrupted my internal dialogue. The request still stands. Eric blinked. What request? The dance, silly. She turned to me with shining eyes. We learned together, didn't he tell you? Our parents made us take gobs of lessons when we were children, right, E? Eric just nodded. That's right. I forgot about that. I frowned. He forgot about gobs of lessons? Did I ever tell you about Eric's and my first kiss, Jane? Caitlin sighed. When we were 7, the instructor taught us dips, and he surprised me. When we finally got it, he landed a kiss right on me. She giggled with the memory. You know, for a long time, I was convinced he was my Prince Charming. Childish dreams, huh? I didn't say anything, fighting back the desire to scratch her perfect-looking face. But even worse, Eric didn't either. Caitlin held out a perfectly manicured hand. For old times, Des? Eric looked at her hand. Oh, yeah, sure. I watched, somewhat dumbfounded, as Eric's hand left my waist. Caitlin winked at me and then allowed Eric to guide her onto the dance floor. The band was playing jazz standards, and he was actually a really good dancer. So was she. Whereas he had been leading me around in a tepid box step to avoid my 2 left feet, with Caitlin, he could move freely around the entire floor, to the point where eventually people moved to the side to give them free rein. They twirled, spun, and laughed all over the floor. Don't they make a lovely couple? Someone whispered behind me. She makes so much more sense for him than that horrible pink-haired woman, replied another. I wonder if that's why nothing has been formally announced yet. I haven't seen her, have you? Celeste must be holding out, said the first. I would. And to my shame, I didn't turn around to correct her. Instead, I watched, twirling the engagement ring that suddenly felt loose, as Eric's face continued to light up. Fought the dread rising in my belly as everyone clapped and closed around the couple at the end of the song. And stared in horror as Caitlin leaned in and landed a kiss on Eric's lips. Jane? I turned. Skylar stood behind me wearing her own expression of concern. What is he doing? She asked. I don't know, I said, realizing that a host of tears were threatening to explode. Sky, She nodded. Come on. With my friend's arm securely around my shoulders, I was ushered through the party. Oh, shit, I cried as I tripped over a chair leg. I caught myself on Skylar's arm, but in the process, one of my contact lenses fell out. Fuck, I shouted.
catching the ire of a few older party guests. My contact! Shit, I can't see! Come on, Skylar urged. Let's get inside. You can get your glasses. I followed her around people, but when we rounded a hedge toward the main house, Skylar dropped my hand. Half blind as I was, I realized only too late why. Splash! Cried the little voice as they threw several containers of bright red paint at me. I looked down and found my dress. My hand-sewn, personally designed, one-of-a-kind dress, completely doused. The thick paint, which seemed to be the kind kids used in classrooms, oozed down the white in thick, sanguine globs. And I began to shake. "Oh my God!" crowed a woman in a short sequin number as she teetered by on 4-inch heels, escorted by yet another white tuxedoed male. "Wow," he said with a smirk. "That sucks." "Kate is going to love this," she crowed, and they headed back into the party to spread the news. I turned to Skylar, who only stood there, her hands over her mouth. "Sky?" I reached out. "Help!" She took my hand again, careful to keep a wide berth. "No," I said, now choking on the sobs stuck in my throat. Not in the house. Too many people, and I'll get red everywhere." I couldn't bear for those people who seemed to prey on weakness like raptors on mice to see me crying. Skylar glanced around. "Well, there's the beach. But Janie, your dress." "Fuck my dress, Sky," I said. "Just get me out of here." "Jane," Eric's voice called as I turned back to the crowd, doing my best to ignore the increasingly audible laughter as more and more people caught a look at my dress. The world was half blurry with only one contact in. I looked at Skylar, unable to focus. "I'm going to run," I said. "Please, keep him here." "What the hell?" Eric shouted. "What the fuck just happened? Who did this?" "Jane!" Skylar's voice floated up from somewhere, but I couldn't tell, as it was swallowed in laughter. Here I was, Jane Lee Lefferts, half-Korean daughter of Una Lee and Carol Lefferts, lawyer, seamstress, smart mouth, laughing stock. I just shivered, no longer able to hear the laughter or Eric's shouts over it. And then I took off, toward the beach. Chapter 25. "Jane!" Eric shouted, his footsteps thumping over the grass after me. "Jane!" "No," the voice inside whispered, yet somehow was louder than the sobs I could no longer stop. I swiped viciously at the tears, kicking off my shoes so I could run. The party, the lights, the music, the cackling voices fell away as I approached the beach, diving into the narrow path that ran through 2 grassy dunes toward the open ocean. The paint on my dress dripped all the way down my legs and my feet. I looked like the victim of some heinous crime. Maybe like a woman who had just had a miscarriage or suffered something even worse. Penny in the tub. I'd never seen what the girl looked like when she ended her life, of course, but I'd imagined it plenty of times after Eric told me. Too late, I wondered if this was all a threat. Harbingers of things to come if I continued to sully this world with my messy, imperfect existence. Either way, I was a disaster. Anything but the impeccable vision of pristine, perfect white the evening was supposed to be. I didn't belong here. "What are you doing out here?" I cried over my shoulder, though I didn't stay for an answer. I didn't want Eric anywhere near me. I could easily picture him, storming behind me in his linen suit that never wrinkled, hair perfectly combed. Eric. Mr. Poise. Mr. Together. He was everything I wasn't. Go, I cried, flapping my hands at him as I ran. Go dance with your Lucy. Go back to those people. Go back to where you belong. But he didn't listen. His feet pounded through the sand, urging me in front of him. So I kept on. Past a rickety white fence marking the path through the dunes. Past the rows of driftwood swept in from previous storms. I ran clumsily, kicking up sand until I reached my goal and pelted straight into the water. God damn it, Jane! Eric's voice was broken, and I glanced behind me for just a second to find him dancing along the shore as the ocean crashed in front of him. I had long since lost my other contact lens, and now he was a blurry mess as he started taking off his shoes, hurling them, along with his jacket, onto the dry sand behind him. I turned back to the waves. Everything seeped into everything else. Even me. Fuck, Jane! Wait! No, I thought as I floundered farther into the chilly ocean. If this would keep him away, I'd do it. I didn't care about the fact that the salty Atlantic was ruining yards of gorgeous fabric. That red was spilling out from the front of the skirt like ribbons of blood. Or that the new black dye would probably run off my scalp in torrents. Every part of me was basically being robbed by the ocean, and it could have it. I didn't care anymore. Was this what Penny had felt like? She had done this for years, not months. How many times had she been sabotaged this way? High school? College? She and Eric had been together a long time. I wondered vaguely if she had only considered suicide after they got engaged, or if it had started before then. If these people only let their crazy out when their property was truly threatened. The ocean came up to my chest, pulling hard, splashing on all sides. For a second, just a second, I wondered if I should let it take me too. Jane! Just as I reached the edge of the sandbar, my arm was grabbed from behind, and I was jerked back. Eric found his footing and pulled me close. Anger splashed across his beautiful face right along with the surf. His shirt and pants were ruined as well. The pure, wet white, completely transparent in the night. His 5 o'clock shadow glimmered under the starlight. Oh, God, I whimpered as I crumpled against him. He was so warm, a solid island in this frigid sea. Why did you follow me out here? Did you come to see me fall to pieces too? The anger melted off Eric's face, but instead of being replaced by his normally cool mask, all I saw was sorrow. Pity. I hated it. I'm sorry, he called over the surf. I'm sorry I ever brought you here. You don't deserve this. What those jackals did to you. I'm sorry I ever asked you to do any of this, Jane. His regret, his utter realization that I was so wrong for this place, in spite of what he said earlier, broke me even more. The sobs crashed through me right along with the surf, and I fell backward into the waves. Jane! Eric dove after me, catching me under my back and lifting me above water. When we emerged again, we were both soaking, our white finery pasted onto our bodies, a watery parody of silk and linen. Let me go! I screamed. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a sideshow. Some freak your family will tear about over Manhattans for the next 20 years. Some fucking lark for you while you're presiding over your fucking company. You can take your $20 million and shove it because I'm done. Is that what you think I'm going to do? Eric yelled. You really think that's what I think of you? I don't know what you think of me anymore, I sobbed. You're so hot and cold. You're nice one day and like an ice cube the next. But you were straight with me from the beginning, Eric. You asked me to do this because I'd piss off your family, and I can take the abuse, right? Well, turns out you were only right about one of those things, because I'm not fucking cut out for the other. I'm just not.
That's fucking it.
When I tried to turn away, he reached out and grabbed my wrists, holding me in place so I couldn't run.
Listen to me, goddammit.
My face turned from side to side. A pathetic headshake. He shook my arms right back.
Jane, he said. Jane, look at me.
His voice commanded me to stop. And damn me, I did as he ordered. His gray eyes were big, so open, so wide.
Why do you think I call you pretty girl, Jane? He asked. Why?
The tears poured. The ocean and I were one. I could feel nothing else. I don't know, I wept. I never knew. Was it a joke? I knew what we looked like together. We were the oddest couple in the entire fucking world. The freak and the playboy. It's like pairing Jackson Pollock and Leonardo da Vinci. E.E. Cummings and Shakespeare.
But it's all still art, Jane. It's all still poetry.
I shook my head. It's too different. We're too different. I'm not good enough for this world, Eric. For you. In my mind's eye, I could see my father shaking his head. He would never have allowed me to talk like this. Oh, Daddy, I thought. Where are you now?
God damn it,
Eric said again between rough, harsh kisses that scraped up and down my neck.
You never fucking listen, do you? You never see what's in front of your fucking eyes.
My eyes? My eyes? I laughed. The sound choked. Do you not see what I did for you tonight? I yanked on his hair, forcing him to look down at me. His expression raised everything. Look at you, I continued. You're perfect. You're so beautiful. But me, there's too much ugly in my pretty.
If that's really what you thought, you haven't been paying attention, Eric cut back with a face full of fire.
What? I asked, disbelieving.
I call you pretty girl, he said slowly. Because you're fucking magnificent, Jane. The best things in the world aren't perfect. The most beautiful things have a little bit of dirt.
Stop. Every touch of his was splintering through me. Every word shattered. But he didn't stop. Instead, he framed my face with his big hands, diving deep with his stormy eyes and holding me still.
I call you pretty girl because you've always been a work of art to me.
I searched his face for evidence of a joke. Anger. Something that would show me the truth I knew to my core. That he was lying. That he had never thought of me that way and never would. I was nothing to him. A bit of fun, right? Just a challenge. Entertainment at best. But there was no sign of anything other than concern. Adoration. Maybe even love? He pulled me closer, dragging me through the water, and bent down. Don't, I whispered.
No,
he said, his voice somehow low but still thundering over the surf.
I'm done respecting your fucking boundaries when it comes to this. You want to walk away from me after tonight, Jane. Fine. I won't come after you. But I'm not letting you go without telling you in no uncertain terms that I'm in love with you. I'm crazy about you. I knew the second you walked into that fucking bar, all the way back when we were practically just kids, that you were the only one for me.
I shook my head, teeth chattering. No, it's not true.
It is true. You stunned me then. You stun me now. You'll stun me every day for the rest of my life, because it's not what's on the outside that does it, Jane. It's what's in here. You're not just my pretty girl. You're the most beautiful fucking person I know, inside and out. And I love you. I never stopped.
My mouth dropped. I hadn't dared hope for those words for years, and now here he was, saying them out loud. And I couldn't believe it. No, you can't. Eric's face was fire.
Don't tell me what I can't do.
And then he kissed me again. Despite the cold water washing over us both, the kiss burned. Through the waves, through my clothes, down to my toes that were starting to numb, to my fingers that began to wrinkle. It was a kiss that seared straight to my soul, branding me the way that only Eric DeVries could ever do. I kissed him back. I did more than kiss him back. I opened myself to him for the first time in years, maybe ever, letting him inside not just my heart, but my soul, too, with every biting, nipping, tongue-deep kiss we gave, awash in each other just like the waves all around us.
Come,
Eric said, after he had taken his fill again and again. And before I could answer, he bent down and slipped a hand under my knees and swept me into his arms to carry me back to the beach. Seriously? I joked, unable to help myself even though I was still hiccuping through my tears. We're going to damsel in distress this moment? I can walk, you know.
Jane,
he said, not yelling, but not particularly gentle either.
Shut up.
So I did, while he carried me out of the water, hoofed us both back up to the beach while streams of water fell from my drenched clothes. The red paint blended into his immaculate whites, turning us both aglow in rosy pink to match our chilled skin. In our frenzy, we had been washed at least 100 feet down the beach. The party glowed in the distance, but we were out here alone with nothing but the stars and the ocean to witness this moment.
Come here,
Eric said, as he dropped to his knees, laying me carefully down on the hard, semi-wet sand, just a foot or two from where the surf washed up around us. Are you going from here to eternity on me, DeVries? I teased, though I feared he would say no. I felt so fragile I would break if he took even one step away.
Hush,
he said, as he covered my mouth again, then reached down and literally tore my skirt apart, one wrenching rip up the center so that I was bared to him completely from the waist down.
I need you, he said. Every fucking inch of you, pretty girl. No arguments.
His words, seemingly cold and harsh, were naked with their truth. He didn't just want me. He needed me. Like, I realized, I needed him. If that's how it's going to be, I said as I fingered his sopping wet shirt, then it's my turn too. I grabbed the collar of his shirt with both hands. Eric met me with another bruising kiss. I bit his lip. He groaned, and I tore his designer shirt open, scattering buttons into the sand.
Fuck,
he shouted as he collapsed over me, his desire throbbing through his wet clothes. His fingers dug into my hips as he ripped my underwear off, and he bent, burying his face between my legs.
Jane,
he breathed. And then he feasted. Ah! I cried toward the sky as his tongue began to explore. He devoured me like a starving man, licking and sucking, teasing that most sensitive spot, lifting my hips to him as if I were being served on a platter. I arched back, taking his sweet torture. The world was open and wide around us, and yet I could sense nothing but this moment. His touch, his mouth. And then I couldn't take it anymore. I needed more than just one part of him. I needed all of him. I shoved hard on his shoulders. He fought it for a moment, wanting to continue his work. But then he sat up, eyes gleaming, full mouth glistening. "Come here," I ordered, pulling on the soaked tie that still collared him in spite of his open shirt.
"Don't tell me what to do,"
he snapped again, but covered me nonetheless. My hands slipped all over his dripping wet chest, his body glistening under the moon. Eric was a star, shining in the dark. "Eric," I whispered, unable to think of anything else but his name.
"Come here," he whispered. "My pretty, luminous, fucking beautiful girl."
He reached down and released his cock, hard and long against my thigh, and before I could say anything else, he slid home, filling me completely with his light, his love, with all of himself. His name was lost on the waves as I called it again and again, a cry as guttural as the gulls flying over us, as the roar of the ocean crashing on the beach, just as he crashed into me.
"Say it,"
he demanded as he drove us both closer and closer to home.
"Say it, Jane. I need to hear you say it too."
When I didn't respond, his movements stopped. I moaned my discord. Eric pushed up on his elbows so I could see his face clearly. The moon cast a shadow over the square lines of his jaw, the hollow of his cheeks, the straight line of his nose. I stared, transfixed. Because if I was a work of art, then this man was an utter masterpiece.
"Say it,"
he whispered again.
"Please."
I opened my mouth. There was nothing else I could do but obey. "I love you too." Eric shuddered. And then he drove forward with a howl as ancient as the world itself. The abyss we had both dug for years opened up between us, and we toppled into it together. Chapter 26. The entire beach, up and down every dune, was dark before we returned to the house that night. Or, as we both suspected, morning, since the sun was starting to glow by the horizon as we stumbled down the path again. Now both of us were a muddy, sandy mess. My hair was a waterlogged, salty, sandy, black-running disaster, and even Eric's short hair was still plastered with sand too, along with his now sludge-colored pants and demolished shirt. "Celeste," I said, "do you think she's mad we ran off?"
"Honestly," he said, "she's probably more upset that we weren't there for the announcement."
I looked up. "You think she still made it?" Eric nodded.
"If there's one thing I know about my grandmother, Jane, it's that she hates missing her schedule."
He gave me a curious look.
"Actually, I think she likes you."
I blinked. "You know, for a while I thought so too." I looked down at my skirt. A lot of the paint had been washed away, but there was enough of a stain that I still looked like an accident victim. We both did. Now I'm not so sure. Eric grimaced at the remnants of paint.
"I'm sorry about that. We'll figure out who did it."
"It's okay," I replied quietly. It wasn't, but I wanted to move past it. The closer to the house we came, the more mortified I felt, remembering how I had broken in front of all these people. Why had my bravado deserted me when I needed it most?
"It's not," he said. "They're fucking vultures, and I'm sorry you've been alone with them for so long. They don't deserve you."
He stopped walking and pulled my hand to his lips, feathering over my knuckles and lingering over my ring.
"We could bypass the house completely," he said. "Hijack my uncle's car again and take off for the city. No one would even know we were gone until morning."
I giggled. "We'd probably ruin the interior in these wet clothes."
"I'll buy him a new one."
Eric smiled wickedly as another thought occurred to him.
Or you could just take them off. I wouldn't mind looking at you naked for a few hours back to the city.
I had to clear my throat as his teeth lightly bit my knuckles. The thought was tempting, but before I could answer, a bit of light glinted at his neck. A necklace I hadn't noticed before when we were caught in the throes of passion. "What's this?" I asked, reaching up to touch the small medallion hanging from a thin gold chain. It was also gold, so it shined despite a layer of grime of the type that took years and years to build. It looked like a coin, but one I had never seen before. There was a man with two faces looking in either direction, each side wearing identical laurels. Likely a facsimile of something Greek, or maybe Roman. But very unlike Eric, with his penchant for more modern fashion. Eric stood up again, then covered my hand, and the pendant, with his.
"It's nothing," he said. "Just an old necklace I found in my dad's things."
I frowned. I didn't think you were into antiques. In return, I got a bright smile.
"I guess I've been surprising you a lot tonight, haven't I, pretty girl?"
The name reignited the embers in my belly all over again. "I guess you have, Petrie." He slung a heavy arm around my neck and pulled me into his side roughly.
"You're going to pay for that later."
The fire in my belly glowed. "I love you, Eric." He looked down with genuine surprise, but I found I wasn't. The words were already out there. The dam had been breached, and now it was easy to identify that warm feeling that spread through me whenever he was around. It was simple. Love. It just was.
"Glad you finally figured it out, Jane Brain."
My heart twisted a little at the echo. If only Eric could have met him. Dad would have liked him, I'm sure. Still wrapped up in each other, we trudged back onto the lawn, where the remnants of the party were still being dismantled. The band and guests had long since gone. The caterers had packed everything up, and right now the dance floor was being taken apart, piece by piece, under the still glowing lights strung from pole to pole.
"Well, this thing is definitely toast,"
Eric remarked, shaking his waterlogged Rolex. I looked at it sadly. It was a very pretty watch. "Can I have it?" He looked at me strangely.
"What for? There's no way it's going to work again."
"It's still a beautiful watch, and I don't mind things that are a little broken."
"Is that so?"
Eric stopped in the middle of the grass. He turned to me while he removed the expensive timepiece from his wrist.
"Consider it yours,"
he said with a quirk of his mouth. I watched as he slid it over my wrist and fastened it there. It dangled loosely. Eric's arms were much bigger than mine, but his large hands wrapped around it, clasping it into place.
"Jane Lee Lefferts," he said softly with shining eyes. "Will you marry me?"
I looked up. Would this man ever stop surprising me? I genuinely hoped he never would. I think you already asked me that question," I said, but the joke was cloaked in a whisper. He massaged my hand between his two, brushing his thumb over the shining black diamond on my ring finger, while the other held the oversized watch in place. Of the two, the watch seemed more important.
"I did,"
he said, and when he looked up, his eyes glittered like the stars in the sky.
"But I'm asking again. No contract. No time limit. Just me. Just you. Will you marry me?"
For several moments, I couldn't speak. Aside from this ridiculous agreement, I had never really considered marriage, and I was sure that Eric hadn't either. We weren't the marrying type. Were we? "Eric, are you sure?" I looked down at my ripped skirt, which I had clutched in one hand to keep the wind from blowing the fabric apart. I grappled for each rented side again, not particularly caring to show the remaining waitstaff my newly waxed nether regions. But instead of answering my question, Eric sank slowly down to the grass on one knee and spoke. All that touches us, you and me, takes us together like the stroke of a bow that draws one chord out of two strings. His deep voice sang through the air, holding me still with its lyrical quality. He took a deep breath. That's Rilke, you know. You never give it up, do you? I jested lightly. Eric stood back up, and his arms folded around me. This time I didn't fight it. I was too relieved, too starved. It means what speaks to you here speaks to me. It's always been, and always thus will be. I tipped my head. More Rilke? For that, I was rewarded with a distinctly crooked smile. His long nose touched mine, and something in me exhaled. De Vries. I opened my mouth, prepared to launch a new quip, but none came out. But look at us. I gestured down at our ruins. My shredded, stained clothes, his torn shirt, the sand that plastered everything. It's one thing to love a mess, Eric. It's another to pledge your life to it. But Eric's smile just broadened. That curious smile that lit up his face and turned into something truly extraordinary. I want to make a mess with you for the rest of my life, Jane, he said. Not just for the next 5 years. For always. He leaned down. Say yes, he said, his salty lips cool against mine. I inhaled his fresh scent. I could stay here forever. Well then, why don't you, kiddo? It wasn't exactly my father's permission, but it was the closest I'd ever get. I blinked. My eyes watered again, but this time with tears I had never known before. Tears of happiness. Yes, I whispered as I pulled Eric close. Yes, I will marry you. Somehow we made it all the way back to the house, arms all around each other, laughing and whispering as we stumbled across the lawn, catching the curious glances of the staff members whenever we paused for another kiss or brief tumble. Upstairs, Eric murmured against my lips as we turned one corner around the stairs of the West Wing. I need a shower more than my life right now, preferably with you in it. Oh, really? I said, though I couldn't stop stealing kisses for myself. And what are you going to do up there? Well, first I'm going to wash the sand out of my ass, he said, suddenly walking a little bow-legged, as if to explain his discomfort. And then I'm going to make you pay, like I said. Pay? Pay for what, Petrie? For all those fucking years without you. He delivered a loud smack to my ass that echoed up and down the marble halls. And for that stupid goddamn nickname. Oh, come on, my little test tube. It's cute now. I bit my lip with glee. You'll never be rid of it. I jumped as his hand found my ass again with a loud, wet slap. Just try it, he said, with a steely look that made my stomach flip in the best possible way. Say it again and see what happens to you, pretty girl. I opened my mouth, enjoying the look on his face as he waited for the words to drop. Dared me to say them. Challenge him. Whatever you say, I said. Petrie Jane? I jumped in Eric's arms, then whirled around toward the familiar voice. Eric stilled and looked over my shoulder. Who is that? My vision was still blurry. Only Eric, close as he was crystal clear. The rest of the house, cast in the shadows of early dawn, was still unfocused, and so was the small figure slowly walking down the steps of the grand staircase. But I still would have known her anywhere. "Oma," I said softly. "You made it." 1, 2, 3 more steps, and she stood at the bottom so we were eye to eye. Close enough that I could see she was wrapped in her favorite mauve robe. The terry cloth one that was frayed at the bottom because she rarely bought anything new for herself. Her makeup, however, was still done, and her short black hair was neatly combed. I wondered then if she had ever gone to sleep, and without her daughter there to greet her. Some daughter I was. "Jane," she said, "I arrived at 9, but they said you were gone. Where have you been? What happened to you?" My mother's gaze traveled over my wrecked dress, my wet, faded black hair, my uncharacteristically makeup-less face, now that it had all been washed free with sand and ocean. Concern radiated from her tiny body. We... My head hung. I didn't know what to say. All I could feel was shame. How had they treated her? I didn't even want to imagine how she fared at the party without me. I could imagine her in the hired car, face full of shock as she rounded the circular driveway and taken in an estate overrun by rich, white, gleaming people. I had told her about the party, but who knew if she had come dressed for it, scatterbrained as she was these days? Who had welcomed her? Had anyone brought her to her room? Told her what happened to me? Made her, the mother of the bride, feel at least somewhat comfortable in my absence? Or, considering the company, very uncomfortable? I was a terrible, terrible daughter.
"Mrs. Lefferts."
Eric's voice was stiff and polite as he stepped around me, gracefully pulling his torn shirt closed. He walked with his shoulders straight, head tall. Like the aristocrat he was, no matter the mess. He held out a hand.
"I'm Eric DeVries, Jane's fiancé. It's a pleasure to finally meet you."
Yuna's sharp, quick gaze traveled over Eric too, taking in his height, his bearing, his clothes, and resting on his face.
"I'm so sorry we weren't here to receive you properly," he continued. "You can blame it on me for distracting Jane. She was..."
Unable to procure a decent excuse any better than I could, he shrugged boyishly.
"Sometimes we get a little wrapped up in each other,"
was all he could say with a sheepish smile.
"Your daughter is very absorbing."
I grinned. But my mother wasn't amused. "This party, this house, it belongs to you?" She wasn't asking because she was impressed with its size, though she likely was. It was more because she wanted to know he was for real. She had been shocked when I'd informed her over the phone of the pending nuptials, even more when I told her who Eric actually was. Eric smiled.
"It is, Mrs. Lefferts. And Jane's, too, soon enough. Which, in a way, will also make it yours."
My mother turned to me with even more shock. Clearly, she hadn't really considered what billionaire meant when I told her about Eric's company. She didn't have internet. She probably had thought a shipping company was just a bunch of trucks rented out to Walmart. "I'm so sorry we weren't around, Oma." I reached for her arm, but she shied from my touch. I couldn't lie, it hurt a little.
"Did my grandmother make the announcement?" Eric wondered. "We weren't here when that was supposed to happen either."
"Yes," my mother said numbly, her eyes still fixed on Eric. "She did. Everybody drank champagne and laughed because you were not there." My face wrinkled, and Eric swore lightly under his breath. Of course they laughed, the overgrown hand puppets. Of course they all thought it was just hilarious that the bride and groom had gone missing for the big announcement. I'm sure Celeste was pleased with us as well. But I didn't care about that right now. All I cared about was the reaction of the only other person in this castle I could call my blood. Things between Eric and me were finally real. I didn't have to lie to her anymore about any of it. And so I desperately needed to know, is this okay, Oma? I ventured. At first, she opened her mouth, and I knew she would say yes. Eric had charmed her the way only he could, and there was no way my mother would ever disapprove of a life that would keep her and her only daughter in comfort many times over. But then her eyes landed on the pendant swinging from Eric's neck. As he leaned over, the light from the first rays of the sun caught on the edge, sparking in the middle of the empty hall. My mother's eyes widened. "No," she said, shaking her head slowly, back and forth, stepping back onto the stairs. "No, it is not." Interlude 3. "Okay, Mr. DeVries, hold still." Eric looked down at the tiny tailor who was currently adjusting the hem of his tuxedo pants for the last time. Maceo had been flown in just for today to finish up the custom Ferragamo. It was against the house's policy to let anyone but his staff work on the couture, but Eric didn't give a shit. Maceo had been adjusting his inseams for 10 years. He was the only one who knew how to give the hems of his pants just the right break. "Sorry, Mace. Do what you need to do." The wedding was in 1 week. Somehow in the 2 months since the white party, everything had fallen into place. Everything was ready for what really had turned out to be the biggest day of his life. Well, almost everything. Eric pulled out the small moleskin notebook from his jacket pocket and reviewed the latest iteration of his vows. Even though he and Jane had agreed they wouldn't write their own vows, he still couldn't stop scratching them out. For what, he didn't know. It was just something he had to get out. So he'd been trying to write them since that last night at the Hamptons, before he and Jane had stayed up for several more hours, trying to convince her mother he wasn't a malicious monster out to ruin her or her daughter. That fucking necklace. He'd taken it on a whim after going through his father's things. His mother had presented him with the box a week before the engagement party. The last remnants of a man long dead. The golden heir to the DeVries family, whose legacy Eric had inherited the second the sailboat was pulled into the storm. "Things to wear for the wedding," she'd said. "Things he'd want for his kids." It was clear from her face that she didn't want them anymore. He had recognized most of them, of course. The diamond cufflinks, the wide gold wedding band, the collection of tie clips. Taking them felt morbid. But at the bottom of the box was the necklace. The actual gold Roman coin, bearing the double faces of Janus on one side and its motto on the other, strung with a thin gold chain. Noctis silentio teuter. Silence protects the night. Maybe it was because he wanted to assure himself that he was doing the right thing. That he could tell the society he had done his due diligence when he ran several different background checks on Jane. Even hired a private investigator to dig up anything about her and her family. There was nothing, of course. Jane was quirky, but other than having a string of boyfriends that Eric wouldn't have minded squashing under his thumb, she was clean. And so were her parents. Una was a housewife and sometimes nail technician. Carol Lefferts had been nothing but a mild-mannered VA psychologist. Eric winced, as he did every time he thought of Jane's deceased father. There was a part of him that hated doing this without either of their fathers present. Mother was no help at all. She had no thoughts about Jane. Really, she had barely any thoughts about Eric's life at all. She was no longer a DeVries, and Celeste made sure she knew it. But Jane had loved her father, just as Eric had loved his. He wished desperately he could have met the man when he had the chance. He would have liked the approval of the first man in Jane's life. And so, thinking of his own father and his promise to Janice to learn about his bride's supposed shortcomings, Eric had lifted the medallion out of the box and clasped it around his neck. And it had been fine until Una had seen it. For the rest of the night,
He and Jane had talked in circles, trying to convince her mother that he wasn't some terrible person out to hurt her daughter. She had insisted on leaving immediately, and so, as soon as Jane and Eric had changed out of their clothes and packed their things, the three of them had taken a car sometime past 5 back to Manhattan. Una never explicitly said the name Janice out loud, but Eric would have wagered half his fortune that she knew what it was, or at least knew something about it. Enough to be scared.
Oma, this is ridiculous. It's a necklace. It belonged to his father. That's all.
From the armchair in their suite, Una turned to Eric with wide, dark eyes. It had taken all of their patience to get her back upstairs, since at the first sight of the stupid medallion, she had demanded a cab back to the airport. Eric eyed her from his seat on the matching sofa. He was desperate to get out of this sandy, chafing mess, but instead he had to sit here and take the 3rd degree from Jane's mother, while Jane herself tramped around like an extra from the Night of the Living Dead. She still looked beautiful, of course. That dress, which had been unique and stunning, just like her, when it was dry, was somehow more tempting than when it was pasted on her long, lithe body like papier-mâché, its ripped, stained skirts notwithstanding. With her newly dark hair slicked back and the last remnants of her makeup ringing her eyes, Jane looked like some kind of gothic maiden about to be consumed by a monster. Eric shifted uncomfortably and looked away. It would really be better if he didn't have those kinds of thoughts at the moment. He turned and found Una eyeing him again. Fucking hell, the woman could probably disintegrate a statue with that stare. He was learning very quickly where Jane got her stubbornness. Una didn't let go of things any better than her daughter. She looked a lot like Jane, too, though shorter and more compact. Jane's height, Eric thought, must come from her father's side of the family.
Where did he get it?
She demanded for the 4th time.
The father is bad luck, a two-faced demon around your neck. Bad luck to wear that for her wedding. Where did he get it?
She asked him repeatedly, never satisfied with his answer of, I don't know, or his jewelry box. Because he couldn't tell. He couldn't breathe a fucking word of Janice to anyone. Bad things happened to people who did. In the end, Jane, in her ignorance, had done the lion's share of the work for Eric. She had pointed out all of the antique attributes of the necklace, demonstrating her handy knowledge of fashion as she pointed out the other qualities of the chain, the setting, and the other things that clearly made it a valuable piece of vintage jewelry, not the marker of a dangerous man.
It's an heirloom, Oma, she kept saying. I bet it's been in their family for generations, like the locket you gave me from Korea, right? Do I know everything about it either? I can't even read Korean.
With every statement she made, Eric felt a curious mix of gratitude and guilt. For Jane's safety, he chose to focus on the gratitude. And somehow, everything had come back together. Right down to Una coming around on him, even before she went back to Chicago later that week. She had stayed in the apartment on 76th Street with them, watching Eric like a hawk in the mornings and the evenings. Did the woman ever sleep? She was always up before him and the last in the living room when he went to bed, but otherwise spent her time with Jane and Celeste as they continued to plan the wedding. Jane took her to several tourist destinations around the city, and by the end of the week, Una seemed plenty pleased about her daughter's sudden nuptials. But every now and then, even on the last day, her gaze would linger about 2 inches below the half-Windsor knot Eric preferred, and Eric would blink and smile blandly, trying not to press his hand to the spot where his necklace still hung. In the weeks following the white party, the news of Jane's embarrassment had also spread like wildfire, of course. They'd never figured out who told the kids to throw the paint, Caitlin and Nina swore up and down that it wasn't them or any of their friends. Eric, for his part, believed them both. Grandmother just seemed too frail these days to have much of a taste for masochism, and she seemed just as upset as Eric when she finally understood what had happened. Besides, Nina's style was more cutting comments than outright sabotage. And Caitlin had never seemed anything but nice to Jane. Eric couldn't believe it was her. And so, because of the lack of resolution, Penny had been haunting his thoughts more frequently these days. Everything seemed to be building, but it didn't feel like a celebration. It felt like a storm. "It just needs to be over," he said as he looked at himself in the mirror. "We just need to move on."
"I'm sorry, sir?"
Eric looked down at the tailor at his feet. "Sorry, nothing. Everything all right, miss?" "It looks good to me," said another voice behind him. Eric frowned at the tailor. "Who is that? The shop was supposed to be closed." It was one of the perks of being a black card carrier, being able to shut entire stores down to do things like this, even when you wanted to bring in your own tailor instead of using theirs. "Hello, Triton." Eric's eyes narrowed as Jude Latour, otherwise known as Hermes to those in the Janus Society, appeared behind him in the mirror. "Jude, what are you doing here?" Jude shrugged his wide, sloping shoulders that were neatly clothed in a crisp gray Oxford shirt. He looked like any other businessman on the street just getting off from work. Eric knew he was not. Jude's family was in trade, mostly with Southeast Asia, hence the supply of Thai girls for the Portis meetings, among other things. "What else?" he said. "I'm here on business, Triton." Eric tensed while Maceo looked up quizzically. "We're not supposed to use those names outside the gate, Jude. You know that." Jude shrugged again. "He won't talk, and apparently neither will you." He looked sharply over the tuxedo. "You were supposed to call it off, Triton." Eric turned to the tailor. "Mace, would you excuse us for a few minutes, please?" Casting an irritable look at Jude, the tailor nodded and obediently left the room. Eric waited until the heavy door to the boutique's office slammed shut before turning to Jude. "You told me to be careful, not to call off my fucking wedding." "I thought the implication was clear. Your little concubine isn't what she seems." Eric narrowed his eyes. "I looked into it. I couldn't find anything. Her life is pretty simple, and her parents are spotless. More than yours. How does your dad like being disbarred, by the way?" Jude's eyes narrowed. Neither he nor anyone else in the Latour family enjoyed talking about his father's disgrace. Owen Latour was one of several lawyers convicted for insider trading a few years back in a major scandal on Wall Street. He not only had to serve 18 months at the Suffolk County Jail, but was also stripped of his license to practice law. "My father's disgraces have nothing to do with yours or hers." "And what exactly has Jane done?" Eric pressed. He remained on the tailor's stand, giving him a solid 6 inches over Jude's 6 feet. "Top-performing student, Northwestern and Harvard. Straight and narrow prosecutor. Oh, wait, maybe that's why you don't like her. Think you might follow in your dad's steps, Jude? Well, she's not at the DA's office. Yet. You still have some time." Jude rolled his eyes. "I assure you, that's the least of my worries." "She doesn't even have pink hair anymore," Eric said. "I don't see a problem." He smirked. Jane had promised to dye at least some of her hair back before the wedding, provided it wouldn't be damaged too much. He really had been upset when she saw what she'd done to it. It wasn't that the black didn't look good. She looked as beautiful as ever. To the point where, Over the last 2 months since the engagement party, he could hardly believe she would really be his. But it was true. Somehow, this wild creature would soon belong to him. Jude showed no sign of letting up as he pushed off the mirror.
"I'll say it clearly," he said, "so there's no confusion. This is straight from Carson. Do not marry the girl, Eric. She's off limits. Literally anyone but her."
But that was precisely the problem. There was no one but Jane. "No," Eric said simply. He couldn't be clearer than that. Jude's generally placid face tensed.
"If you don't, Carson is going to get involved."
"Let him." Jude stepped back, worrying his jaw as he examined Eric anew.
"I see."
His tone was calm, but the man's expression had assumed a new, almost metallic countenance. Eric didn't like it, especially since he knew exactly what kind of attention he was begging for. Carson was a bully, used to having his way. For Jane, he thought to himself. He needed to think of something for her. "Look," he tried again, affecting a more jocular tone. Jude was the kind of man who wanted in his heart for everyone to think he was their friend. "There's got to be something. Jane is just a woman. Carson doesn't need to be bothered with her. There has to be something he wants. Shares, maybe?" He could hardly believe he was trying to barter his fiancée's freedom with whole parts of the company, but here they were. Jude's brow crinkled as he looked Eric over, as if he were trying to determine whether or not his proposal was real.
"No," he said. "I don't think so."
"Come on," Eric tried again. "There has to be something. Carson isn't completely unreasonable." A slow smile spread across Jude's face.
"That's a thought,"
he said to himself before looking back at Eric.
"There's a shareholders meeting next week for DVS, isn't there, Triton?"
Eric frowned. "There is?"
"You're going to announce something. A merger. With one of the Indian shipping conglomerates, rumor has it."
Eric's frown intensified.
"I can neither confirm nor deny that, Jude. You know that."
Jude crossed his arms and leaned against the tripart mirror, affecting a smug grin.
"Maybe you should. Maybe if you did, and maybe if you informed Janice of which company it's going to be, that would be enough to convince Carson to let off. He's fairly attached to this issue at the moment, but fortunately this particular knowledge might convince him to lighten up."
Isn't that exactly what sent Owen to jail, Jude?" Eric asked, his mouth suddenly dry. "I'm surprised you're even asking me this." He glanced behind him. The fire door was still shut behind Maceo.
"Oh, Triton, we do a lot of things within Janice that would send many of us to jail, if this was a fair world."
Jude rapped his knuckles on the side of the mirror.
"Lucky for us, it's not."
He tipped his head.
"I suppose it really just depends on how much you love the girl, how much she's worth."
Eric swallowed. The coin around his neck hung heavy. The small book of vows in his hand was even heavier. "All right," he said in the end, because there was really no other choice. "But do not write this down." Part 4. The Release. Her eyes are moons, glassy and bright. Her body a cross, shimmers in light. Slung on the floor, a hand, a blight. Drips love, adored. Oh, bloody night. Elegy from the Journal of Eric de Vries. Chapter 27.
I don't think this is going to work, I said to Gemma as I pointed to a particularly bad combination on the seating chart. I'm all for integrating the families, but we can't have my mother's cousin from Seoul sitting next to Eric's great-uncle Rufus. He's a World War II vet who still uses the term Jap in polite company. I didn't mention the fact that Rufus had, within my hearing, also asked Eric if he really wanted his babies to have yellow skin. Yeah, I was marrying into a real treasure trove. My wedding planner nodded. Keep the racist uncle away from, well, everyone. She switched the sticky note bearing Rufus's name with Eric's deaf second cousin, Marcia. That ought to do it. So, have you and Frederick finalized the look for the big day? She asked with no little glee. I nodded. Frederick was very mad at me for destroying his beautiful dye job with boxed crap and had insisted on coming out to fix it before the wedding. I was glad, and so was Eric, who had also insisted that I at least put some color back in. It wouldn't be you without it, he'd said. I had to agree. Freddie's plane arrives at 9 tomorrow morning. Then he'll fix my hair, and we'll do the dry run before Skylar picks me up for the bachelorette party. Gemma sighed. I'm jealous, but you just leave everything to me. Sunday is going to be perfect, I promise. Before I could answer, the front door of the apartment opened, and Eric swept in along with the last remnants of an Indian summer. A couple of orange and red maple leaves fell from his shoulders as the door swung shut, and his golden hair, which had been growing, stuck out a bit, like he'd been running his hands through it. He looked disheveled and delicious. Hey, I greeted him. How is the fitting? Did Maceo finally get your hems the way you want them? I said it as a joke. Eric had generally been pretty laissez-faire about the wedding with every aspect except one. His tux. The man was an absolute tyrant when it came to fit, and he literally had only one tailor he trusted with any of his pants. But he didn't answer as he dropped his briefcase on the ground and stripped off his jacket. I watched with some concern as he yanked on his tie and let the custom Armani fall to the ground. Bad commute? I tried again. You, he said as his eyes found me. In 5 long steps, he strode across the living room and pulled me from my perch by the breakfast bar, wrapping me up in a kiss that blacked out the room completely. 5 seconds later, he released me, both of us breathless. Well, hello to you too, I said, pulling playfully on his tie. I wiped the remnants of my lipstick from his mouth with my thumbs, though I almost didn't want to. I sort of liked the look of his lips post-ravishing. At last, Eric's mouth quirked to one side as he pressed his forehead to mine and exhaled through his nose. You smell good, he said. Like silk and lavender. He inhaled deeply. Rough day? I murmured. You have no idea. His gray eyes closed for a moment before he stood up and turned, somewhat sheepishly, toward Gemma. Sorry about that. I just needed a moment with my fiancé. Gemma didn't exactly look put out by the display. I think that's my cue to get out of here for the night, Jane. I'll run the final seating arrangement by Mrs. DeVries, but I think we're all set. I'll have your dress sent to the apartment tomorrow morning so you and Frederick can make sure your hair matches the dress. People have no idea what goes into a multi-million-dollar wedding. No idea. I nodded. Sounds good, Gemma. Thank you for everything. You know, I have a talent, she replied as she packed up her stuff. In the days before the wedding, when it's all stress and no fun, I can always tell who's going to make it and who isn't. She winked at us both. You two have the goods. Eric's arm tightened around my shoulders, strong and possessive. I hummed into his side. I couldn't help it. I was all gooey and lovey these days. Since the white party, things had been good. Really good. Eric had gone on an absolute rampage after we returned to the city, trying to find out who told the kids to dump paint all over me. But no conclusive answers were found, so we let it go. And in the meantime, we had assumed a somewhat normal rhythm. He went to work in the gym, while I spent my days sewing, half-heartedly studying for the next New York State bar exam, and wedding planning with Gemma. We barely even fought anymore. Or if we did, it was on purpose. Like when I called him Petri dish and he said I looked like Joan Jett. Why he thought that was an insult, you tell me. And we ended up naked on the kitchen counter. The only thing was, well, when I dropped that piece of pasta on his shirt, I had expected something more than being pinned to the table, you know? At least a swat on the ass. Maybe a few restraints. The man was a genius with his hands and tongue. But I hadn't seen his creative side since that night in Boston. The door slammed shut behind Gemma. Eric turned to me with steel in his expression. "Hungry?" I asked, batting my eyelashes.
"Starving."
He grazed his mouth around my jaw, and his teeth worried my earlobe.
"I want to put this fucking day behind me."
I inhaled sharply. "I just ordered Thai. It'll be here in about 40 minutes. Instantly, I was lifted off my stool.
"That's enough time."
"Time for what?" I asked coyly. "I'm game, but you should know I just had my nails done today. I don't want to fuck them up." I was joking, of course, but he seemed a little tense. Okay, a lot tense, which only made it too fun to mess with him. Eric carried me into his bedroom. Well, ours, now that mine mostly just served as a closet, and dumped me unceremoniously on the four-poster bed. "Hey!" I scrambled up indignantly. "What's with the sack of potatoes treatment?" He yanked his shirt out of his pants.
"I'm not really in the mood for jokes tonight, Jane. Right now, I just need you naked and willing."
"Well, I hate to tell you, but dumping me around like farm produce isn't the best way to achieve your goals."
"Deal with it."
"Hey!" A second later, I was flat on my back, and Eric had pounced on top of my legs, trapping them between his strong thighs.
"I need to know one thing,"
he said, crawling over me. "What?" He stilled, pinning me into place with his body.
"Are you worth all this bullshit?"
I honestly didn't know how to respond to that. Where was this coming from? Eric exhaled. Then he pushed himself up.
"I'm going to grab something from the closet."
"Is that so?" He turned from the doorway to his walk-in, shirt open and his tie hanging down both sides, framing a set of tantalizing abs and a chest that looked like it had been chiseled from marble. I drooled.
"Just sit up and get undressed, pretty girl. Otherwise, there's going to be fucking consequences."
Oh. We stared at each other for a full 10 seconds as his tone sank in. He was back. Not mild-mannered Eric, but Mr. DeVries. Well, fuck me silly. Or at least, I hoped he would. I cast my eyes down, almost by instinct. "Of course, Mr. DeVries."
"Good,"
he grunted and left. When he returned, I had shucked my comfortable red harem pants and black tank top. Eric strode back into the room wearing nothing but a pair of black boxer briefs, holding his tie and something else in his other hand. He eyed me.
"I said your clothes were supposed to be off."
I looked down at my plain black bra and underwear. "They are off. These are underwear." His eyes flashed.
"You're always misbehaving, aren't you?" he asked. "You make everything harder than it has to be."
I screwed up my face. "I do not."
Don't fucking argue with me, he snapped with a sudden smack on my ass. I stilled, enjoying the thrill that ran down my spine. You going to behave? He asked, his voice low and foreboding. Slowly, I nodded. Safe word? I rolled my eyes.
They shouldn't really call them safe words anyway, considering people use them when they don't feel the slightest bit safe. They should be called stop words, because when you use them, you should want everything to stop. And if I wanted that, I wouldn't be here in the first place. A thought occurred to me. Maybe you want to stop. Maybe you need a safe word.
Suddenly, Eric's breath was hot against my ear, as a hand wrapped lightly around my neck. When did I ever want to stop with you? I opened my mouth to argue, but found I couldn't. At least not when we were here. Not when we got going.
What made Eric and me so fucking infuriating in real life was electric in bed.
Or the foyer. Or the living room couch.
Eerie, I whispered. As in the lake.
Good girl, he murmured.
The hand at my throat released, slipping over my shoulder and down to stroke my ass, my legs, then disappeared.
Now, come here.
Obediently, I rose from the bed and came to stand in front of him at the foot. He turned me around so that I was facing the bed, him at my back. His hand swept my hair around one shoulder, giving him access to the other side.
Don't fucking move unless I tell you,
he warned, as he pulled my arms behind my back. With quick, sure movements that I could easily imagine him practicing at the gym with all those ropes, he tied my wrists together, binding them securely at the small of my back, then gently turned me back around to face him.
Kneel,
he ordered. But another quick smack landed on my ass.
What did I fucking say?
Okay. Another smack. That one tingled. I quickly sank to my knees and watched as Eric pulled down the elastic band of his briefs. His cock fell out, heavy and waiting. I licked my lips. He hissed.
Open your mouth.
His face glowed in the cool city lights shining through our window. It was the only light in the room. I obeyed, savoring every inch as he fed himself into my mouth.
God, you're so fucking beautiful like this, you know that? He whispered. With your eyes all big, my cock between those luscious lips.
He pulled out, then slowly slid it back in with a shuddering breath.
Fucking stunning,
I moaned, sucking on him like candy. He pushed in further, in and out, slowly fucking my mouth. I wiggled on my knees. I loved this, but I wanted more. His fingers lightly slapped my cheek.
I said, don't move.
I stilled, obediently letting him take his pleasure. There was something about seeing the raw desire etched across his chiseled face, ruining the careful mask he wore most of the time. I might have been the one on the floor, but we both knew who was really in control here. Eric pulled out.
Get up.
Silently, I rose on unsteady legs. He took my jaw and kissed me, long, languid, even lovingly, before he bit my lip sharply enough that I winced. A pang of desire stole into my belly.
Open your mouth,
he said quietly. My lips were already open, but I widened them. Eric held up the other things he had retrieved from the closet. A ball gag? I smirked. What else have you gotten hidden back there?
One day, maybe you'll find out, he replied as he held it up. I find myself browsing for things, One blonde brow quirked. Just for you. My mouth dropped further. Eric smiled, removed my glasses, and placed the gag in my mouth. I stood patiently as he buckled the soft leather around the back of my neck. It wasn't uncomfortable. The ball was fairly small, with a few breathable holes through it, and the leather harness was soft enough that it didn't cut into my skin. Perfect, Eric said, satisfied. I would have loved to make a comment about enacting the patriarchy by silencing his woman, but, of course, I was literally silenced. And really turned on. Oh, the irony. On the bed, he ordered. Head down. On your knees. With a defiant look that was about all I could manage, with my mouth plugged and my hands tied up, I turned to the bed and followed his instructions, kneeling on the mattress and laying my head to one side. The mattress shifted as Eric followed, taking his place behind me. His hand slid up the back of one thigh, and then my ass cheek, as he slipped a few fingers under the hem of my underwear. These, he said, are going to have to go. And before I could nod, he ripped the thin cotton in half, literally tearing it up one seam. Oof! I cried out, or at least as much as I could. 3 hard smacks landed on my ass in quick succession, making me jerk. Next time you'll do what you're told. I stilled, closing my eyes as his hand slipped over my skin, soothing what now tingled fiercely. Lord, I loved his touch. Harsh, soft, no matter what. His hand floated lower, and one finger slipped inside my pussy, gliding in and out until my hips started to move with it. It felt good. Oh, it felt good. But Eric wasn't in the mood, apparently, to let me off that easy. His hand left. I moaned in disappointment. Another hard smack. I jumped. I told you, he said as he seized a handful of my hair. Not a fucking sound. His other hand left my pussy and slid under my chest to lift me so I was propped on my knees, balanced backward against his solid chest. Do you feel it? He demanded between clenched teeth as his cock nudged my entrance, then pushed in, 1 solid inch at a time. Do you? He shook my jaw. Yes or no? I couldn't talk, obviously, so I nodded fiercely. God, I felt him. I could feel nothing else. He slammed in the rest of the way, tossing me forward but for his other arm caging me against him. Again? He asked as he pulled out, slowly. Again, I nodded violently. I wanted it as many times as he was willing to give it. He lunged. I flew. He caught me. Again and again, just like he said, until we rocked back and forth together in a vicious, luscious cycle of power and play. Eric! The shout rang through my mind instead of off my lips, condemned as I was to relative silence. But as if he could hear me, one hand gripped my hair and yanked me back against his chest so he could tickle those full lips against the soft skin just under my jaw. It's fucking killing me that I can't kiss you right now, he said, his voice gravelly, raw. I want to mark those lips so no one else could ever fucking think of touching them. He released my hair and traced a finger around the top of my mouth. So fucking beautiful. In he slammed again, tossing me forward against his other arm. He rammed into me mercilessly, driving us both further toward that familiar cliff. My eyes squeezed tight, and I soon forgot all other obstructions. My bound hands ceased to matter.
nor did the ball between my teeth. All I could sense was him, feel him, need him. Eric. And then, with a light slap, his fingers found my clit. Pinched, rubbed, squeezed. Done. I was done as a muffled yowl erupted from the back of my throat. Muffled by the gag, but siren-like nonetheless. His name vibrated through me since I couldn't shout it aloud, and I fell forward as he relaxed his grip, collapsing onto the bed in a heap of shivers while wave after wave of my orgasm crested through me.
Jesus, Jane,
Eric barked as he thrust forward again and again, his hand meeting my flesh in time with his ferocious thrusts until his body released its own fury. We both fell against the mattress together, shaking and groaning, the sweat glistening on our bodies as we melted into one indeterminate mass of pleasure. Slowly, I came back to consciousness as kisses trailed over the back of my shoulders. My hands were released. I reached up to unbuckle the gag, but Eric was already there to free me.
Thank you,
he whispered as he lay his head on my breasts and inhaled, long and low, while his hands stroked my skin, my naked body, memorizing its lines and curves.
I needed that.
I sighed and wove my fingers into his hair, cradling him close. We both did, I replied. I had a feeling we probably always would. Chapter 28. Sometime later, after a quick nap, a solid meal of chicken curry and larb gai, plus a second round of Mr. DeVries returns to the Upper West Side, this time involving scarves instead of his tie, plus a riding crop he'd apparently been saving, I found myself lying in bed, watching the flickering lights of the city outside the big bay window as sleep closed in. I was sated, worn out, completely and utterly blissed out on this man's chest. Well, not completely. Something was still bothering me. Eric? The hand toying with my hair paused, then twirled another strand. What was all that about? His hand stopped moving.
What do you mean?
Don't get me wrong. I loved it. Needed it. More please and thank you. Eric's chest rumbled with pleasure, and he smiled sleepily up at the ceiling.
I needed that too.
Then he kissed the top of my head.
I think I need you, Jane.
He traced a finger down the line of my stomach and up between my breasts, cupping one lazily under his palm. I was glad he seemed to like them as they were. There wasn't much to enjoy, but he appeared to be happy with them. What happened tonight? I asked quietly. Maybe now that he had gotten his frustration out of his system, he'd actually talk to me. That was the one major issue with Eric. He never talked. He sighed.
It's nothing.
I bit back a sharp retort, propping myself up on his chest to look straight at him. It's not nothing. When you left this morning, you were basically a Wham song. You were walking sunshine. You returned a storm cloud. Something happened. His mouth quirked again.
You sound like an A.A. Milne story.
I do not. I whacked him with a pillow, which he parried easily to the side, laughing. The sound warmed the entire room.
You do. Winnie the Pooh and Tigger too, right?
Shut up! I grabbed another pillow and smacked him again with it, but he tossed it away and rolled on top of me.
Okay,
he said as his mouth found mine.
I will.
I let him kiss us both breathless once more, but when he started to grind into me in that familiar way again, I pressed a hand on his chest. This wasn't sex as a catharsis anymore. It was sex as evasion, and I wasn't okay with that. Eric, I said as gently as I could, seriously, what happened? He sighed, dropped his head onto my shoulder.
It really doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. It matters to me. He didn't reply for a while, and for an infuriating second, I thought he might ignore me. But finally, he spoke against my neck.
Do you trust me?
My hands wove into the short hair at the base of his neck. For some reason, the question sent a weird vibration down my spine. Love we seemed to have. We didn't say it all that much. Neither Eric nor I were particularly ooey-gooey people. It wasn't one of those words I wanted to throw around all the time. Like when you walked out the door or said goodnight. No better than a common greeting. I did love him, and that was hard enough to wrap my head around. But trust? I wondered if that part took a little longer to build than a few short months. Especially considering we had both sort of mutually agreed to sweep the past under the rug. I'm getting there, I said honestly, wincing as I caught the hurt look on his face.
Really?
He asked.
After all this time?
I wanted to say no. I wanted to say everything was fine, that the past was in the past and there was nothing to do about it. But he knew, just as I did, that eventually the bloom would fall off the rose here. Would he still be this devoted? This focused on us then? Would I? I worry, I forced myself to say.
About what?
About you, me, us, trying to do this whole for life thing. What if it's not enough? What if the secretary at your office starts to look better than the crazy chick you have at home? What if you pass one of the thousands of models who roam the streets of New York like antelope and realize you could do so much better? What if one day you want another red thong in your bed instead of plain cotton underwear? I gestured at the undergarments now lying on his floor. Again, Eric jerked, like I'd just hit him in the gut. But he didn't deny the possibility. I'm sorry, I said quietly, looking away so he wouldn't see how much his reticence hurt. But it's the truth. It's what I wonder sometimes. He pondered that for a bit, but didn't stop touching me. I took it as a good sign.
Okay, how's this for truth?
He kept his hand clasped in mine while he played with my engagement ring. The black diamond shone bright under the lamplight, an unlikely beacon.
I'm not exactly excited about the idea of your bachelorette party this weekend myself.
I frowned. My bachelorette party? Why?
Because...
His fingers tiptoed up my arm and started drifting over my lips again. They were, he told me, both his favorite part of my body and what aggravated him the most.
You and I used to be cut from the same cloth, weren't we? What were you doing in Marley's the night we got engaged?
I avoided his gaze. We both knew what the other was doing that night. Eric had asked me to marry him. A fake proposal, but still a proposal. And not a week later, both of us were cruising for a hookup. Cut from the same cloth, indeed.
Did you... the past 5 years...
He worried his lips, trying to pick his words carefully.
Was it still like law school?
We both knew what he meant. The two of us enjoyed reputations for being the most fun members of our little crew. Together, yes, but mostly apart. I had a different date almost every weekend. I don't know how Skylar put up with the merry-go-round of men that traveled through our apartment for those 3 years. She was a good sport. Half the time she helped me shovel them out the door. Meanwhile, if I had $1 for every girl I saw Eric leave with, well, maybe I wouldn't have to get married for money. He had a reputation then and now as a genuine Lothario. There probably wasn't a woman under the age of 40 in Boston who didn't know his skills in the bedroom. And yet, I wasn't going to apologize for my life or make him apologize either. Men have plenty of sexual partners, and they're praised for their virility. Women just get called sluts, and that I was not. I was single, young, healthy, and more interested in school than in a relationship. Why couldn't I have fun on my terms? Just like him. Eric lay there without a shred of judgment on his face. I waited for it. It never came. I swallowed. Well, I was mostly single and focused on work, so yeah. Yeah, it pretty much was the same as back then. Mostly casual. A few short-term relationships, but nothing major. And nothing at all after my dad died. Nothing? I swallowed. Wow, I guess we're really going down the truth rabbit hole, huh? He squeezed my hand. Tell me. I squirmed uneasily, but he wouldn't let me sneak away. Well, after he died, the lights kind of went out, if you know what I mean. Eric nodded with understanding. Yeah, grief can really fuck you up. I squeezed my eyes shut. Yeah, it can. Some people want to embrace life when they're close to death, but I just wanted everything to fade away. If you look for the clouds, Pumpkin, they'll usually show up. I blinked. I wasn't hearing Dad's voice as often these days. It was almost like he was leaving me be, knowing I was finally in a good place. And after that, Eric prodded. I sighed, finally looking at him again. Well, that was about the time you showed up at the salon, stalker. And then you were at the bar. It had been almost a year when we... At your apartment. That crooked smile emerged. Really? I hid my own grin. Unsuccessfully. Don't be too proud of yourself. It would have happened sooner or later. You just happened to be in the right place at the right time. But Eric just lay back, folding his hands behind his head, looking very smug. I brought you back to life, didn't I? Stop. He turned, eyes flashing with mischief. You were a ghost until you met me, weren't you? Shut up. Now he full-on laughed, then rolled over to cage me against the bed, framing my face between his forearms. I love it, he said gently. You brought me back to life too, Jane. When I started at Harvard, I was so fucking angry at this world. But you, shit. I don't think I would have made it if I hadn't known you. He delivered a sweet kiss, and then rolled back to his side of the pillow, as if he knew I had reached my maximum capacity for mushiness. And what about since? I asked, not wanting to be the only one humiliated here. He blinked as his indiscernible mask resumed its place as he started playing with my hand again. About the same as you, I guess, without the 9-month grieving period. This was uncomfortable. I had yet to meet a single man who could stand to hear about his girlfriend or significant other's sexual or romantic past. It was kind of sad, really. Here I was, lying next to a man with whom I was about to share a life. And I wanted it to be a whole life, I realized. I wanted him to know everything there was about me. What's your number? I asked suddenly. Eric's fingers froze over my knuckles. I'm serious, I said, wiggling my hand away. Eric took a firmer hold of my wrist. Jane, he said, looking uneasy. You don't really want to know that. I scowled. Don't tell me what I don't want to know, Petri dish. Come on now, I'm curious. How many, specimens have you collected in your lab? Jane. His reticence, of course, only made me push harder. 30? I asked. 40? His face remained blank. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours, I offered. At that, the mask cracked. One eyebrow rose. Really? I nodded. Promise. He examined me for a moment. like he wasn't sure where this was going to go. Then, with a regretful expression, he leaned down and whispered the number in my ear. My eyes popped open. "That's it?" I yelled. He fell onto his back, looking embarrassed.
"What do you mean, that's it?" he asked. "I've been told by plenty of people that's quite a lot."
"Oh, do you go crowing your number out everywhere, Petrie? Should I buy you a jersey so you can show it off around town?"
He just rolled his eyes. "Come on, Jane. You promised. Your number for mine. What is it, Hot Pants?"
"Hot pants?" I practically screeched. "That's what Hooters waitresses wear. What kind of nickname is that?" He looked way too pleased with himself.
"If you're calling me a fucking lab experiment, the least I can do is make fun of your underwear. You like those little underwear shorts. I'm pretty partial to them myself, by the way. I'll have to replace those ones I tore off you. But now that I know it bugs you, the name's here to stay, I'm afraid. So come on, Hot Pants. Fess up."
I bit my lip. Now I really didn't want to tell him. But a deal was a deal, and I wouldn't back out now. I bent down and whispered it. Eric blinked, surprised.
"No shit. You almost had me. Down by one, Lefferts. Nice."
I backed away. "Are you appalled?" He frowned, shaking his head.
"Why would I be appalled? Sort of the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it?"
"Well, maybe," I said. "But you can't be ignorant. There's this little thing called a double standard in the world, and it's pretty fucking obvious when you compare men and women's sex lives." Again, he just shrugged, in his fantastically privileged yet beautiful way of disregarding things he didn't personally find important.
"We might have our insecurities, Jane, but I know one thing. I'm the best lay you've ever had."
Eric DeVries. Cocky bastard. Body for days. Best I ever had? I looked him up and down. Oh, hell yes. His cocky smirk told me he could see my thoughts plainly.
"Don't worry," he said. "The feeling is definitely mutual, pretty girl."
I punched him in the shoulder. He just laughed and pulled me close.
"And the bottom feeder in his Calvins?" he asked, recalling the visitor from that terrible day at my cousin's apartment in Chicago. "Where is he in your lineup?"
I swallowed. "Eric."
"Out in the open, Jane, like you said."
I stopped wriggling. "Fine. About 2/3 of the way through, I'd guess."
"You don't know?"
I elbowed him in the gut. "Would you?" He chuckled, then pulled me onto his chest so he could stroke my back meditatively. I thought everything was all right until he spoke again.
"You wouldn't... tomorrow night... you wouldn't want to get out there again, would you? See what other dirty jeans are left in the city?"
He was trying to sound lighthearted, but fear laced his words. The same fear that often struck mine. Was that what was driving all this delicious possession tonight? I pushed up so I could look down at him directly. "Eric, you can't possibly think I would do anything like that now, do you?" Of course he does. Just like there's still a part of you that wonders what he'll be up to this weekend, too.
"I didn't say it was a rational fear."
With one hand, he toyed with a loose black wave that spiraled over my shoulder.
"Any more than your fear of a red thong is rational."
"It is rational," I started to interrupt, but he just shook his head.
"Jane, it's irrational because it's not going to happen, not because I don't get it. I saw your face when you found that shit. Just like I'm sure you saw mine when I found that jackass in your apartment."
His expression stilled.
"I'll never fucking forget hurting you like that, Jane. Never."
I swallowed. I remembered his face, too. The gut-wrenching combination of surprise, fear, anger, and sorrow when he heard the voice behind me. And then the way he had processed it. taken it in stride, stayed, let me explain, and wanted me anyway, in spite of what I'd done. Eric did always have more grace between the two of us. "I'm sorry," I said honestly. I wondered now if I had ever said it. I was ashamed it was even a question. He pulled me over to him so I covered his beautiful body, splayed on his chest, nose to nose. "Me too," he said. There was no threat, no authority in his voice, just plain adoration. Love. That maybe I could begin to trust. "You weren't my first," I said quietly as I lay back down on his chest. "But Eric, I do hope you'll be my last." His broad hands traveled up my spine, spinning locks of hair around his fingers and off again. "Me too, pretty girl. Me too." Chapter 29. Girl, stop moving. Frederick finished the last of my blowout, which he had curled into haphazard, tousled waves. It was my favorite haircut since I had grown my hair out long. A little shaggy in the front so I could get my Chrissy hide on for a night out, but long bangs that would cooperate nicely with the formal updo I had to wear with my dress. "You owe me so many cocktails after this," he informed me as he twirled the streak of deep, bright crimson he'd put at the base of my neck. "No one else but moi could have put this color back in your hair without making it fall out. Box dye. I still can't believe you would do that to my masterpiece." "Well, it had been a few months," I protested as he brushed the cuttings off my shoulders and onto the living room floor, before he spun me toward the large mirror mounted on one of the bearing pillars. "My roots were showing." I didn't mention that I'd also bowed to the pressure to conform. Freddie, with his skin-tight vinyl pants and 15 separate piercings, 2 of which were currently evident through his shirt, wouldn't get it. It was funny. Once I wouldn't have thought I would get it either. "Girl, isn't your man heir to the damn earth? The answer is to fly home and have me do it right." Eric finally pulled the cape from around my shoulders, releasing me from the chair while he swept the cuttings. I catwalked to the mirror over the fireplace, inspecting the cut. Some might say it was risky to get a haircut this close to my wedding, but this was Frederick we were talking about. "You're right," I said with approval. "I should have come to you from the start." I turned around, practically skipped over to Fred, and wrapped him up in a hug. "Thanks, my friend." "Girl, you know I got you covered," he said. "Just say you'll let me put you in my book, all right? And tell the damn papers loud and clear, okay?" "What's she going to tell the damn papers?" We turned around to find Eric entering the apartment, looking as dapper as usual, in a navy suit and bright blue shirt. I grinned as the fire in my belly lit all over again. I was starting to wonder if this would ever get old. Then he frowned as he strode toward me. "What happened? Why is it still just plain black?" "Oh no, he did not," Frederick murmured under his breath while he finished cleaning up. "It's there," I said. "I promise, it's just underneath the black. I figured I wouldn't piss Celeste off too much." "Let me see." I pulled my hair over one shoulder to show him the scarlet stripe in the back. Eric reached out a hand, tickling the back of my neck, as he wove his fingers around the collared lock. He tugged on it a little, and his eyes brightened, clearly reading the thrill that traveled through my body. "Well, that's some heat if I ever saw it," Frederick said as he started packing up his equipment. "Honey, is it all right if I leave this here for the weekend, or are we getting ready at the hotel?" My eyes still glued to the man examining my hair like it was a deadly weapon. I shook my head, as much as I could against Eric's grip. He pulled tighter. "No, you can leave it here. We're meeting at the hotel, but I can bring it." Frederick glanced between Eric and me, locked in our silent standstill. "I better take it.
Something tells me you're only going to remember every other word of this conversation. Eric finally smiled. You know, we could have our own celebration in here, he purred as he leaned in, tracing his nose down my bared neck. Go out, pretend we're still single, give each other a solid one-night stand. Or 3. His teeth found my earlobe. Just like we started, right? I shivered, but not because it was cold. 3 days away with my friends, or 3 days of pure sex with Eric. It was sort of the perfect way to get lost in each other, which we hadn't really been able to do, well, ever. Despite living with each other for the last several months, it still felt sometimes as if I was only getting to know him. His hours at the office took him away from the early morning until 7 or later, even on Sundays. But instead, I pushed him away. I think that's what the honeymoon is for. In return, I received a sharkish grin. Oh, I'm counting on that, Lefferts. Where's the big location? Frederick asked as he finished. Tell me it's Mystique or someplace like that, and I might slap you. The Royals vacation there, you know. I smirked as Eric hopped onto a bar stool behind me. This week, Freddie sounded a lot more Scottish than English. Eric wrapped me in his arms, trapping me between his legs. It's not Mystique, he told Frederick. Good. If it was, I don't know if I could be friends with my girl anymore. Too fabulous. The envy alone might kill me. My uncle owns an island in the Bahamas, so we're going there, Eric offered, like he was presenting a different sort of cocktail when a standard martini was turned down. If looks could kill, we would have been dead. I just giggled, while Frederick shoved the last of his equipment into his bag, muttering something about rich damn white people and Pirates of the Caribbean under his breath. All right, baby cakes, he said as he headed out. I'll see you Sunday morning, bright and early. We've got work to do, so make sure you don't party too hard this weekend, you hear? See you, Freddie. I accepted my hairdresser's kisses to my cheeks and chuckled when Eric took one too. Frederick loved flirting. Boys, girls, it made no difference. And Eric, unruffled as he always was, took it all in stride. After Frederick left, Eric and I sat for a moment, enjoying each other's company in silence. It was hard to believe the big day was almost here. We'd have some time to celebrate our last bit of freedom, meet up for the rehearsal dinner on Saturday, and the wedding on Sunday. Both of us knew it would be a blur, so it was nice to have a second to decompress before the insanity really began. But despite an entire night's worth of catharsis after Eric arrived like a storm cloud yesterday evening, I couldn't shake the feeling he was trying to chase something away through sex. His thirst was basically unquenchable last night. Even after our little heart-to-heart, he couldn't be sated. I closed my eyes with the memories. Hot wax, cool breath. Eric was getting more creative, and I was responding. He kissed me again, this time with a bit more urgency now that we had no audience. The tension from last night reappeared, and goosebumps appeared up and down my arms. There's more where that came from, pretty girl, he whispered, before tracing my earlobe with his tongue. I just need 20 minutes. For a second, I forgot to breathe. But before I could answer, my phone buzzed on the counter. I checked the screen. Too slow, Joe. She's almost here. Eric swore under his breath. But then his phone buzzed too. Fucking hell. Brandon just pulled up too. Can I just say, I think it's pretty funny that your former boss is your best man? Eric shrugged. I have other friends. You've met them. But Brandon and Skylar are some of the few people who've known us through everything. I thought it fit. I nodded. It does. I'm glad. After we grabbed our overnight bags and locked up the apartment, we walked down to the street hand in hand, ready to party until the rehearsal dinner on Saturday night.
Brandon was taking the boys, which included Eric, a few friends from his school in Boston, Calvin, Nina's husband, and a second cousin, to Vegas for the next few days. Skylar, meanwhile, hadn't yet divulged what she had planned for my big nights. I just knew our party was somewhat smaller, with her and the rest of the bridesmaids. Sujin, our friend Cherie from Harvard, and Nina. Since Sujin wasn't able to take the time off for the bachelorette party, it was just the four of us. It was such a strange feeling, I mused for what might have been the millionth time. All my adult life, I had been kicking men to the curb quickly. Either I ran out the door or they did. But with Eric, I didn't want to let go. I didn't like the idea of being without him for even a few nights. I also didn't know quite how I felt about that, marriage or no. Brandon was waiting outside a large SUV on the curb. His giant body, the man was built like a tree, towered over the top of the car while he chatted with Steve Kramer, one of our friends from law school. "There's the man of the hour," he greeted us with his usual effusive charm, his slight Boston accent coming through. "Vegas, here we come. I got some serious shit planned, my friend. Jane, don't be surprised if this bastard doesn't remember half of the next few days." "Just get him back in one piece, Sasquatch," I shot back, earning a dirty look from Brandon and a snort from Eric. I turned to my soon-to-be husband. "Have fun with the boobs and the prostitutes and the gambling. If you're smart, you should catch Cardi B. But really, try not to get chlamydia before our big day, all right?" I tiptoed up and gave him a brief, benign peck on the lips, then turned quickly, not wanting him to see the genuine fear that had crept in. It was a joke, the Petri dish thing. That was all in the past now. "Sure." "Jane." Before I could step completely away, I was yanked back into Eric's arms for the kind of kiss that would stop traffic. When he was done, all of my doubts had disappeared, and he framed my face with his hands, forcing me to look at him directly. Fear, yes, but mostly adoration shone clearly through those deep gray eyes. "I love you," he said, serious and still. I blinked away the tears that pricked suddenly. "Eric, I know," he cut me off. "I just wanted to say it." He released my face and smacked my ass a little harder than was necessary, earning some laughter from the SUV. "Have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do." I quirked an eyebrow. "So what does that really leave off limits?" Eric grinned as he backed away toward the SUV with a boyish shrug. I felt like the whole street lit up from his charisma. "I'm not worried, pretty girl," he called out, "because when I see you next, you're going to become my wife." Before I could reply, a big black limo pulled up behind Brandon's car, and Skylar bounded out, a tiny ball of red-headed energy. "Ah!" she cried as she caught sight of Brandon. "How did you beat us here? You had 2 other people to pick up, and we left at the same time." Brandon chuckled. Everyone did, actually. Skylar's competitive streak was legendary, as was the fact that she could never best her husband. "2 words, Red," he said. "Express lanes." Skylar groaned, then turned to me with a fierce hug, hard enough to lift me off the ground. "What?" I cried. "Need to breathe here." Skylar dropped me. "Sorry, I'm a little excited. It's been a really long time since I've had a single night away from the kids and the ball and chain, much less a whole weekend." "Hey, I'll show you a ball and chain," Brandon protested, but quieted when Skylar sent him a look. All right, we're leaving." Eric waved, disappeared into the SUV, and we watched the boys leave before Skylar turned back to me. I bit my lip with glee. "I cannot wait to see what you have in store, Sky." She grinned. "Okay, but before we get in, I have to tell you something. I didn't really have a choice here, so don't get mad." "Mad about what?" "I had to ask. Surprise!" Skylar and I both turned to find the back window of the limo rolled down, and none other than the face of Caitlin Calvert popped out. "Jane!" she cried, as always a little too happy. A little too thrilled to see me. "I hope you don't mind, but Nina said I could crash the party. Spa weekends are my absolute fave, and I haven't been to London in forever." I smiled as politely as I could before she slid back inside to gab with Cherie and Nina. Skylar turned back to me with a less than thrilled look on her face. "Well, now that the other cat is out of the bag, are you mad?" I shook my head, too excited to be pissed off. I knew my friend. Inviting Eric's ex, whatever you'd call her, childhood.
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
Bestie with a minor crush? Skylar wouldn't have done it without some pressure, probably from Nina and Celeste. But it didn't matter. Caitlin was a harmless, pearl-clutching nothing, and nothing was going to ruin this weekend. I'd be sure of it. Chapter 30. My best friend knew exactly how to spoil me. 2 days later, Nina, Caitlin, Cherie, Skylar, and I had crossed the Atlantic to good old London town, where we were pampered at a spa in Kensington, lounge-hopped around Notting Hill, went sightseeing and flea market shopping before pub crawling in Camden. Skylar rented a big townhouse in Notting Hill for our home base. We were constantly on the move, and I had 3 full days of bliss with my best friends doing all the things I loved. It would have been great if not for one thing. Caitlin freaking Calvert. The girl would not stop complaining. First, it was the house. "Oh, honey, if you'd just told me this was all you could get, I would have borrowed my aunt's flat. It's a penthouse right on Hyde Park, you know." Then it was the spa. "Were we unable to get in at Madame Ducos's? If I'd known, I could have made a call. You really have to know someone to get in." And then it was the food. The drinks, the shops, the streets. Too salty, too weak, too cheap, too dirty. For every idea Skylar had, Caitlin had a better one she would mention, but only after there was nothing to be done about it. The girl was the should-have queen. But more than that, considering how everything Skylar chose was so acutely tailored to my personal tastes, I happen to like pub food, cheap beer, and thrift shopping, thank you very fucking much. Caitlin's passive-aggressive comments really seemed to be geared toward me. By the time we settled into the 3rd pub in Camden and I'd put down my 3rd Guinness, I was done putting up with the woman. Done with the Upper East Side. Done with doubting whether or not every move I planned to make was wrong. And I was really done with questioning why Eric, who had left with those 3 little words I always wanted to hear so much more than I let on, would want someone like me to begin with. Done. And so, more out of spite than anything else, after Caitlin's final jibe about Camden, "If you'd only told me, I could have gotten us West End theater tickets instead of winging it around these types." I grabbed the first mohawked Brit in the bar and asked him where the best place was to go that night for a really great time. Which was how we found ourselves at the end of a particularly dodgy, in the words of Mr. Mohawk, part of Brixton, going to see the best Clash cover band I had ever heard. And that was saying something. I had a minor obsession with the clash. The look on Caitlin's face as we walked into a club full of punked-out Brits was worth every other second. "I swear to God," Skylar muttered as we both watched Caitlin tiptoe cautiously through the bar, as if she was trying to keep its inhabitants from sullying her cream-colored Donna Karan sweater set. "If Miss Priss doesn't shut the hell up, I'm going to duct tape those injected lips of hers shut." I snickered. "I'll help you out, sis. Daisy Duck needs to be quiet." Skylar laid her head on my shoulder. "I'm sorry I said she could come. I just knew you wanted to make good with your in-laws, and Nina really seemed to want her along. I think she's a little intimidated by you." I considered Eric's cousin as she joined Caitlin by the bar. I still hadn't gotten a good read on Nina, despite the countless breakfasts, luncheons, or other little meetings we'd shared with her grandmother over the months. She mostly just treated me with indifference. She was polite, of course, never rude. I also knew that she and Eric never talked unless they were at some of the few family events we'd attended through his grandmother. But I knew nothing of what kind of relationship they had, even before Eric had left his family. Nina's pearl necklace glowed in the dark light of the club. I couldn't help feeling a little satisfaction with how out of place she and Caitlin looked. While Skylar, Cherie, and I were dressed for dirty dive bars in ripped jeans, greasy hair, loud mod makeup, and, in my case, big combat boots, Nina and Caitlin looked like they'd walked right off a Madewell catalog shoot. For the first time in months, I wasn't the odd one out. It felt good. The opening band kicked in as the crowd began to cheer. Nina and Caitlin turned, clutching the rims of their vodka sodas like they'd never held plastic cups in their lives. Skylar gestured toward the top of the club, where a number of tables were open. I nodded. Yes, that was a good idea. Nina and Caitlin would probably enjoy looking down at everyone and cackling, while Skylar, Cherie, and I danced below. Good for everyone. On the balcony, we rounded into a booth. Nina examined the tabletop distastefully and sat back as far as she could from its edge. "This place is an interesting choice," Caitlin remarked as she looked around. "I wonder whether they have ever cleaned the floors." "Here we go," Skylar muttered, though I elbowed her in the side. "It's fun," I said. "This band is supposed to be great." "I bet they'll be awesome," Skylar said. "Remember the band that played the night you and Eric became you and Eric?" I snorted. "Of course. How could I forget? That night was such a disaster." "What happened?" Nina asked. She really hadn't said much over the weekend, but right now she looked legitimately curious exactly about how I had ended up with her cousin. Eric and I had been feeding his family very blasé lines about meeting in law school, never really going into detail about those first explosive interactions. "Well, Eric and I were tagging along with Skylar and her husband when they were first dating," I began. "Oh, Lord, I remember that mess," Cherie snickered, earning an elbow from Skylar. "What? You clearly ended up all right." I giggled with her. "More than all right. They make everyone want to vomit. The man would run through fire for you without thinking twice." Skylar just preened, looking more than a little self-satisfied. "Like Eric would for you?" I blushed. Caitlin looked like she wanted to throw her drink in my face. "So anyway," I said, deflecting, "I had tickets to another Clash cover band in Boston and forced everyone to come with us," I continued. "But back then, Eric and I didn't really get along." "Really?" Nina asked. "But he's so... well, everyone loves Eric." There was something in her voice that didn't sound exactly happy about that. "Everyone does love Desi," Caitlin agreed, disintegrating the mood. "How could you not? He's an absolute doll." Nina's expression turned blank. Not for the first time, I wondered how much of her and Caitlin's friendship was sustained based on Caitlin's fondness for Nina's cousin, rather than because of Nina herself. "I think you can love Eric without thinking he's perfect," I said. "I certainly don't. Actually, he's kind of an uppity pain in the ass a lot of the time. Poor Des. Must be hard to come home without anyone in his corner, Caitlin said in a teasing tone that still managed to cut.
Or maybe it's good for him,
Nina said, looking at me with something approximating warmth.
Sometimes it's good to have someone in your life who humbles you.
Again, I couldn't help wondering why she thought so. Anyway, maybe it was the drinks, I said, or the music, or maybe it was something in the air that night. But for whatever reason, we couldn't stay away from each other. We kind of crashed. Or clashed, if you know what I mean. I winked. Okay, so it wasn't my best joke. But give me a break. It was my bachelorette party. Nina offered a shy smile. Cherie giggled. Caitlin looked disgusted. And it was meant to be, Skylar said, looking pleased with herself for saying so. You guys didn't know it then, but you were so good for each other. Anyone could see it. But tonight's not about that, Caitlin interrupted once more. We turned to her, a little confused. What do you mean? I said. It's my bachelorette party. We are literally celebrating my pending nuptials, right? Silly me. I thought we were helping you bid farewell to this lifestyle. That's why we're here, isn't it? It's not like you'll be able to attend soirees like this once you and Eric are married. I frowned. What do you mean? Eric doesn't care if I go out. Half the time he comes with me. Caitlin snickered. You're joking. You realize that with Celeste's health the way it is, Eric will officially take her place on the board of directors at DVS. And from what Nina says, they'll vote him in as chairman on the spot. Isn't that right, Anne? Looking like she had sucked on something sour, Nina nodded, but didn't make eye contact with me. You can't possibly think that the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar company could ever be seen attending this kind of establishment, Caitlin continued. For one, he'd be a major target of people like this. A look at Nina and Skylar told me they both thought Caitlin's assessment was correct.
This family comes with a lot of responsibilities, Nina admitted. But you seem to be doing well with them.
Just keep the pain away from the kids, right, Jane?
Caitlin jeered, earning a sharp look from Skylar that quieted her down. My best friend did have freaking daggers for eyes when she wanted to. Cherie looked confused.
What?
I shook my head.
Nothing.
I was too worried about Caitlin's thoughts to recount that terrible night.
A game, Skylar announced abruptly, clearly wanting to help. Jane loves drinking games. Shut up, you do. We haven't played any yet, so let's have some fun, huh? Let's see, what's a good game? Yes, Cherie rejoined. Let's do it. Caitlin rolled her eyes.
Relax, Sky, don't hurt yourself. I got this. I looked over my glasses around the table. How about a little never have I?
No, Skylar moaned. You always win that. I just grinned. Of course I do, but I'm the bride and I get to choose. Oh, yes, Cherie said, turning to Skylar. I'm going to make you fess up, Mama.
What's never have I? Asked Nina.
Oh, Anne, it's that silly game where you say something you've ostensibly never done, and if other people have, they drink. Caitlin looked at me. Did I get that right, Jay?
Again with the letters.
It's the same number of syllables. Did she just not like pronouncing more than one consonant at a time? Yes, I said, that's right. But let's make it more interesting. If you have done it, I want the stories. Sound good?
Everyone around nodded their assent.
Okay, I'll start, I said. Never have I been on a yacht. Next to me, Cherie scoffed. Girl, please.
But Nina, Caitlin, and Skylar, with a dirty look at me, all took sips of their cocktails.
One of Brandon's friends at the Cape, Skylar muttered.
She clearly didn't like being grouped in with the other wealthy women at the table, regardless of her and Brandon's money.
Gosh, which time? Caitlin supplied, looking at Nina. Both our families own them, right, Anne?
Nina just nodded. Our uncle took it down to St. Thomas last year, Jane. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have seen it by now. I nodded. Okay, so I hadn't planned on feeling like the loser on that one.
My turn.
Skylar stepped in again with a sly look my way.
Never have I had a one-night stand.
I rolled my eyes and took a long drink of my beer.
You bitch. That's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Skylar just smiled smugly, and Cherie laughed.
Caitlin? Really?
Nina stared at Caitlin, dumbfounded, as her friend took a long sip of her drink.
What?
Caitlin said when she finished.
I can't have a little fun?
When was it? Nina pressed.
I sat forward. I had to admit, I was kind of interested in hearing about Miss Prissa's escapade. It was, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, right after Grayson and I split. My second husband.
She told those of us not familiar with her entire marital history.
Nina, it was when we went up to the Cape to stay with Kevin McCartney and his parents. Do you remember?
Nina nodded. But you were with me that whole week. When could you have had a one-night stand?
I went into Boston for the weekend, do you remember? I wanted to do some shopping on Newbury and meet up with a few friends. Little did I know I'd do just a bit more than that.
Who was it with? I asked curiously. Caitlin smiled, looking very much like a cat who ate the canary. But before she could answer, the Clash band started to play below, beginning with a fan favorite that's pretty much guaranteed to get anyone to dance. London Calling. I jumped out of my seat.
Dance time, bitches! Come on, we're going. No excuses.
Nina and Caitlin demurred, choosing instead to remain in the booth and watch while the rest of us piled downstairs as the crowd began to cheer.
Oh, I am going to miss this,
I shouted as Skylar, Cherie, and I started to get completely and totally down. I didn't have the best moves, but I had never cared about that when it came to the Clash.
Janie, don't believe those bitches up there,
Skylar called over the noise.
Eric knows who you are. He wouldn't want to marry you otherwise.
I shrugged, already getting lost in the music. I didn't want to think about that right now. I just wanted to have some fun. Want to dance, love? A hand slipped around my waist, and I turned to find a cute, hipster-looking guy with thick glasses and ironic suspenders grinning at me. You got some moves, he said in the thickest Cockney accent I had ever heard. And this one wasn't fake. I don't think so, said a familiar voice. She has a date, doesn't she? I turned around to find the very last person I expected to see. Eric, glaring at the guy with a face like thunder, stood behind him, with Brandon and the other groomsmen flanking his sides like the cast of Reservoir Dogs.
What are you doing here?
I shouted, even as I threw my arms around him. He squeezed me tight, then kissed me. Hard. He looked tired and uncharacteristically rumpled in a wrinkled chambray shirt and black pants, his blonde stubble having grown out over the last few days, and his normally combed hair a wreck. Brandon shook his head as he greeted Skylar. Most desperate motherfucker I ever met. He picked up his diminutive wife for a kiss. One game of craps, in and out of a strip club, moaning and groaning about Jane the whole fucking time, until finally I chartered a plane just to shut him up. She just smirked up at him.
I'm sorry, but how many times did I find you waiting for me in random places when we first met?
Brandon just ignored her comment. He was a mess. I've never seen him like this. Did you know Springsteen was playing at the Grand? I got us all front row tickets. I couldn't hear what happened next, though I guessed it was some kind of snarky comment about Brandon's love of the boss from Skylar the music snob. I was also too wrapped up in my own husband-to-be to worry about it.
You came for me?
I couldn't quite keep the squeal out of my voice. This was supposed to be our last hurrah, but it was impossible to ignore the fact that I had missed my man. A lot. Eric grinned, that curiously potent smile of his lighting up the dim club.
He grabbed my waist and pulled me to him, lips meeting mine in a haze of vodka and joy.
"What do you think, pretty girl?"
he said, his voice scratchy from the effects of alcohol and lack of sleep. How many have you had? I wondered as I traced his stubbly jaw with one finger.
Enough to stop worrying about it.
I stepped back and looked him over. He did look a bit of a mess, but his eyes were sharp enough, and his smile was wicked. I sucked on the edge of my beer bottle meditatively. Yum.
Jane, don't do that.
I sucked harder. Eric's eyes flashed. He yanked me to him again.
If you don't stop, I'm going to dump that beer on you all over again. I can't believe you went out looking like this. Without me.
Eric's eyes roved hungrily over my body, taking in the short black skirt, combat boots, and admittedly low-cut shirt I had worn for the night. Okay, so I wasn't exactly the picture of a prim and proper bride-to-be. I pushed up my glasses and swallowed. Jesus, his gaze practically melted. It was so hot. How did he do that?
Jane.
Eric's hungry expression burned. Everything else seemed blurry. He didn't have to say anything else. His desire was palpable. I grabbed the lapels of his shirt. Come with me. Eric followed me doggedly through the crowd, upstairs, and past the few remaining people still in their seats. We ignored Caitlin and Nina's curious glances. And when Caitlin shouted, "Hi, Des!" far too loudly, it was like she didn't exist. Instead, we tumbled down a dark hallway, eclipsed by shadows as I tore at Eric's shirt and he ripped at my clothes. In less than 5 seconds, he had my skirt over my hips. I had his pants shoved down, and the man was inside me, pinning me against the wall while he rutted like an animal.
Fuck, Jane.
He choked into my neck as he sank in.
Fucking hell.
Shh, I admonished, even while my head was banging against the wall like a drum. Oh my God, Eric. His hands gripped my thighs like vices, spreading me wider, forcing me to take him as deep as he could go. And that was pretty damn deep. Like, to my limit. Eric wasn't a small man, if you catch my drift.
Touch yourself,
he ordered as he drilled into me.
Make yourself come, gorgeous. I'm not going to last long, but I can wait for you.
Ah! I moaned as my fingers found my clit and started to rub. Eric hissed as he sensed their presence. It was my gift, I supposed, that my pleasure seemed to intensify his.
Do it,
he gritted out.
Let me feel it. Come, pretty girl. Squeeze my dick as hard as you fucking can.
To other people, his orders might have sounded ridiculous, cheesy, completely unrealistic. But something about the vulgar words coming out of Eric's generally composed mouth undid me. Every fucking time. Eric! I shouted as a lightning-quick orgasm streaked through me, arching my body against the wall. One hand left my thigh, and before I could register it, Eric delivered a quick, sharp slap across my cheek. I shook that much harder, then moaned into his mouth when he kissed me, grunting, groaning, and shaking as he came to.
Jane.
The word was a shudder, barely anything more. My limbs turned to noodles as he ground out the rest of his release. There was nothing holding me up but him. His arms, his cock, his body. And yet, in the back of a crowded club, in the darkness of this grimy corner, I had never felt more sated or more safe.
That,
Eric said as he finally released my legs to the floor,
was for going out in that getup without me. It's been too long. Not fucking fair, Lefferts.
I looked down as I pulled my clothes back into place. This? You miss this? I wasn't exactly the picture of beauty right now. More like a punk girl in mourning. Considering Caitlin and Nina's comments earlier, it was more apt than I'd realized. Eric tipped my chin up so I looked into his eyes, then delivered a soft kiss to my lips.
This was who I fell in love with, Jane,
he reminded me. He reached behind my head and pulled on a few strands of the new red streak.
Don't forget that, will you?
It took me a second to regain my breath. I hadn't realized how much I needed him to say that until now. Okay, I said. I won't. That grin reemerged. The one I was starting to think was now reserved only for me. Maybe we could do round 2 right now.
Come on,
Eric said, grabbing my hand.
I hear our song. I want to dance with the hottest girl in the club.
Rock the Casbah's our song? I asked incredulously as I recognized the familiar keyboard licks. Why? I know we were at another Clash cover show when we hooked up, but why this one? It's not exactly romantic.
No, it's not, he agreed amiably. But it was the song that was playing when I realized how I truly felt.
Oh. I couldn't argue with that. Well then, sir, by all means, lead on. Chapter 31. Thank you for coming. Sky, I'll see you in the hotel in the morning, okay? I waved at the last of the bridal party who had attended the small rehearsal dinner. Eric wrapped his hands around my waist from behind, setting his chin on my shoulder as we watched our friends depart the private room of the Waldorf Astoria, where Celeste had hosted the dinner. Outside, the lights of Midtown Manhattan glinted like stars. Since Eric's arrival in London, I had felt nothing but the bright halo of love surrounding us. Now, less than 24 hours from the big day, we had to say goodnight.
Finally,
he said as he buried his nose in my neck.
Are we done with this circus yet?
Stop, I whispered, though I couldn't hide my smile. People are looking. Celeste glared disapprovingly from the far end of the table, where Garrett was helping her into her wheelchair. I was honestly surprised that she had even made it. Nina mentioned the night before that she had been upping her pain medications lately.
Let them look,
Eric responded as he continued to nuzzle. Also, I need a legitimately good sleep tonight. I have a whole styling team showing up to my suite for pictures in the morning, and I do not plan to have suitcases under my eyes for the Time style section. Thank you very fucking much.
Screw 'em,
Eric growled.
Tonight's the last night I have a fiancée, and I'm being forced to spend it without her. These antiquated traditions are ridiculous.
I smiled, feeling my cheeks heat up at the idea of exactly what we could do to celebrate the occasion. We'd spent the previous night in London reminding each other of everything in store for later, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly. I turned in his arms. I'll make it up to you when I'm your wife, I said, delivering a chaste kiss that seemed to disappoint him. You get 2 weeks with me on that island. No work, no people, no annoying family. Just you, me, and whatever toys you decide to bring from the closet. At that, I received a wicked grin.
I already sent a whole suitcase ahead of us.
Ahead? I gaped. Eric nodded.
The second the fucking reception is over, we're getting out of here. No stops. I'm ripping that dress off you in the air, pretty girl.
I shivered at the idea. Mile High Club with Mr. DeVries? Yes, please. Eric! Eric, do you know these men? We both turned at the sound of Celeste's withered voice that still managed to squawk. She looked very, very tired as Garrett pushed her around the table. She had taken to wearing a full nasal cannula extending from her nose and attached to her ever-present oxygen tank. and it looked like she had lost more weight. That didn't stop her, however, from showing up to each and every event in her Chanel finest. Tonight, it was a tasteful shift dress with suede pumps and the biggest diamond earrings I had ever seen. Begrudgingly, I had to respect the old sociopath. Celeste de Vries was a grande dame in every sense of the phrase. Eric turned toward the two men in beautifully cut suits who stood at the entrance of the private room. They looked about his age, with their wealth and, well, whiteness, practically glowing out of their perfectly tailored suits in the dark room. One of them, who I christened Chad in my head, raised his hand in greeting.
"Shit," Eric muttered under his breath. "I'll be right back."
Before he left, I tugged on his hand. "Hey, is everything okay?" He reared back at me, almost as if he was startled by my presence, which was odd since I had just been wrapped in his arms.
"Go keep your mother company for a bit,"
he said, and strode toward the visitors without another look. Frowning, I moved back to the other side of the table, where my mother was sipping on a cup of lukewarm green tea. She had been very quiet for most of the night, kept company primarily by Cherie, my cousin, Sujin, and her mother, Gion, the only other family who'd been able to make the trip here for the wedding. My side of the aisle was going to be woefully underrepresented. "Did Sujin and Auntie leave?" I asked as I sat down. My mother nodded as she folded and refolded her napkin. "They went back to the hotel. I waited for you." I nodded. "Thanks, I'll just be a minute. Eric is saying goodbye to some people, and then you and I can probably leave too." She nodded again, but didn't say anything. I frowned. My mother was many things, but taciturn was not one of them. "Oma, are you okay?" She looked up, as if startled by such concern. A pang of guilt shot through me. I hadn't been doing the greatest job of caring for my mother, had I? "I just wish Daddy could have been here," I continued wistfully, "to walk me down the aisle. He would have liked that." It was the one thing I had refused to be supplemented by the de Vries family. Tradition dictated that some man be present to give me away at the altar, but the idea of one of Eric's uncles doing the job just seemed strange. The reality was, there was no one to give me away but myself. I'd walk that long line alone. My mother just stared at her tea, looking troubled. I winced. I should have known better. Of course she was probably missing my father too. Christmas, birthdays, they had been hard for the last year, and would continue to be for a while, especially at major moments like this. There was a scuffle at the far end of the bar.
"I got it!"
Eric floated above the fray, a little too sternly.
"You can tell Carson to mind his own business, all right, Jude? This doesn't concern him."
My mother and I both watched as the other two gentlemen backed off, hands held out in a joking surrender. They spoke, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. "You really love him?" she asked, almost hopelessly. I nodded, focusing on the warmth that pooled in my belly at the thought of it. "I do, Oma. I really do." She sighed. It was resigned. Painful. I tried to think of something to say that might comfort her obvious anxiety. She, however, was still staring at the men, one of whom was gesticulating wildly, bearing a small bracelet with a gold token in the middle. Vaguely, I thought it looked a little like the medallion Eric wore on his father's chain. Eric scowled darkly, then followed the men outside. My mother stood up with sudden vigor. "Time to go." I frowned. "Oma, we aren't going yet. Eric will be right back, and then we can go to the hotel. I want to say goodbye to him first, since I won't see him until tomorrow." "No," she said, turning to leave. "No, we have to go right now, Jane." But not apparently out the main exit. "Oma!" I shouted as she disappeared through the service doors. I took steps after her, but was stopped by Celeste's voice. "Jane," she called. "Jane, where are you going?" "I'll, be right back," I called back to her before I followed my mother through the back entrance of the restaurant and into a deserted alley. I paused, looking from side to side until I spotted her small, solid form trotting down the sidewalk toward Times Square. "Hey!" I shouted, jogging after her. "Oma, wait!" She slowed as I approached, but didn't stop walking. "What is the goddamn deal?" I asked. "Where are you going?" "Back to the hotel," she snapped. "And you should too. It's late." "Oma, stop! Oma!" I pulled on her sleeve, finally forcing her to halt. "You cannot marry that boy," she shouted before spouting a torrent of Korean. "Oma, come on!" I tried to cut in, though she didn't stop. "Oma, I can't understand you. What the hell is going on? I thought we covered this at the engagement party. Why can't I marry Eric?" "Because he doesn't know who you really are." I took a step back. "What? What do you mean?" Something told me a knee-jerk reaction here was inappropriate. "Jane, my sweet Jane, oh Jane." Yuna looked up and down the street, but there was no one walking in this quiet alley. "Oma," I said slowly, "what's this all about?" She stepped into a stream of light shining from a lamp on the corner. "Oh, Jane, your father, Carol, he was not." She buried her face in her hands. "He was not your real father." The words were like sucker punches to the gut, one after another. "What? What?" She sucked in a deep breath like it was physically painful. I took another step closer. "Oma," I said, "tell me right now, what are you talking about?" When she looked up at me, a tear tracked down her face, a silvery line across her rouged cheek. It was when I worked for the airline," she said. "You remember, I was in the first-class section. A lot of men. A lot of rich men." I screwed up my face. "What?" "There was a group of us," she continued. We were poor, Jane. We need money to send our families. And these men, they liked us. They invite us their hotels. They give us money if we..." I couldn't speak. If I was hearing this correctly, my mother was telling me that she had, at one point, participated in some kind of low-level prostitution ring in Korea. My mother, Yuna Lee Lefferts, pious church attendee and queen of chastity. A hooker. "Sometimes they just want dinner," she whispered. "Sometimes they want more. Sometimes we say no. Sometimes we say yes." I honestly felt like my head was going to explode. Korean culture dictated, even now, that women remain pure before marriage. That my mother would have flouted that so deliberately in the 80s was almost unthinkable. "So you're saying that my real father was one of them?" Miserably, she nodded. "When I find out I am pregnant, it was when I meet your father, Jane. Such a nice man, on vacation to Korea and Japan. He asked me to dinner. I think he is like the others, but he is not. He was so nice." Her voice drifted off. I stared at her like I was just meeting her. I guessed, in a way, I was. "He fell in love with me, Carol did," she said. "And I fell in love too. So when he asked me to leave with him, to come to Chicago, I said yes. It seemed like the best thing." I pressed my hand on either side of my head. This hurt. Every part of it hurt. Carol Lefferts? Daddy. The man who had raised me. This couldn't be possible. It couldn't. And yet...
Come on, Jane Brain, you never knew? Never once wondered.
My wider eyes. Hazel, not brown or stormy blue. My unruly hair, when both my parents were straight and sleek. My slim, almost lanky height at over 5'8", while the two of them were compact and solid. I turned to my mother, seeing the truth all over her face and finally believing it myself. Did he know? Did he know the baby wasn't his? My mother jerked her head up. Of course I tell him. What do you think I would do? Well, I don't know, do I? I exploded. You didn't tell me, did you? Her face crumpled, miserable. I didn't mean to, she whispered. No one ever knew. What was his name? I asked. What did he do? Oma, who is my real father? I was becoming almost hysterical as the reality of what she was saying sank in. I don't know, she cried. I don't know. They don't tell us their real names, Jane. He say his name is John, okay? John. But otherwise, I don't know anything else. He was rich. He was handsome. He have dark, curly hair like you, and his name was John. Otherwise, he left, and I don't know what happened to him. We stared at each other, the both of us trying to work through this impossible situation. How could she do this to me? Now? The question begged a different one. What does this have to do with Eric? I asked, almost afraid to answer. Why don't you want me to marry him? She swallowed, and for the first time, the fear I had seen that night in the Hamptons stole back into her eyes. That necklace he has, she said. The bracelet on that man's wrist. You see it? Slowly I nodded. We've been over this. The necklace was a gift, an antique. It's a marker, she said clearly. The man, your father, he wears one too, just like it. So did some of the others with him. They all wore them that night. Eric got it from his father, I said. Then revulsion rippled through my entire body. Are you saying? No, her response was quick and brutal. No, no, no. I saw a picture of Eric's father. No, that was not the man. I know it was not him. I would never forget. Relief flooded through me as my heart slowed its tempo. Jesus, that was close. And disgusting. Even the thought. But whoever that man was, Jane, I know this. Oma paused, glancing back toward the streetlights like she was afraid someone would jump at us from around the shadowed brick corners. The men who wear that jewelry, they are not good men, Jane. Your father, not a good man, Jane. He was bad, very bad. And if Eric is one of them, maybe Eric is not a good man too. When we reached the hotel, we disappeared into our rooms without exchanging much more than a few words. My mother was angry that I refused to take her concerns seriously. I was furious that she had kept half my genetic code a secret for 30 years. You know, potato, potato. But once the door of my room closed, the gravity of her disclosures ran through me all over again. And I began to cry. Great heaving sobs that shook me from head to toe. I collapsed on the floor, shaking hard as my glasses bounced onto the carpet. What was I supposed to do now? What in the hell was I supposed to do? A knock on the door interrupted my keening. I rose, thinking it was Skylar, but when I opened it, found Eric fussing with his shirt sleeves, his forehead wrinkled slightly with worry.
"Hey," he said. "Where did you go? I came back and they said you and your mom took off through the service entrance. Whoa."
My tear-stained face seemed to be enough of an answer, because without a word, he barged in, pulled me into his arms, and steered me toward the bed. He settled me on the end, then crouched between my knees so he could look up at me, clasping both of my hands.
"Tell me what happened,"
he said in that gentle way that somehow still commanded obedience. I hiccuped. And then I recounted the entire exchange in the alley.
"Jesus,"
Eric murmured after I was finished. He rubbed his cheek with a stunned expression.
"That's insane."
I nodded. I was starting to feel numb. Honestly, I don't think she ever would have told me if it hadn't been for you. And really, that's almost worse, you know? Not that this thing happened, but that she was so determined to keep it a secret. He had removed his tie before coming, and his bright blue shirt had been unbuttoned just enough to reveal his collarbone and the glint of a thin gold chain draped over it. I reached in and pulled out the gold coin that hung there, brushing my thumb over the engraved two-faced image. "It was this again," I said. "She said she saw this on one of the men you left with tonight, and that the man who, well, my real father, I guess, wore a necklace like this." Eric's eyes popped open.
"She thinks—"
No. I shook my head furiously. Thank fucking God for that. No, we are not committing any ancient Egyptian inbreeding here. Eric relaxed visibly and exhaled.
I legitimately thought my heart stopped for a second.
Gives new meaning to your petri dish, doesn't it? For that, I received a sardonic look, complete with a raised eyebrow. I contemplated jumping him on the spot. But I had other questions, and so, apparently, did he.
"Do you... Jane, if it's too much, would you prefer to postpone?"
Eric rubbed his cheek again. It was a habit I noticed whenever he was a bit uncomfortable.
"We can call it off. This is a massive bomb you just had dropped in your lap. I wouldn't blame you for wanting some time to process."
Eric, do you have any idea how much this wedding cost? I didn't even want to say. It was utterly obscene how much Celeste was spending. I had tried to talk her into cutting back, but she had waved me away like a pesky fly every time. Eric just shrugged.
"Whatever it is, I doubt it's putting that much of a dent in our accounts."
Your family could probably fund, 10 African orphanages with the money going into this wedding. All of New York is turning out to watch the DeVries heir marry the weird Asian girl. It's the event of the year, or so I've been assured by at least 100 people. I shook my head. We can't pull out. I won't do that to you or your family. It was strange, but I'd actually developed a minor fondness for Eric's shrewish old grandmother. Celeste was a little nuts, it was true. Sick with power, maybe. But there was some love in her dying wish to see her favorite grandchild married and happy. If Eric and I were what we had been 6 months ago, I'd probably still hate her for forcing him into it. But as it was now, a part of me was sort of grateful she had done it. I'd still be toiling away in Chicago otherwise. I also wondered if she knew him better than he thought she did. Maybe Celeste knew Eric wouldn't just choose anyone for this task. Maybe she knew he'd marry for love anyway. Maybe, I thought optimistically, that was the entire point. Her real dying wish was to make things right with her grandson the only way she knew how. Regardless, there was still one more thing I needed to know. You don't have any more secrets from me, do you? I asked. Eric, if you do, I need to know now. Eric looked at me for a long time, his gray eyes swirling like storm clouds. Then he framed my face with his large, graceful hands, cradling it toward him.
"You see everything about me that matters, Jane,"
he said in a low, clear voice.
"There would never be any point in keeping the stuff that doesn't."
We watched each other for several intense seconds, as if waiting for the other to break. But no one did. "Well then," I continued, "the show must go on. I'll walk myself down the aisle. My mother will keep her mouth shut. And you and I, well, if I don't know who I am right now, at least I know tomorrow I'll be your wife. That's not changing, right?" Eric smiled, and I closed my eyes, basking in that glow. I inhaled his warm, familiar scent of soap, cologne, linen, and man. God, he always smelled so good. I opened my eyes. "You should probably go. It's almost midnight, and it's bad luck for you to see the bride on your wedding day." Normally I wasn't superstitious, but after everything that happened, I figured we needed as much luck as we could get. Eric stroked my face and tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. He smiled again, and I felt that glow inside me light a small, warm fire.
"I'll see you down the aisle, pretty girl."
Chapter 32. "Jane, look over here, honey. No, not directly at the camera, just over my shoulder." "Yes, that's right." I turned obediently, following the instructions of one of the 3 photographers who had been assigned to follow the bridal party around all day while we prepared for the big event. It wasn't exactly the most relaxing process in the world. My mother sat in the corner, studying her nails, which she actually manicured for the day. It wasn't something she typically did, considering that she spent most of her time with her fingers immersed in acetone. For the wedding, she wanted to look her best, though all morning she'd been doing everything she could to remain a wallflower. Out of fear or spite, I didn't know. I wasn't sure I cared anymore. The thought of my dad jabbed my heart. The more I thought about it, the more I was mad at him, too. He was a wonderful father to me, but both of them had engaged in this deception. They were both liars. They both should have told me.
"Then what would you have done, Jane Brain? This doesn't change anything about who I am to you."
"Jane, don't you dare move," Frederick ordered as he stood back to apply yet another layer of hairspray. I closed my eyes and tried to ignore the voice in my head and the cacophony around me. The conflicting directions were just the start of the morning's chaos. Murphy's Law appeared to be in full effect this fine Sunday morning. First, one of the heels on my shoes broke. So one of Gemma's assistants was sent to open Bendel's at 7 in the morning to locate an extra pair of white pumps that would match the white of my dress. It took 2 trips to satisfy my wedding planner. Jenny, Skylar's daughter, then misplaced the basket of rose petals she was supposed to carry, sending Gemma into a tizzy and her other assistants all over town trying to find a new one that would meet Celeste's requirement of tasteful yet moneyed. Whatever that meant. On top of that, my cousin Sujin ended up getting food poisoning from some bad nuts she purchased yesterday in Central Park. So she was married to her toilet, leaving me without a 4th bridesmaid. And according to Celeste, having 4 attendants with 5 groomsmen simply wouldn't do. "Found someone," Nina announced as she entered the suite that had been designated as ground zero for wedding preparations. "And as it happens, she's exactly your cousin's size, Jane." I turned from my seat at the vanity to see Caitlin Calvert following my future cousin into the suite along with another woman carrying a small brown bag. "You've got to be kidding me," Skylar muttered under her breath, while she turned Frozen on for Jenny as we finished getting ready.
"Oh, not Debbie Downer," Cherie rejoined from her place on a settee.
"Let it go," I sang in my best, partly tone-deaf Elsa impression. Skylar chuckled, and Jenny grinned. "Jane!" Caitlin delivered a pair of air kisses to me. pushing past Frederick and the makeup artist like they weren't even there. I grimaced in her cloud of Chanel No. 5. "Hi, Caitlin. Thanks for coming." "So lucky I happened to stop by to see Anne, isn't it?" she asked with far too much enthusiasm. "Saving your big day. You'll owe me, won't you?" It was meant to be a joke, but I couldn't help wrinkling my nose a little with distaste. "Of course, we don't know if I'll really be able to fit into her dress exactly. I did see your cousin at the rehearsal dinner, of course. And to be frank, she could probably use a few bar classes or so."
"Sujin is a neonatal surgeon," I replied dryly as I closed my eyes to have shadow applied. "Doing squats isn't really high on her list of priorities since she's usually busy saving babies." "Happy, ladies? We're looking happy, darlings," cried the photographer. Caitlin just flipped my comment away with a delicate hand and examined herself in the mirror behind me.
"Well, you know the real secret is just doing them whenever you get a spare moment. I got Nina to start doing them when she brushed her teeth at night. And by last summer, she had a bikini body for the first time in years." "What's a bikini body, Mommy?" asked Jenny as she turned from the TV.
"It's a body with a bikini on it," Skylar replied dryly.
"Do I have one?"
"Not unless you're wearing a bikini. Just pay attention to Frozen, babe." Skylar glared at Caitlin, who was now observing my dress obliviously. "Lord, this child," Cherie muttered under her breath before taking a long drink of champagne.
"Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you," Caitlin said as I followed suit.
I lowered my glass and looked up so the makeup artist could finish applying my mascara. "Pray tell, why not?" She tapped her nose.
"Don't want to be red in the face in front of the cameras, do we? I saw you at your bachelorette party, Jane. One drink and you turned into Bozo the Clown. We don't want that, especially since you fixed your hair."
She broke into giggles, as if the idea of me with a red nose was the funniest thing in the world. She turned back to the window.
"So this is the dress, I suppose?"
As Emily, the makeup artist, finished putting the final touches on my cheeks, I looked over at the long white confection hanging from the window dressings. It was the last thing I would put on. "Well, yeah. I don't normally walk around dressed like the ghost of weddings past." "You're good," Emily said as she pulled back the blush. "You look great, Jane, and the dress is perfect." Caitlin cackled.
"Oh my goodness, you are just the sweetest. Well, it's nice. Very nice. Did you sew it yourself? You're very brave."
Skylar practically growled from where she and Cherie were zipping each other up into their blush bridesmaid dresses. "It's a custom Jenny Packham, Caitlin. Couture. They flew it to London to be redone especially for her."
"Did they really?"
Caitlin fingered the end of the sleeve. I fought the urge to swat her hand away.
"I suppose when things are last minute, beggars can't be choosers, can they? When life gives you lemons, right? You are doing amazing things with what they gave you, Jane."
I just stared. "Wow. Thanks."
"You're welcome."
Caitlin grinned like she hadn't just given me back-to-back underhanded insults.
"Now, where's my dress? I brought my seamstress to help fix it."
I opened my mouth to tell her where she could shove her seamstress, but decided to keep my thoughts to myself. After all, she was doing me a favor. Without her, we would be one bridesmaid short, and Celeste, given her frail state, probably couldn't handle the horror. "It's fine," I said. "Nina, can you show her where the dresses are?" They walked out into the next room, leaving me, Skylar, and Cherie to finish getting dressed. "2 more shots," said the photographer. "Just like that." A flurry of clicks sounded as he took his last photographs of me looking at myself in the mirror. "Darling, you look incredible," Frederick remarked as he floated his hands around my head. Today's accent was closer to Cornish, if anything. "If I do say so myself, some of my finest work." It was hard not to feel a little smug. I did look amazing.
"You do look beautiful, Jane," said my mother in a small voice from the corner, where she had been watching the interactions with Caitlin sharply. I turned, the smugness dying. "Thanks, Oma," I said quietly. She stood and brushed her hands down her muted navy dress. To Celeste's utter irritation, Una had refused the services of any stylists employed for the weekend, stubbornly preferring to wear her own clothes to the ceremony and reception. I was glad, almost proud of her for it. My mother refused to be anyone she was not, refused to be made up like a doll. Like you are now. That independence was a characteristic we had once shared, I thought with some regret as I looked over my carefully coiffed body. I reached up and touched the back of my head where the red stripe was. It was supposed to show during the ceremony, wasn't it? "Jen, go with Aunt Cherie, okay? Daddy's waiting for you downstairs with the other groomsmen and Louis. We're going to get started soon," Skylar said, breaking the silence. "Jane, I'm going with them to make sure everything is settled, and then I'll help you into your dress, okay?" She ushered the others into the next room, where Caitlin and Nina were waiting in their bridesmaid dresses too. The styling team, photographers, and seamstress followed them out. Eventually, I stood there, alone. I shivered, examining myself in the mirror. I was still only clad in a satin dressing gown that Celeste had insisted on as part of a proper trousseau. I didn't even know people still had those. With my face done up and the simple diamond earrings she lent me dripping from my ears, I looked the picture of a polished, nervous bride. Oh, God, could I really do this? There was a knock at the door. "Jane?" I turned at the sound of the familiar deep voice, then practically skipped over to the door, which I opened a crack. "What are you doing here?" I asked, immediately putting myself on the other side of it when I fully realized who it was. "No, don't come in. It's bad luck." "You don't really believe in that sort of thing, do you, pretty girl?" I smiled. No, I didn't. But on the other hand, so much had gone wrong today. "What is it?" I asked. "You're supposed to be on your way to the church. Your grandmother is going to keel over if things don't start on time." There was a chuckle, but instead of Eric answering, a small folded piece of paper appeared by the edge of the door. "I know we decided not to do our own vows," Eric said, "but I wanted you to have something anyway." I took it, unfolding the paper slowly. It was ripped on one side, like it had been torn from a book. "What is this?" "Read it," Eric said. "It's not much, but it was in my head. I wrote it for you. Something to think about with this bullshit pomp and circumstance." I squinted at the uneven scrawl. I sort of loved this handwriting, actually. For all his polish and poise, Eric's letters were absolute chicken scratch. The one part of him that was as messy as I was. Vow, pretty girl, woman, siren, fiend. She with her lips, eyes, cheeks, hair, legs, pussy, skin, shoulders, arms, breasts, thighs, back. But more than that, her mind, gaze, humor, smarts, tongue, words, talent, kindness, candor. Makes me crazy, devoted, frustrated, sated, in love and lust and heat, in trust, and all you are, Jane. All yours. This is my hate vow, sex vow, love vow. My vow is that forever, always, I belong to you. I touched the words, muddled and messy. This wasn't a neat sonnet, like the ones he sometimes read me, but its chaos fit the emotions that so often overtook me. Us, when we were together. "I love it," I said. "Eric, I turned to the door, suddenly desperate to see him. Look into those eyes and see for sure that this wasn't a dream or an act.
"I love you, Jane,"
he said solemnly, like it was an oath, not just a statement. His hand appeared at the door, reaching out, begging for me to take it. So I did, and he squeezed, tight enough that I wouldn't forget. So I squeezed back. "I know, Petri dish," I said, imagining the look of mock outrage mixed with humor all over his handsome face. "And I love you too. Now get to the church so I can tell you to your face." "Okay," Skylar said about 15 minutes later when she returned to the room. "Everyone is off to the church. There's a car waiting downstairs for you. We just need to get you into your dress, and off we go. I'll carry your train." I nodded, standing from the bed and taking down the dress. "Let's do this." Skylar helped awkwardly as I stepped into the gown. I looked at myself in the mirror while she zipped it up from the back, staring at a woman I barely recognized. My glasses were gone, replaced by contacts for the big day. Gone was the thick black eye makeup I generally preferred, the bright red lips, the black clothes, the chunky boots. I looked like a stock model, a picture out of Vogue Bride, demure, poised, maybe even a little faceless. "Wait," I said. "I need something from my purse." I beckoned toward it, scared to move in my pristine dress. Skylar retrieved the purse, and I pulled a tissue, some lip liner, and a tube of lipstick out of my makeup bag. "Ah, your signature color," Skylar remarked as I wiped away the tepid rose Emily had applied. "Of course, it's not really you without it." I smacked my lips in the mirror. "Damn straight." I started drawing on the liner while Skylar watched, absorbed. "I still miss you doing my makeup for me in college," she sighed. "Every time I try to use liner, I look like a clown." "Brandon likes you natural anyway," I said. "Anytime you wear a skirt, he barely notices your face." "Hey, I resent that." I grinned cheekily and continued applying the lipstick. But just as I was finished drawing on the familiar red shade, the other door to the suite opened, and the voices of Nina and Caitlin entered the hotel room. "I think she's already left, Kate," Nina said. "We really need to go if we're going to be on time. Grandmother detests people who are late." "I know I left my phone in here somewhere," Caitlin replied. "It's just, shoot, where is it? Help me look, Ann." Skylar and I rolled our eyes at each other while the other women looked around. Neither of us spoke, not wanting to beg another dressing down from Caitlin. "I still feel like I should tell her," Caitlin said as they moved around. "Isn't it sort of the same thing as walking around with spinach in your teeth? The nice thing to do is say something, isn't it?" "I suppose." "I feel sorry for her otherwise. If I had something on my shirt, I'd want to know. And if my fiancé slept with someone else, I'd want to know that too." There was some murmured response that I couldn't quite make out. "Jane?" Skylar whispered, but I gestured for her to remain quiet. I wanted to hear the rest of this fucking conversation. That is, if they were going to continue it. "Well, it was so long ago, though," Nina said. 5 years. I doubt it really matters now." "True," Caitlin said. "I wish I'd never left Boston after that night. Then maybe he would have asked me to help with this ridiculous charade instead of an Alexa Chung wannabe with bad hair." There was a long sigh. "It certainly would have made things easier for everyone. Grandmother hates that red stripe, even if she came around to her." There was a harsh giggle. "Do you know I purchased the worst set of lingerie for that night, Anne? Penny once told me that Eric liked things a little racy sometimes. Sorry, I know he's your cousin, but you don't care, do you? All those years, and he never thought of me as more than a friend. So I figured what would be less Park Avenue than cheap red panties, right?" Caitlin scoffed. Looks like he wanted that sort of thing permanently. Well, he'll tire of her soon enough. They always do.
Red panties. Boston. 5 years? My skin iced over. A sudden tundra thin enough to crack. Skylar's big green eyes flew open.
Aha! Found it! Caitlin crowed. Okay, Nina, we can go. Relax, why don't you?
Their footsteps clipped out of the room, and the door slammed shut, echoing for a few seconds in their wake.
Oh, Janie, Skylar started. Do you want me to call Eric?
Her voice was scared. She knew what this meant. She knew what this meant to me. She also had no idea what I was going to do. All my fears about Eric, his past, my past, came flying back. But they settled around one fundamental fact. He lied. Do you have any secrets? I asked him. Anything you haven't told me? Anything I should know? I closed my eyes, willing the volcano that was exploding in my chest to calm down. No, I said in a voice I didn't completely recognize. It's time to go. Chapter 33. The cathedral was a beast. It was a monolith of Anglican pageantry on the Upper West Side, and I had it on good authority, meaning Celeste, that it was the largest Anglican church in the world. The de Vries were Presbyterians, of course, having descended from hordes of good Dutch Calvinists. But the entire city was turning out for this wedding, and it was only the best for the de Vries golden boy, their prodigal son, returned to take over the family throne. And the best and biggest was St. John the Divine. Are you ready? Skylar whispered as she took Brandon's arm in front of me. The rest of the bridal party had already taken the long walk down the aisle. Stone-faced, I nodded. Go, I said. I'll be fine. Skylar gave me another worried look, then turned and began walking to the crossing with her husband. All right, Jane. Gemma appeared with a headset attached. Go bridal march, she said into the mic. The organs began, and the choir started singing a different hymn, their voices raised louder, vibrating through the stone walls. And in that moment, I felt for the first time what I was really marrying into. A complete and utter spectacle, all of it designed to show one thing. Power. Gemma looked at me. Your turn, beauty. Here we go. It was 140 steps from the lobby of the church, past uncountable apses, row upon row of New York's elite, down the long, almost interminable nave to the crossing of the basilica-designed cathedral. The arched ceilings yawned above me, with stained glass windows sparkling beyond them and Gothic-style gargoyles at the top, portending some strange kind of doom from beyond. I felt like I was walking to my death, not to a new life. Not for the first time, I wondered if I was truly crazy for doing this. At last, I reached the crossing, where an elevated platform had been set up in the center so that people in each arm of the basilica and the choir at the head could watch from every direction. Eric stood next to the minister, watching me the entire time with an expression of awe. His traditional black tuxedo with thin peak lapels and just a hint of tails over the Italian-cut pants was tailored to perfection. He was perfection. I couldn't have hated him more. And it wasn't until I reached him that he must have seen that in my face. Hey, he whispered carefully as he took my arm and guided me up the steps. Everything okay? I swallowed, unable to meet his eyes. I could do this. I could get through this charade. We could fight after. Now was not the time. I could do this.
I couldn't do this. I know, I whispered, just under the hum so only he could hear me. You know? His eyes were shifty. I know everything, I hissed, gripping my flowers so hard I could feel the stems cracking under their satin bindings. About you, and Caitlin, and those red fucking panties. I spat the word, startling the minister who approached. Jane? Skylar touched my elbow from behind, where she stood with Jenny. Is everything all right? But I didn't look at her. I didn't look at Brandon either, who frowned over Eric's shoulder while holding his son's hand. I could only see Eric, his deep silver gray eyes, the way his brows knit together, and then the way clarity passed over his face. The truth of the statement as it registered. Shit, he whispered, with no apparent regard for the church. Jane, Are we ready? Asked the minister. No, Eric snapped. We need a minute to talk. He jerked his head toward an apse behind us. Over here. I scowled. Eric, I am standing in a 30-foot train that has been perfectly placed over those steps and takes at least 5 people to move. I am not going anywhere. He glanced toward the crowd, where people were already watching us curiously, wondering about the obvious delay. Jane, come on. How could you? I hissed through my teeth, trying and failing to maintain an even tone. Ms. Lefferts, really, if you need a moment. No, it's fine, Reverend. I cut the minister off again. We'll continue. Mr. DeVries here just needs to understand one thing. But Eric just glared. Jane, I'm only going to say this one more time. Pick up the goddamn train and follow me. And then, without waiting, he turned on his patent leather heel and strode off toward one of the doors that exited the main altar where we stood. The crowd watching us immediately started to jabber, and past Skylar's shoulder, Caitlin tried and failing to hide a grin. The Reverend turned to me questioningly. Sky, I whispered. Right here, Janie. Grab my train, please. I turned to the Reverend. Willem, just be a minute. Brandon, Skylar hissed, watch the kids and entertain the crowd. Brandon gave her a look like she was crazy, but turned to the filled pews as we trotted in the direction Eric had gone. We found him pacing a smaller chapel that jutted off the main altar. You want me to stay? Skylar asked. She looked like she would rather do anything but. I took the fabric out of her hands. No, it's fine. We'll be right out. She gave me a look that was utterly disbelieving, but sighed and left. Eric turned from his place under a stone saint as the door shut behind her. Jane, don't, I said, holding up a manicured hand. I honestly don't want to hear it. I am so over this shit, Eric. So over it. It's 5 years old. It's done. It's not done. You're obviously still pissed off about it. He shook his head like he couldn't believe it. About something that happened 5 years ago. It's unbelievable. You think I'm mad because you slept with someone 5 years ago? My voice shot up an octave with incredulity. God, you're really that fucking clueless, aren't you? I strode in the opposite direction, unable to face him. Instead, I came face to face with the statue of a noble-looking dude labeled King Eric the Ninth. Arrgh! I screamed at it. A fucking course! What the hell is wrong with you? I whirled around. I'll tell you what is wrong with me, you pedantic, patronizing, sociopathic liar! Caitlin fucking Calvert and her tiny red thong that was balled up in your fucking sheets the night I came back for you. It's not the fact that you slept with someone, you asshole. It's that you slept with her, and you never told me. As I spoke the words, The color in Eric's face drained, making him look a lot like the statue behind me.
"Jane," he started. "Spare me. Jane, stop. Jane."
"Shut up!" I screeched. "For once in your fucking life, take your smug, condescending remarks and shove them straight up your entitled ass, right along with the stick that seems to be permanently lodged there."
I paced around the room, tripping on my train and alternately kicking it out of the way. The edges were already getting smudged with the grime from the stone floors. It seemed to fit the utter illusion of this day. We looked so perfect from far away, but up close, it was a fucking mess, and there was nothing beautiful about it. Eric took a tentative step toward me, his shiny black shoes clipping on the hard floors. "Jane, you have to let me explain. Jesus, it was 5 years ago."
"I asked you last night, do you have any secrets, Eric? And what did you say, huh?"
His arms flew out. "Jane, this isn't a secret. I honestly just didn't think it mattered."
"Didn't think it mattered?" "Eric, that passive-aggressive bitch has been trying to weasel her way back into your life since you showed up. I'd bet $10 it was her who got the kids to throw paint on me. Honestly, I bet she knew I was in the hotel room the entire time she gabbed to Nina about her little affair with you."
"It wasn't an affair," he said. "And may I remind you that you and I were split up. By your choice, I might add. Why doesn't that ever get through to you? Am I supposed to tell you every goddamn woman I've fucked in the last 5 years, Jane? Or the last 15, for that matter? You already know it's a long fucking list, sweetheart."
"You're disgusting," I spat. "And missing the goddamn point, as usual. I don't care about any of those women, Eric. But you know what I do care about? Honesty. I care about my partner being straight with me, with him telling me the fucking truth instead of lying to my face."
"I didn't tell you because I knew you'd fucking react like this," he exploded. "You'd blow it out of proportion, just like you did back then, and we'd be right back at square one." He started pacing around. "Honestly, Jane, it's like you don't even care about anything from the past 4 months. You don't fucking care about us. You're so willing to throw it away."
I gaped, wishing I had something else to throw at him. "Don't care? Are you serious right now? Look at me. Look at this."
I gestured up and down at the dress, my face, my hair, the entire church.
"This isn't me, Eric. Does this look like someone who doesn't fucking care?"
"I never asked you to do any of that, did I?"
"You didn't have to. Not in so many words. God, look at me. I look like a mannequin, a fucking shadow of myself. I'm literally a person in black and white."
"I told you to put your hair back the way it was," Eric retorted.
"It's not just about the hair, though, is it? You've been pleased as punch every time I've gotten along with your family. Well, playing that game has required some chameleon skills, asshole. And you haven't exactly been complaining about any of it either. Pleasantly surprised, you said, right? Happy that I was fitting in."
Jesus Christ, you really are determined to take everything out of context, aren't you? Eric rubbed his hands over his face and groaned. "Fucking nightmare."
"Nightmare of your own making, I'd say."
He looked up with new resolve. "Look, I didn't ask for this giant circus of a wedding. I didn't ask for the 90-foot dress or the 50-person bridal shower or a ceremony in the biggest church in the world. I just wanted you, Jane. That's it." He roared every one of the last words, his words echoing off the hard stone walls and floor. But none of them mattered. All I could see were those stupid red panties. And now, of course, the utterly punchable woman who wore them.
"Well, you can't have me,"
I said at last, taking a firm grip on the back of one of the old wood chairs to stay in place.
"Not now. Not ever." His face dropped. Legitimate, real surprise replaced all his frustration.
You're kidding.
All I've done is try my hardest to fit in, I said, biting back tears. And I didn't just do it for you. I did it for me. I didn't want to be a big fucking joke to you or your family. So no matter what they did, the backstabbing comments, the weird pranks, it didn't matter because in the end, I knew if I could win you over, I could do the same with them. Turns out, the person who thought I was the biggest joke of all was you.
Jane, stop. You don't mean that.
Don't tell me what I mean, asshole.
Come on,
Eric shouted.
This is ridiculous. It's ancient fucking history, and we have moved on. I love you, Jane. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Did it ever?
I don't know what it means anymore.
Why? Give me one good reason why something that happened 5 fucking years ago should be this important.
Because you broke my heart, I screamed.
Well, you broke mine too.
We stood, seething at each other, unable to tear ourselves away, but unable to forgive either. In that moment, the fury fell out of Eric's eyes, replaced with utter heart-wrenching despair. I choked, unable to breathe, trying my hardest to swallow back everything I'd just yelled at the top of my lungs. I tried to shake everything away like a bad dream. That's all it was anyway. That's all any of this was.
I don't know why I do this to myself,
Eric said. His voice dropped again, low, despondent.
I must be a fucking masochist. I keep trying to make it work with you, but I should have known you'd do this again. Find some excuse. Some fucking reason to pull the rug out from under me all over again.
Excuse me for not wanting to love a fucking liar in Lothario, I snapped. If you want someone who's willing to let you manipulate her for the rest of her life, you should have done what was expected of you in the first place and given this ring to Caitlin Calvert. In my frenzy, I yanked the engagement ring off my finger and hurled it at him. The ring bounced off his chest and to the floor in a series of light tings. Slowly, Eric dropped to his knees and picked it up, then held it up in a parody of another proposal.
Put it on,
he ordered in a voice of steel. No, Eric stood.
So this is how it's going to be. You want to end this now?
I gulped. Was that what I was doing? In front of 5,000 of New York's finest?
If you do, that's 20 million gone, Jane.
Eric held out the ring, pinched between two fingers.
Not to mention Nina's inheritance, my aunt's and my mother's, countless cousins, relatives, not to mention hundreds, maybe thousands of people out of work, if grandmother actually sells off all her shares.
He let the ring roll into the palm of his hand.
Think about what you're doing.
His voice was hard, cold, completely devoid of any emotion. It was the one thing that told me the last months were erased. We were back to where we started. If I did this, it would be nothing but a transaction. A deal. Just like he promised. I stared at the ring for a long time. Watched the bright, sparkling diamonds reflect prisms of light to the edges of Eric's hand, while the black stone in the middle seemed to consume all light at the same time. For a moment, I wondered if it would consume me too, like the ocean, this city, this man, this life.
Breathe, Peanut. Think about what you're doing.
But for once, the calm, soothing voice of my father only made things worse. I shuddered him away. After all, he was nothing but a lie, too. I looked up. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, but it's not for the $20 million, I said. It's because I won't let you or your family toss red paint on my dress again. Eric shook his head as I took the ring and slid it back on my finger, wishing it would disappear. I'll say the vows, I said, but I'll hate every minute of it. Chapter 34. I don't really remember the beginning of the ceremony. I don't remember what the minister said, the scripture that he and the other speakers intoned, or the hymns from the choir behind us. I don't remember anything but Eric's stormy yet unwavering gaze, forceful and unforgiving under the cold, stony light of the cathedral, as the minister asked us to swear our intentions for each other. Jane Lee Lefferts, will you have this man to be your husband, to live together with him in the covenant of marriage? Will you love him, comfort him, honor and keep him, in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, be faithful unto him as long as you both shall live? I nodded. My jaw felt like it was made out of metal, a trap that couldn't be pried open. But at last I said what I had to say. I will, I stated, loud and clear, but through my teeth. And Eric Sebastian Franklin Stallsmith DeVries, will you have this woman to be your wife, to live together with her in the covenant of marriage? Will you love her, comfort her, honor and keep her, in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, be faithful unto her as long as you both shall live? Eric stared at me for a long time, long enough that I wondered if he was actually going to say it or cut and run. I will, he said, and his words fell like anvils at my feet. The officiant turned to the congregation and requested their witness, to which they all replied another resounding, if slightly confused, "We will." Then he looked back to Eric and me. Now, you will speak your wedding vows. Eric took my hand, clasping it gently between both of his as he spoke the traditional Protestant vows we had both agreed on, repeating after the minister's quiet voice. In the name of God, I, Eric, take you, Jane, to be my wife. He began in a voice that shook slightly. To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until we are parted by death. This, he seemed to say it with extra emphasis that made me want to step away, is my solemn vow. I stared for a long time. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe, and it wasn't just because of the dress. Jane, the minister prodded gently, would you like to say something to Eric? I switched hands, ignoring the way his larger one felt between my two. I spoke in a voice that sounded as hollow as the church, light and echoing, full of nothing. In the name of God, I, Jane, take you, Eric, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow. My voice cracked over the last word, and in the front row, my mother dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. I sniffed. Jane, Eric whispered. Don't, I warbled. I couldn't cry now. I wouldn't. We moved through a terse exchange of rings. I stared at the gleaming metal as it slid over my finger, then watched numbly as I slid on Eric's solid platinum band. I spoke the words I'd somehow memorized over the last weeks, but I couldn't for the life of me understand now. Symbol, love, ring, wed. What did they mean anymore? What had they ever meant? When we were finished, the minister took my right hand and Eric's left and put them together. Eric's ring was cool against my skin. My chin quivered. Now that Eric and Jane have given themselves to each other by solemn vows, with the joining of hands and the giving and receiving of rings, I pronounce that they are husband and wife, in the name of the Father and the Son and the whole— Wait. A man's voice called like thunder through the cathedral, rolling over the drone of the minister, cutting off his final words. "What the fuck?" Brandon muttered. "Who is that?" Skylar said sharply. "Oh, shit," Brandon muttered as he saw who approached. "Titan?" Eric turned sharply to his best man. "You knew?" Brandon glowered. "I was tapped at MIT. I went halfway through initiation before I met this asshole and cut out." Skylar popped over my shoulder to glare at her husband. "What? What initiation? What are you talking about?" Behind her, Nina's mouth dropped, though she quickly picked it up and resumed a placid expression. In the front row, I caught twin expressions of horror cross the faces of Celeste, Violet, and Heather as they watched the man striding down the aisle. All of them looked like they had just seen a ghost. The speaker approached, flanked by several others, all of them white, wealthy, and dressed in more exquisite suits, like everyone else in the church. He was older, had a head full of shiny, almost unruly salt and pepper hair, and a nose like a hawk. He approached the altar like he was completely in the right to stand there with us, with seemingly no care for the 5,000-member audience. "Eric," said the man. Eric sighed. "Hello, Carson." From her seat in the front pew, Celeste stood up, holding her oxygen to her face as she sputtered. "Jonathan Carson, how dare you? Leave at once!" The man didn't turn back to the old woman. He was the only man in the church, maybe the only person in New York, who didn't respond to her commands. "I've come to protect my best friend's son," he said without turning. "It seems he's made a grave mistake today, and we're here to rectify it." "You shouldn't be here," Celeste called, and Heather beside her seemed to think the same thing. What do you mean?" I whispered. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. In the front row, my mother slowly rose, clutching her handkerchief. Too late, I realized she'd been crying through the entire ceremony. Now she just looked terrified. "John?" she called in a small voice that reached us nonetheless. The older man, Carson, turned slowly, locating the source of the voice. "Hello, Una." "John!" My mother pushed herself up from her chair with great effort. Slowly, she approached the crossing, her gaze flickering between me, Eric, and this strange man. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I think the real question is, what are you doing here, Una?" Carson said. "Especially with her. You were told to stay out of my affairs. Did you think this was the way to do it?" John, I tried. I really tried." "It doesn't matter." John turned to me and nodded, like he was meeting me in a dance out of a Jane Austen novel, not interrupting my wedding. "I suppose now I shall meet my daughter. Hello, Jane." My jaw dropped. For once in my life, I couldn't speak.
"Perhaps another time we shall meet properly," Carson continued. "Unfortunately, now is not that time. Your fiancé needs to come with us. Now."
Eric puffed his chest up, recovering his voice.
"I'm not going anywhere, Carson," he said. "I heard Janice's, your commands, and it doesn't matter. I married her anyway. The minister just said the words. The license is signed. It's done."
But Carson didn't move, didn't even seem fazed. "Eric?" I whispered to the man still holding my hand with a death grip. It was funny. 5 minutes ago, I was dying to be rid of him. Now I only wanted to keep him close. What is going on? Carson just cocked his head like you would to a trained dog. Then he opened his mouth and uttered 2 words. Diorum vocas. Eric shuddered, then emitted a long, low sigh, like a balloon slowly draining. He turned to me, slowly, and for a minute, his eyes closed, as if he were in pain.
"I'm so sorry," he whispered.
And then he dropped my hand and followed the man out of the church, leaving me standing on the altar alone. The doors echoed behind them when they slammed shut. And then chaos erupted. "What do you want to do?" Skylar asked as people rose from their seats, chattering, pointing at me, many already moving toward us. I don't know." I turned to the minister. "Am I married? What just happened?" But the poor man looked just as stumped as I was. I don't know. We didn't technically finish. Am I married?" I asked again, to the ushers, Brandon, Skylar, my bridesmaids, even that smug bitch Caitlin Calvert. "Am I married? Someone tell me!" But before someone could, there was another cry from the front row. "Help!" Someone shouted from behind the throngs of people. "Someone call an ambulance! Is there a doctor in the church?" "Grandmother!" Nina jumped off the steps and ran down to the front row. Some of the crowd moved aside to allow her to access her grandmother, who lay passed out in her chair. "Celeste!" I flew down the steps, ignoring the yards of fabric billowing behind me. I reached the frail old woman, slumped in her seat, and placed 2 fingers at the side of her neck where her pulse should have been. "Oh, God," I whispered as I looked at Nina. "Oh, God. She's dead." Postlude.
A flash of red. Your lips, her clothes. Her blood, your blood. Life. Just life. Moments 3 in which I'm caught. A flea in the web of your spider thoughts. But it wasn't until you released me with a slap, a curse. Give me your sex, your worst. That I knew to be free was so much worse a trap than you had ever been, my love.
Lost. From the Journal of Eric DeVries.
He couldn't think about her. He couldn't even say her name. He wondered if he would ever see her again. And a part of him, the best part of him, truly wished he wouldn't.
That was how Eric knew he loved her.
Jane Lee. Jane Lee Lefferts. Was she a DeVries now? He hoped not, for her sake. Again, that love shined through, even in the darkest moment of his life. Because really, he only wanted the best for her, even if it cost him everything he had.
This concludes The Hate Vow by Nicole French, narrated by Cindy Kay. Copyright 2019 by Raglan Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole French, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.